Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our intakes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part. What if Harry found a new family in Fox until Britain demanded him back? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After being expelled from Hogwarts, Harry finds comfort and a new family in Forks, until the magical world he left behind demands his return. Torn between peace and duty, love and loyalty, Harry must face vampires, illness, and the ghosts of his past to decide which world he truly belongs to. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. There are few sights that Edward Cullen enjoys more than a sleeping Harry Potter. The wizard never actually rests his head on his pillow anymore. Instead, he sleeps on his side with the pillow clutched to his chest. As odd as it sounds, Edward envies that pillow. Harry looks so peaceful when he sleeps that Edward hates to wake him up, but he needs to anyway. He has big plans for the day. Harry, the vampire says softly as he reaches and gently rubs the human's shoulder. Time to wake up. The dark-haired boy raised his head slightly, but didn't jump. With blurry eyes he looks at the vampire. Edward. He asks in confusion. What time is it? Almost 10 in the morning, Edward replies. Almost 10. Harry asks in the surprise, all signs of confusion and sleepiness instantly vanishing. I meant to get up at 8. Why in the world would you want to be up at 8 on a Saturday morning? Harry rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he answered. I planned on proofreading my English final today. It's, like, 20 pages long and will take forever. By the time I finish that, I'll have to start getting ready for my math final. He fumbled for his glasses. I already proofed your English paper, Edward said with a crooked smile. And I've made a set of flash cards for you to study with for math. You'll have all day tomorrow to study. The teen put his glasses on his face and looked at Edward. He noticed, for the first time, that his boyfriend was balancing a breakfast tray with one hand. The eggs, bacon, potatoes, toast, and orange juice looked very appetizing. The tray was accented with a little clear vase with a single red rose sticking out of it. I suddenly feel like I'm forgetting something very important, Harry said while as he sat upright and then leaned back against the headboard of his bed. I know it isn't our anniversary. Edward moved forward and placed the tray on the wizard's lap. I can't think of anything you would be forgetting, he said nonchalantly. Uh-huh. So you're bringing me breakfast in bed and proofreading my homework and stuff, why exactly? Can't a guy do something nice for his boyfriend every once in a while? Edward asked. Harry looked at the vampire skeptically in response. You've worked really hard all semester to make up for your less than stellar performance when you were ill. Although you have stubbornly refused most of the help I've offered. You were going to do the work for me. That's called cheating. Edward, Harry interrupted. I figured I could at least give you the day off so that you don't have a meltdown before finals. It's a mental health day, Edward finished without skipping a beat. The green-eyed boy scrutinized his boyfriend for several long moments while starting on his breakfast. You're up to something, he accused. Moi. Yes, moi. I mean, you. I can always tell when you're up to something. You get all, Harry said while jabbing a piece of toast in Edward's direction.
All what? All like this. You start using all of this playful banter, Harry said. Yes, well, be that as it may, I still have the whole day planned out.
Harry nibbled on the end of a piece of toast for a moment. I really should start studying for the math final. You'll have all day tomorrow to do that. I promise. I don't know, Harry said in an overly exaggerated tone of uncertainty. Edward smirked, knowing that he'd convinced his mortal. The day passed by in a blur. As soon as Harry had finished eating breakfast and was up and dressed, Edward took him to an amusement park a short distance from Seattle. It was the same park that Edward had taken Harry to the October before his family left Forks, where they had had their picture taken in a booth. Harry was excited to be going in warmer weather. The trip to the amusement park didn't take very long, despite the distance. Edward, as always, drove at speeds almost twice the posted limit. Harry joked that the roller coasters would seem slow in comparison. The pair rode all of the adult rides at least once before spending some time playing the games. Harry had mixed feelings about the games. On the one hand, Edward could win every time and so the human could have any prize he desired. On the other hand, he couldn't really compete with Edward. All of Harry's attempts at leveling the playing field, including, but not limited to, making the vampire close his eyes and spin in circles before throwing a baseball into the milk jug, failed. It was late afternoon when they left the amusement park and headed for a small restaurant that Edward assured Harry that all of his research indicated had the most authentic Italian cuisine in the region. It was there that Edward turned the conversation from the various light-hearted topics of the day to something considerably more serious. I was wondering what your plans were for your self-imposed, British deadline. The change of topic caught Harry off guard and, for a few moments, he was unable to come up with anything to say. Well, actually haven't thought about it for months. I guess I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it. Especially with what happened in December. The last part was a reference to the snapping of his wand. Good, Edward sighed with a bit of satisfaction. Then that means you'll give me a chance to try and convince you not to go back. Edward's statement caused the teen to choke slightly on the water was sipping. Not go back. As in, never. He attempted to clarify. Well, Edward began, I didn't necessarily mean, never, go back. I just think that maybe you shouldn't go back with the intention of confronting Voldemort. Edward lowered his voice considerably when he began to explicitly discuss things of a magical nature. He murdered my parents, Harry replied hotly. I know. And I don't want the same thing to happen to you, the vampire said bluntly. So, what? I just let him have a free pass. I didn't say anything about him getting a free pass. I don't mean to be insulting in the least by this, Harry, but please think about things logically. Assuming that he is still alive, something, I might add, that is a very big assumption. Do you really believe that you'll be the one to bring him down? What's that supposed to mean? You haven't practiced magic for nearly 2 years. You have a fraction of the magical education and experience of Voldemort. Your wand, which you have frequently cited as the only reason you survived your last encounter with him, has been broken. You were expelled from school and, for all we know, are currently a wanted fugitive because of your use of magic in front of I believe the correct term is, Muggle. You don't think I can do it? Harry asked almost dejectedly. Edward reached across the table and took one of Harry's hands in his own. I know that you can do anything you set your mind to. But I also know that you are facing some very steep odds and that, therefore, the cost to you to beat him will be extraordinarily high. Even assuming the best, that you aren't a fugitive and you can just waltz into a store or buy a replacement wand, you have years of education to make up just to be on an even footing with the average adult wizard. It could take years, even decades, to match Voldemort. Harry sat in silence for a bit. I guess there were always some flaws in my plan of sitting things out for 2 years and then returning. Certain magics have always come easier for me. I guess I figured that I'd be able to just go back and be on par with my classmates in defense against the dark arts. It never occurred to me that they've all been getting better while I've been standing still. Hell, I'm not even standing still, I'm going backwards. I'm out of practice and forgetting the things I used to know. But, Harry said with a great deal of resolve, he's killing innocent people. Even if it takes a very long time, I still feel that I should do everything I can to try and stop that. There's that quote, you know, about good people doing nothing. All that is needed for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing, Edward sighed morosely. What kind of person would I be if I just sat by and did nothing? The vampire frowned before he said anything else. So that's your decision then. You're definitely going back, just so that you can help out a bunch of people that dumped you on the Dursleys for a decade and then let you face terror and near death year after year. Harry gave Edward's hand a tight squeeze. I think it's really sweet when you worry about me like this. He was quiet for a moment before saying anything else. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm at least going to take a trip back to check in. Let Ron and Hermione and Sirius know that I'm okay. Beyond that, you've given me a lot to think about. Edward nodded his head up and down a bit before letting Harry return his focus to his meal. There was a tense silence between them for the rest of dinner and most of the car ride back to Forks. I don't want you to go back to Britain, Edward finally said to break the silence. I think that you should leave Voldemort to the Aurors, they're trained for it. Yeah, but, Harry started before being cut off by Edward. That having been said, I will support you in any decision you make. I would, however, like for you to promise me that you'll think it through. Talk to me about your decision before you take any action. I promise, the human said as he reached across the seat to hold Edward's hand. The vampire smiled at his human boyfriend as he continued the drive back to Forks.
Harry was surprised when they drove past the street that would have taken them to his home. Where are we going? You'll see in just a moment, Edward said with a sly smile.
You're up to something, Harry accused. Of course I am. You figured that out hours ago, the immortal said as he turned the silver Volvo into the small parking lot of Forks High School. The school? Harry asked, utterly bewildered. Edward pulled the car into a parking space, got out, and then went around to open Harry's door for him. This is a very important spot for us, love. Harry accepted Edward's offered hand and got out of the car. Once out, he took a minute to look around the lot and try to figure out why the parking lot of the high school would be so important. I was standing right here, Edward said as he moved to stand in a spot next to the back fender of the car, with Alice. You were over walking up the sidewalk. It was the first time I ever saw you. You remember where you were standing the first time you ever saw me? Harry asked with a laugh as he joined Edward. Of course you do, Mr. Vampire.
I remember it because it was a turning point. The real beginning of my life.
Edward reached out and placed his hands on either side of the wizard's waist. Gently, he picked Harry up, turned around, and placed the teen on the back of the car. Harry was surprised. The Cullens were all so protective of their vehicles that he would never have guessed Edward would have him or anyone else sit on one of them. I meant what I said earlier, you know. Whatever you decide, I'll be right there with you. If you decide to go to Britain. If you decide to stay in Forks. Go to college. Stay human. Become a vampire. I will support whatever decision you make. Edward reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver box and handed it to his boyfriend. Harry took the small box in his hand and shot a questioning look at Edward before pulling the lid off of the box. Harry felt his heart skip a beat when he saw what was inside. A gold ring with a thin trail of diamonds embedded all along the outside of the band. The wizard quickly looked back towards Edward to ask him if the ring was what he suspected it might be. He knew the answer as soon as he found that the vampire had lowered himself down on one knee. I love you, Harry. And whatever decision you make regarding your future, I want to be right there beside you. For the good times and the bad. For as long as you'll have me, the vampire said with words so devout and meaningful that no person in all of creation would dare to doubt their veracity. Will you please do me the honor of marrying me?
Harry didn't hesitate in the slightest before answering, yes.
Harry's answer left his mouth before he took the time to really think about what Edward was asking him. They'd never talked about marriage before, at least, not a marriage between the two of them. They'd discussed the various marriages between Edward's family members, but never once did the topic of Edward and Harry getting married come up. As far as Harry knew, it wasn't even legal for them to get married. But answering, yes, just seemed natural. Instinctual. Right. He loved Edward. Even when the vampire and his family were gone the previous year, Harry couldn't imagine himself finding love with another person. The few times he tried to entertain the thought of being with someone else, he always found that the image of the boy he was imagining would fade away and become Edward Cullen. Harry knew that he wanted to spend all of his life, whether it be a mortal life or an immortal one, with Edward. It was simply a fact of his life. Why then did he suddenly feel so guilty at having said yes to Edward's proposal? The human had little time to think about such things. His answer and barely escaped his mouth before Edward's lips forcefully crashed against his own. There was a joy and strength and even a possessiveness in the key that Harry couldn't remember feeling before. By the time the key ended, Harry found himself a bit dizzy and lightheaded. As considerate as Edward was, his passion sometimes caused him to forget small details such as the human's need for air. After the key was done, Edward leaned forward so that he could key an S K at the side of Harry's neck. The feeling was incredible to Harry. The wizard knew that the action would leave a mark that would still be visible when classes resumed on Monday. It was then that Harry realized what was nagging at the back of his brain: the pack. This was the first step in Jacob's great fear. The wolf feared that Harry would abandon his friends for Edward. If he became a vampire, Harry wouldn't be able to remain in Forks any longer. The physical changes would be too hard to explain. Harry would have to leave Forks. And because he would be a vampire, the treaty would forbid him from ever going to La Push, even for a visit. He could remain a human. But then, how long would it be before his aging would strain the relationship between Edward and himself? Not that he thought Edward so shallow as to base the relationship on physical appearance alone. But the time they spent together in public would look increasingly odd. Harry would be unable to masquerade as a high school student alongside Edward and his siblings. Eventually, he would grow old and die and leave Edward a widower. Could he really not become a vampire? It was impossible to remain with Edward the way he wanted to if he remained a human, Harry realized. He would have to become a vampire for the relationship to survive and mature. But what was the cost going to be? His humanity seemed like such a small price to pay. He had, in recent months, spent a great deal of time thinking about his mortality. He had accepted that he would miss out on growing any older and having children. He had also accepted that he would never be able to have certain careers. All of those things seemed like nothing compared to the thought of losing Jacob and Leah. But the thought of losing Edward again was almost too painful to think about. Edward, Harry said softly. It took a moment, but the vampire ceased his assault on Harry's neck and looked up at him. Yes, Edward asked mischievously. I hate to end the moment. I mean, I really hate to end it. But I have to go to La Push. We just got engaged and the first thing you want to do is go see the wolves. Edward asked in jokingly upset manner. In truth, he knew that Harry would want to tell Jacob and Leah at the first opportunity. Harry reached a hand out and caressed his fiancée's cheek. I just have to settle some things with them. Edward gave Harry a soft kiss on his lips before moving towards the unso-ed side of his neck. I don't think I like these things if they drag you away from me, he said between kisses. I'm becoming a vampire, Harry said resolvedly. That statement tore Edward away from his human's neck to look him in the eye. You're what? I'm becoming a vampire, the human repeated. When did you decide that? Edward asked. Well. I've been thinking about it since before the big fight with Victoria. Another train of thought. You have a shapeshifter to thank for. I'd pretty well reached the decision to become a vampire before you asked me to marry you, but that did sort of crystallize my thinking about it. I don't have a timetable or anything. I mean, I've told you what wizards think of vampires, so it'll have to be after whatever I decide to do about Britain. But it's happening sooner or later. Edward's face was very hard for Harry to read. He couldn't tell if the vampire was happy or upset at the decision. You do want me to become a vampire, don't you? Harry pressed. Want you to. It is something I've secretly desired for quite some time. But I do not want you making this decision because of my proposal. It should be your decision and your decision alone, Edward replied. And it is. This is my decision. One human lifetime loving you isn't enough for me. I haven't brought the topic up with you because I didn't want you to feel obligated to stay with me. If I became a vampire and you changed your mind about being with me, I was afraid you'd feel stuck. Silly human, Edward sighed with a playful smirk. When are you going to realize that there is nothing you could do that would change my mind about loving you?
Harry held up the box in his hand. I think I'm starting to get the picture.
Good, Edward sighed. The vampire plucked the ring out of the box and started to slip it on Harry's finger. He stopped part way and looked to Harry for confirmation that he should continue. Once he had that silent assent, he finished slipping the ring on Harry's finger. It fit perfectly. So, what does becoming a vampire have to do with you visiting La Push? You know that you can't remain in Forks once you're turned, so the treaty won't matter. I know, Harry said as he admired the ring on his finger for a moment. But I need to talk to Jacob and them just the same. I need to make sure that we'll still be friends. I don't suppose you know the meaning of mortal enemies, do you? Edward asked dryly. Jacob and Leah fought with Sam over my right to decide for myself whether I wanted to become a vampire or not. But if I become a vampire, I'll be banned from La Push and I won't be able to return to Forks. They'd have to come visit me off of the reservation. I need to know whether they'll do that. I need to know that they realize that what I am doesn't change who I am. If it would make you feel better, I could buy you a puppy, the vampire joked. Not the same. Besides, Jacob's already house trained, Harry joked in return. Very well, my love. I will escort you to the border, the vampire said as he pulled Harry off of the back of the car and walked with him to the passenger side door. I will wait at the border until you are finished with your visit. You'll need a ride back and I would, after all, like you to be with me when I tell the rest the family. Harry slid into the car. Edward's speed and enhanced senses made it so that Harry didn't need to wait to continue the conversation. They don't know. No, Edward answered. Though Jasper does suspect. He was in the house when I left to take my mother's wedding ring to the jeweler's. Your mother's ring? Harry asked in amazement. My mother's ring was much more effeminate. The diamonds were set upon a thinner band in a pile. I had the gold melted down and used to fashion a broader band for you. More gold had to be added to it, of course. And then I had the diamonds from my mother's ring reset into the new band. It makes it a family heirloom, with a twist. It makes it perfect, Harry corrected. It took virtually no time at all for Edward to drive Harry to the border between the reservation and the vampires' territory. Harry and Edward shared one last key, before the human exited the car and made his way to the Black House. It came as no surprise to Harry that all 4 members of Jacob's pack were hanging out at the home. What did surprise him, however, was that Paul was there as well. You stink of leech, Paul said as soon as Jacob let Harry inside. Screw you, Jacob replied hotly. Jacob. Billy called out a reprimand from the kitchen. Harry was careful to keep his left hand in his pocket as he greeted Seth, Quill, and Leah. I feel like I'm missing something, he said after the hellos were finished. Leah decided to fill Harry in. Paul imprinted on Rachel, he said simply. Harry had only met Rachel once in passing. She was Jacob's older sister who attended a university somewhere in the Midwest. Harry thought the school was located in Kansas, but he wasn't sure. All of the states in the middle of the country seemed to blur together to him. Yeah, so now he thinks he has the right to be over here all the time, even when she's not around, Jacob groused. As if on cue, Rachel picked that moment to walk in the door directly behind Harry. Oh, hello, Harry, she said when she saw the boy standing in the living room. By her use of Harry's real name, the boy deduced that she'd be let in on the big secret. But judging from Leah's reaction, no one had bothered to tell her that. What did you call him? She asked dangerously. Rachel seemed taken aback by Leah's sudden hostile tone. I called him Harry. That is his name, right? She asked uncertainly. Paul, Jacob, Leah, and Seth called out at the same time. What? He asked indignantly. You wanted me to lie to protect your little leech King Princess's cover. For a minute, Harry thought for sure that Jacob was going to deck Paul. Fortunately, Billy put himself between the 2 werewolves. Easy, boys, he said forcefully. Jacob, control your temper. And you, Paul, you had no right to tell Harry's secret.
Like hell I didn't, Paul replied. He's probably telling the leeches everything he knows about us. Evidently, whatever tentative friendship Harry and Paul had formed during the past year was gone.
I haven't told them anything. Besides, I doubt there is anything about you I could tell them that they don't already know, Harry defended himself. They were here back in the days of your ancestors, remember? Paul just sneered at Harry in response. Billy let out a sigh. Harry, you know you're always welcome, but I think we need to straighten things out here for a bit. Do you think you could come back tomorrow? Harry didn't get a chance to respond. What the hell? Paul's the one being a little pissant. Why the hell should Harry be the one to leave? Seth argued. Billy was trying his best to remain calm, but it wasn't really working at this point. Because this is pack business. And Harry isn't part of the pack, he snapped. Harry is part of my pack, Jacob said, emphasizing the point that he no longer recognized Sam Yuli's pack as his own. Paul isn't. He's content to be Sam's by.ch. Paul finally lost it at that point and leapt past Billy and onto Jacob. Harry could see the telltale signs of him beginning his transformation. Fur appearing on his body, the elongating of the lower part of his face, the stretching of his limbs. Seth pulled Harry back out of reach of the fight. Leah did the same for Rachel as the girl let out a shriek that made Harry suspect that this was the first time she'd seen Paul transform. Jacob began his transformation a moment before Paul made contact with him. Quill, fortunately, had the presence of mind to hit both Jacob and Paul in a running tackle that forced them outside of the still open door. Billy was bound to be relieved that the fight wasn't going to happen inside the house. He'd had enough trouble buying replacement clothes for everything Jacob ruined. The last thing he needed was the interior of his house being destroyed. Harry could only see bits and pieces of the fight through the front door, but it was short. Paul was too hot-headed to think straight and, as far as size was concerned, he way out of his league. Jacob had been the largest wolf except for Sam before the breaking of the pack, but now he appeared to be a bit larger than his former alpha. Paul tried to bite at Jacob a few times, but the bigger wolf smacked him away with enough force to kill most animals. It only took a few blows for Paul to be rendered unconscious and left bleeding all over the front yard. Rachel let out another cry when she saw what had happened to Paul, but Leah was quick to reassure her that Paul would be okay. Werewolf healing and all that. Once he was certain that his opponent had been subdued, Jacob transformed back into his human form and made his way towards his room. Harry was careful to not look directly at the BPD man. A very tense silence descended on the room once the fight was over. Billy was shaking his head in a disappointed manner. Harry wasn't sure if the man was upset because of the fight, its cause, or both. He had a sneaking suspicion that Billy blamed him for the drama between the LaPush werewolves in recent months. Jacob disappeared into the hall that led to the bedrooms and returned about 2 minutes later wearing a pair of jeans shorts. "So, Harry, what's new with you?" he asked casually. The casual way in which Jacob asked his question made the entire experience feel a bit surreal. The shaggy werewolf had just beaten another werewolf unconscious and now he was acting like nothing had happened. Before answering, Harry looked back over his shoulder to see where Rachel was checking on the unconscious form of Paul. I think that maybe it can wait." Jacob followed the wizard's gaze to the front yard. "Don't mind him. He'll be all right when he wakes up." "Right up until the next time you two decide to have it," Billy interjected. "Not my fault Paul's the way he is," Jacob said. He walked past his father without even looking at him. "Damn right," Leah added. She moved to stand where Seth had pulled Harry away from the fight. Quill was standing awkwardly by the door. He had tackled Paul and Jacob hard enough to knock them out of the house and then backed away so as not to be pulled into the fight himself. Now he was just standing by the door looking like he didn't know what to do. He was clearly conflicted between his loyalty to his new pack and his old friend. "Come on, Harry, let's get out of here," Jacob said as he took of Harry's arm and led him out of the house. Leah and Seth followed, but Quill remained planted next to the door. "How long have things been like that?" Harry asked as the group exited the house and into the night air. He hadn't seen Paul at all since before the battle with Victoria. In fact, other than 1 or 2 tense encounters with Sam Yulee, he hadn't had direct contact with any member of the old pack, as he'd come to think of them. "What do you mean? Paul's always been like that," Leah joked. Harry smiled at Leah's jab at Paul's personality. "Yeah, okay. He's always been a bit hot-headed, but I don't remember him ever being that violent. He liked to pick fights like that in the first few weeks after he transformed," Jacob said. "But he calmed down after about a while. He started getting real touchy again after the Cullens returned." "Billy thinks it might be something instinctual," Seth added. The youngest of the werewolves present moved in front of where Harry, Leah, and Jacob were walking side by side. He turned around and began to walk backwards so that he could more easily talk to Harry while he walked. "He thinks that we all started to transform in first place because the Cullens and then that red-headed vampire and her pals were around. He thinks that tempers run higher when there are more of them around." "Makes a certain amount of sense," Harry admitted. "It's a load of bull," Leah interjected argumentatively. Billy just doesn't want to admit that Paul's a little shit. He has this whole fantasy about Paul and Rachel being the perfect parents of a whole litter. Ugh, that's my sister, you know. Jacob complained. Yeah, well, if you thought he was mad before. Harry started. He's gonna be really pissed when he finds out that you've decided to become a vampire, Leah finished the thought. Harry stopped abruptly and looked at his friend in surprise. What? How? I've known it was heading this way for a while. I'm pretty surprised it took this long, Leah explained. She might have expected it, but she sounded really unhappy about the idea. What? Seth cried. No. By this point all four friends had stopped walking. Harry decided to take the plunge and finally pulled his left hand out of his pocket. Jacob's eyes bulged out comically when they caught sight of the engagement ring. Leah, by comparison, just looked resigned. Edward asked me to marry him. I said yes, Harry explained simply. The horrified look on Seth's face at those words made Harry's stomach churn awfully. Seth's horror quickly gave way to fury and he stormed away from his friend. I wanted to make sure that I'm not going to cause a war, the wizard said quietly as he watched Seth stomp away. I know it'll be hard. I won't be able to live in Forks anymore. And, of course, I'd be banned from La Push. And Sam will try to kill me and the Cullens because of the breach of the treaty. No, he won't, Jacob interrupted Harry's mild rant. He won't? The wizard asked in surprise. Well, he probably won't. See, it was my ancestor, Ephraim Black, that made the treaty with the Cullens. When I was part of Sam's pack and recognized him as the Alpha, he got to make all of the decisions. But I'm not part of his pack anymore. When I split off and became the Alpha of my own pack, my pack basically became the true pack of La Push because I'm the La Push Alpha by blood.
Sam's pack is just a bunch of squatters that we let live on our land.
Sam and them have to respect the treaty that my pack has with the Cullens as long as they live in La Push. They breach a treaty that the true La Push Alpha has bound all of La Push to, then they get banished from La Push. As long as I give you permission, then the treaty won't be breached by you becoming a vampire. Sam and his pack can't do anything. They can all just piss up a rope for all I care, the Alpha explained in an all-business voice. Oh, Harry said. He looked at the two werewolves that had remained with him. Leah looked oddly calm and resigned. Jacob's face looked like he was every bit the detached Alpha his business voice conveyed, but his eyes told Harry that this was a nightmare for him. So when I come back to the area to visit, we'll be cool, right? As long as I don't cross the border or get seen by humans who might recognize me. Jacob looked taken aback by Harry's question. What do you mean? I meant every word that I told you last year, Jake. I'm not going to let my relationship with Edward destroy my friendship with you. I know it will be difficult, but I'll visit. And call a whole bunch. Really? Jacob asked hopefully. Of course, Harry said sincerely. What? Do you think I'm a liar or something? He then challenged playfully. And no, the Alpha stammered. I just thought that. Well, you know. Harry gave Jacob a wry grin. I know. You thought that I'd been too busy being a ravenous animal to think about being friends with you. Jacob gave a short, embarrassed nod in response. The wizard turned his attention to Leah at that point. She still seemed oddly resigned about the whole thing. Okay, you're freaking me out a bit. Why aren't you screaming? Because it's your choice, Leah said blandly. Don't get me wrong, I think that you're making the wrong choice. No, scratch that. I know you're making the wrong choice. But, it's your choice to make. Harry let out a relieved sigh. I thought for sure I was going to get a mortal enemies speech. You probably would have, if you hadn't been dying a few months ago, Jacob said. What do you mean? When we, and by we, I mean Seth, Jacob, Quill, and myself, thought that you were gonna die, we kinda warmed up to the idea of you becoming a vampire in order to save your life. Once we started to think about it, we realized it would still be you in there. You'd just smell a lot worse and have a way weirder diet, Leah explained. It stuck with us. Harry thought about Leah's words for a minute. The part that he really focused on was the list of names. Seth, Jacob, Quill, and Leah. The four wolves who thought that he had the right to make his own decision about becoming a vampire were the four werewolves that had split away from Sam Yuli's pack. So, the fight with Sam really is because of me. Leah seemed genuinely surprised at Harry's conclusion. What makes you think that? I'm not an idiot. All of the wolves who hold a particular controversial opinion about me rebel and then form their own pack. It's not exactly rocket science. Well, I was pretty sure rockets were going to be used at one point in the fight, Jacob joked in a bad attempt at lightening the mood. The fight wasn't about you exactly, Leah began to explain. Your situation just made things pretty clear. How so? Sam was pretty defensive about the whole thing. Whenever I'd bring the issue up, he'd say that I was just trying to find something to fight with him about. It was really stupid because every time we were in our wolf forms at the same time, I could tell what he was thinking. Can't let their numbers increase. He was pissed off that we'd be in favor of the Cullen Coven getting any bigger than it already was. Leah hesitated for a minute before continuing. As your health got worse, so did the fights between some of the pack members. Things came to a head when Seth and Jacob saw you all unconscious and bloody after the fight with Victoria. They started to argue with Sam and he used an injunction to make them stop arguing with him. Harry let out an involuntary gasp at that. The injunction was the power of a pack alpha to issue a binding order on his subordinates. As far as Harry knew, Sam had never used one before. Jacob took over the story at that point. The injunction felt like this great weight being forced on us. It was suffocating. And it pissed me off. Sam actually used his authority to stop any discussion about you becoming a vampire. He used his authority to enforce his views on us. I knew that if he did it once, he'd do it again. And suddenly, it was like I realized I didn't have to follow his orders anymore. You became an alpha, Harry deduced. Exactly. I left Sam's pack. And Seth, Leah, and Quill followed. Sam and the others tried to stop us, but the shock of not being able to hear us anymore. The sudden separation put everyone in a state of shock.
So the two packs can't hear each other's thoughts? The green-eyed boy questioned.
No, Leah answered. Different packs, different pack mentalities. Jacob and Sam can hear one another's thoughts to a certain extent when they're near one another. But other than that, no. The packs are wholly separate. So, Harry began, holding the word out for several seconds longer than necessary. I started the fight, but it wasn't my fault. He asked uncertainly. Your situation was the catalyst for a fight that was bound to happen sooner or later. Sam would have used his power like that sooner or later. He was too damn scared of losing control, Leah reassured her friend.
Then you're okay with me marrying Edward and becoming a vampire?
Jacob and Leah shared a look before Jacob answered. Okay. Is probably too strong a word. Accepting. Might be better.
Utterly opposed, but accepting, Leah amended.
And you'll still be friends with me. Of course, Leah said as she pulled Harry into a one-armed hug. Jacob gave the wizard a bear hug as soon as his packmate released him. What about Seth? Leah wondered, and not for the first time, how Harry could be so oblivious as to how her younger brother felt about him. She always assumed that the wizard knew but was caring enough to not mention it. She figured Harry was just sparing Seth's feelings. He's a bit more strongly opposed to you becoming a vampire now that you're not about to die. He'll come around. Just give him time. Okay then. What about Sam's pack? I assume I've got to let them know sooner or later. I'll deal with them, Jacob said with a bit of an edge to his voice. I'm going to have to talk to Sam about Paul, anyways. If Paul can't control himself well enough to not transform that close to my sister, then he needs to stay the hell away until he can. Sam won't like that one bit, Leah pointed out. Like I said before, like I said earlier, he can go piss up a rope if he doesn't like it. The trio turned towards the border and stopped talking about such serious matters. Instead, they joked about Harry's upcoming wedding. Jacob criticized Harry's ring for being too girly and asked if the wizard had a dress picked out. Leah made a point of pointing out that Washington wouldn't recognize their marriage. But, then again, what state did recognize the marriage between a century-old vampire and a 16-year-old, soon-to-be 17-year-old, wizard? When the three friends reached the La Push border, Harry was handed off like a child of divorced parents at the end of the weekend. Jacob and Leah gave Edward stern looks that warned of grievous bodily injury should he harm Harry in any way. Edward responded with a polite, if somewhat strained, smile. Soon enough, Harry and Edward were at the Cullen house. This reception, Harry knew, was bound to be much more welcoming. Edward had wanted to walk in, hold Harry in his arms, and shout the announcement to the whole room. Harry had something a little different in mind.
The happy couple entered the living room where the various other family members were sitting about doing the various things that immortals did to pass the time. Carlisle was reading, Emmett and Jasper were playing video games, Rosalie was silently watching the game, and Alice was quietly talking with Esme. Without skipping a beat, Harry walked directly to Alice and raised his hand so that she could get a good look at the ring.
Not too over the top. I reserve veto power on the guest list and anything that will make me look too girly. Otherwise, just have at it. Alice squealed with delight at the broad power she had just been given to plan a wedding. It took everyone else a moment to figure out exactly what was going on. Harry had planned to spend all of Sunday studying for finals. Sadly, it wasn't meant to be. The best laid plans of mice and men and all that. The boy had made a good faith effort at studying, he really had. He just found himself to be far more easily distracted than usual. The first thing Harry tried to do was study the flashcards his boyfriend, fiancé, had made for him. After being momentarily distracted by the concept that Edward was his fiancé and that he was, therefore, a fiancé in return, the wizard was distracted by his engagement ring. It was almost 20 minutes after he sat down in the large, overstuffed recliner in his living room, and he was still staring blankly at the first flashcard. The problem wasn't with the card, but the fact when he looked at the card, he also looked at the hand that was holding the card. The ring on his left hand kept drawing Harry's attention away from his studies. After staring at the ring for an extended period of time, the boy found himself fascinated by saying things out loud. "I'm getting married," he said to his empty house. With the exception of the ticking of a clock, it was the only sound that could be heard. Harry repeated the phrase over and over again, relishing the new experience and the way it excited him to hear the words. "Harry James Potter Cullen," he said next. He frowned at the sound of the words.
J. Harris Cullen, he tried next, still no good.
Harry Masson. Nope. Attaching Edward's original surname didn't do any good. Edward Potter. Definitely not. Harry Cullen. Simple. To the point. No hyphenation. No dealing with aliases or past lives. Edward was a Cullen and Harry was marrying him. He would have two parents, a brother, and a sister who all shared his last name. After Emmett and Rosalie were married again, he would have two sisters who shared his last name. At least, he would right up until Alice married Jasper and became a Hale once more.
Harry Potter would become Harry Cullen. It worked.
Satisfied that he liked the sound of his married name, the dark-haired boy tried once again to focus on his studies. Once again, he failed. His mind kept drifting to Alice and all of the wedding plans she was bound to be making in his absence. He'd only spent 2 hours with the Cullens the previous evening. Although Alice had tried to start discussing the specifics of the wedding, Esme had insisted that Harry and Edward recount every little detail of the proposal. Alice hadn't gotten the chance to start her planning during Harry's visit, but had probably had ample time to make plans in the hours since. After realizing that there was just no way he was going to accomplish anything, Harry got up from his chair, packed his study materials in his book bag, and set off for the Cullen household. It was a decently long walk from his house, but it was a wonderful May day in Forks. The sun was shining, which meant that the Cullen family would have to remain inside all day, and the birds were chirping. The whole day seemed to reflect Harry's chipper mood.
When the boy arrived at the Cullen household, he was met at the door by a frowning Edward.
"You should have called. I would have come pick you up," the vampire said as he led Harry into the house.
There was no need for that. Besides, what would have happened if Charlie had seen you and insisted on chatting? Or that daughter of his, she really is quite taken with you.
Still, Edward sighed in defeat. "Perhaps it's time you learn to drive. You've been trying to give me driving lessons since we first started dating. One would think you'd have gotten the hint by now, especially after how disastrous it was the one time I gave in." "I don't drive. Flying is more my style," the human said as the pair made their way to the living room. The female vampires, Esme, Rosalie, and Alice, were hunched over a number of magazines that Harry was fairly positive were wedding related. Jasper was reading a book quietly on the couch while Emmett watched an old black and white American football game. Carlisle wasn't in the living room, so the wizard assumed he was in his upstairs office. Harry, Alice cried when she was him enter. I didn't think I'd get to see you today. This is wonderful, I can go over the ideas I've already come up with. Part of why I came over, Harry replied. Oh really? Edward Said with a mock hurt. And here I thought it was my irresistible charm. Oh, darling, when are you going to realize that I only want you for your body? Harry asked in the most serious tone he could muster. He failed to maintain a straight face and found himself laughing as he finished the sentence. Emmett let loose a hearty laugh at Harry's joking question. Hey, that gives me an idea on how Edward can help Harry study. They use the flashcards, and every time Harry gets an answer right, Edward has to take off an article of clothing. Every time Harry gets an answer wrong, Edward puts something back on. Of course, you'll need to do this upstairs so as not to blind the rest of us. Esme looked utterly scandalized at the suggestion and Harry felt his face going bright red. Sure, he liked to joke around with Edward about the physical aspects of their relationship, but Emmett's jokes always seemed to strike a nerve.
He does bring up a good point, Edward Said after a moment. Whoa, dude. I was only kidding, Emmett said quickly.
Not that, the bronze-haired vampire said in exasperation. I meant about the studying. I thought you'd planned on spending the whole day studying. I did. But what? I kept getting sidetracked. I started to think about the wedding. A lot. You have some ideas? Alice asked from behind Harry. Not really. But there are a bunch of things you'll need me for, right? I mean, a chunk of the details will be influenced by the date and Edward and I haven't picked one yet.
Actually, Alice began guiltily, I've already picked a date.
You have? Harry asked in surprise. Yes. I was going to run it past you before doing anything, you can ask Edward. I just put a great deal of thought into it last night and I believe I've picked the perfect date. Okay. Harry said, taking a deep breath to prepare himself. When am I getting married? August 2nd. August 2nd. Harry asked. Alice thought it would be good to wait until after you turn 17. That way the other wizards won't be able to do anything about it because you'll be considered an adult. You'll be able to invite your friends, if you want. And although we can't be legally married, you'll be old enough that Uncle Seymour can help you get emancipated with no real problems, Edward explained as he wrapped his arms around Harry's lower stomach from behind. Telling people, like Chief Swan, that you've been emancipated will solve a few problems. Well then, why the second? Why not the first? Impatient. Edward all but purred in Harry's ear. A bit, Harry confessed. Edward placed a tender key on the nape of Harry's neck before continuing. July 31st is your birthday. August 1st will be your bachelor party. August 2nd will be your wedding. The wizard turned himself around in his immortal's arms and wrapped his own arms around the vampire's neck. I don't need a bachelor party. I insist, Edward Said with a smile. Only if you have one as well, Harry replied. Oh, I am quite certain that Jasper and Emmett will insist that I have one as well. You three and a stripper. Now there's an eerie thought, Harry laughed. Edward laughed as well. It will be a hunt, he clarified. Have to make sure he's good and strong for the wedding night, Emmett said from his position on the couch. 3 parties in 3 days, Harry mused aloud. I guess I can live with that. Good, Edward Said. But I'm not sure about inviting people from Brishan, the dark-haired teen said. He could practically feel Edward's surprise at that declaration. Harry closed the little space between them and rested his head against the top of Edward's chest. The little hair that the human had grown since the end of his chemotherapy provided little protection against the cold of the vampire's skin. Why not? Edward questioned quietly. Wizards hate vampires. They'll hate the idea of us getting married. Hell, they don't even know I'm gay. I think that it would be a really bad idea if the first time we see each other in 2 years is at my wedding to a male vampire, Harry explained. And I certainly don't want to risk anyone finding me before I turn 17 and am legally free to do what I want, so going over there beforehand as out and sending invitations would be a problem. Although Edward's response seemed to come almost instantaneously to Harry, the vampire actually thoroughly analyzed Harry's rationale. Such thought processes were greatly accelerated in vampires. We can delay the wedding. Nothing is set in stone. You would be able to visit Britain and smooth things over with your friends before the wedding. Edward hated that idea and he only suggested it for Harry's sake. The vampire hated the idea of Harry ever returning to Britain. Harry's answer to the suggestion was a great relief to him. No, the wizard began in a very sure voice. I've been giving it a great deal of thought, and you're right. Me going back to Britain for anything more than a visit is just plain stupid.
I never said it was stupid, Edward interjected.
But you should have. Because it is. The only reason why any trip to Britain would be anything more than a visit would be if Voldemort is still around. And I'm not going to have anything to do with that. I've paid my dues. Me trying to mess with that now would be like, well, it would be an unarmed, untrained kid walking into a war zone. I'd just get myself killed. There's a decent chance that my unskilled interference would get innocent people killed. So, I'm going to go for a visit, and that's it. And you've just helped me decide when. The time between when we get married and when I'm turned. Edward did his best not to smile at Harry's decision. He was thrilled with it. The vampire was getting everything he wanted. Harry for all time. He wasn't going to have to fear for Harry's safety during some damnable wizarding conflict. The love of his life was going to marry him, settle his mortal affairs, and then become his immortal companion. The only dim spot was the fear that Harry might not be getting what he wanted. That concept haunted Edward. The vampire was determined to give Harry every opportunity to change his mind, to move back the wedding or extend his trip to Britain or even not become a vampire at all. But such things could wait. Edward didn't want to ruin the moment by pressing Harry on any of those issues.
The rest of the days soon settled into a nice routine. Harry and Edward sat at the kitchen table and studied for the following day's exam. Not that the vampire needed to study. Alice would interrupt about once every half hour to run a detail or two of the wedding past the human. Edward was surprised at how rarely Harry used his veto power.
The bronze-haired vampire did his best to keep his fiancée on track, but he quickly found it exceedingly difficult because Harry had a tendency to run his bare feet along the inside of the vampire's leg. Behind the human's innocent eyes lurked the mind of a diabolical genius, Edward concluded.
Monday morning saw Harry and the Cullens returning to school.
So I haven't asked in a while, Harry began as he stepped out of Edward's Volvo. What do our classmates believe is going on between us? A few suspect the truth. But for the most part, they believe that you and I are once again the best of friends. And that you're dating Leah Clearwater, Edward answered. The pair started to walk across the parking lot when an idea struck Harry. Hey Edward. Yes. It's our last week at this school. I mean, we'll be going to a different school after, right? Harry asked. That is correct, Edward answered as he tried to figure out where Harry was heading. We never let them know what was going on because of the backlash we expected. I'm going to have to lie about one thing or another for the rest of my life and I'd really like to be honest about this. About us. Edward's eyes widened in surprise at that. Are you certain? Teenagers can be quite cruel. I know, Harry said as he nodded his head. I'm sure about this. Besides, it's only a week. With that Edward closed the space between him and Harry and gave him a tender key. In front of almost the entire student body of FHS. Just as Edward had said, teenagers could be cruel. Harry could barely take 2 steps in the school during finals week without someone tossing an obscene comment in his direction. This kind of talk wasn't completely new to the wizard, he'd been the victim of it a handful of times before. However, he'd never had to deal with it on such a forceful and vile scale. The Cullens had been Harry's saving grace. Alice and Edward stuck to the boy like glue. Rosalie had a never-ending supply of comebacks for the various insults directed at her brother and his fiancée. Jasper's empathic abilities gave Harry the serenity he needed to let the insults roll off of his back. And Emmett made Mike Newton really regret trying to shove Harry against a locker. For days after the encounter, the largest of the vampire coven claimed that he could smell Newton wet himself a little. Not all of the students at Forks High were as awful as Mike Newton and his buddies. Edward told Harry repeatedly that there were several students who had nothing but good thoughts about their relationship. They were just too scared to say anything because supporting the only openly gay couple in Forks would have been social suicide. Harry didn't know whether or not he should believe Edward. He didn't see any support when he looked in the eyes of his classmates. Most looked disgusted. A few, like Bella Swan, couldn't look at the couple at all. Honestly, though, it didn't really matter. The wizard was happy regardless of the arrows shot towards him. He had spent so much time over the past 20-some months hiding who he truly was, that it was a great relief to get to be a little bit more himself in public. It was one less thing he had to hide from the world. Finals week ended soon enough and the weekend arrived. It wasn't just any weekend, however. It was graduation weekend. Jasper, Rosalie, and Emmett were all seniors that year. It was by no means the first time any of them had graduated from high school, but it was the first time that any of them had graduated from Forks High School.
Esme was strangely sentimental about the whole thing. She acted like her children really were growing up and getting ready to leave home. True, it was common for Emmett and Rosalie to live apart from the rest of the coven for a period of time after graduation, but such separations were fleeting.
The graduation ceremony was the first Harry had ever attended. The wondered, as he watched the principal make his opening remarks, whether Hogwarts had a graduation ceremony. It was odd, he realized, that he'd never thought of it before. He remembered the headmaster awarding the House Cup at the end of each year, but never once did he hear a word about a graduation ceremony. The only reference he could recall to the 7th year of Hogwarts was the nastily exhausting wizarding tests. Harry was a bit surprised at the amount of attempted pomp that was involved in the whole affair. The graduating students had been arranged in seats in the front of the room while a succession of students and instructors made fairly generic speeches about the future. After the speeches were finished, the students were paraded in front of the audience to accept their diplomas one at a time. Although the principal had given a stern warning about withholding cheers until after everyone had received their diplomas, no one really obeyed. Harry and the non-graduating Cullens all stoop up to shout their congratulations when Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie crossed the stage. Whatever sense of decorum the faculty had wanted to maintain during the ceremony was lost when a trio of seniors streaked across the stage totally BPD. Edward, ever the chivalrous gentleman, took the opportunity to cover Harry's eyes before he saw anything worth seeing. Not that Harry cared, there was only one person he was interested in seeing nude. After the ceremony, Harry accompanied the Cullen family back to their home. Although no formal graduation party had been arranged, the whole affair was, after all, old hat to all three graduates. The family was meeting back at the house in order to prepare for the trips that 4 of the children were going away on. Emmett and Rosalie were leaving for Africa. Emmett was quite keen on getting the opportunity to try and run down a cheetah, and Rosalie wanted a bit of time alone with her husband. They both promised to return by mid-July so that they could be on hand for the final preparations for the wedding. Alice and Jasper were leaving on a far shorter trip. The pair was just going off on a nice, long hunting expedition to Canada. Alice refused to leave for anything longer than a week because she was desperate to continue making plans for the wedding. Although Harry had pointed out that she could take a cell phone with her and make the plans long distance, the perky vampire had argued back that it just wasn't the same. The children were all quiet as they entered the house. It seemed to Harry that they were all politely indulging Esme as he fussed and carried on about how proud she was of the 3 graduates. It was a testament to how deeply Esme cared for her adoptive children that she took such great joy in their accomplishments, even if it was something they had done several times before and would continue to do countless times more in the future. Once inside, Harry bounded up the stairs to Edward's room to retrieve the packages he had stored there earlier. The action had not gone unnoticed, and he found that the entire family was staring at him when he came back down the stairs. "What?" he asked. "You bought presents," Emmett said in a disbelieving manner.
"Well, of course. You graduated high school," Harry replied. There were light chuckles all around at the human's statement. "We don't really exchange gifts for this sort of thing anymore. Kinda like birthdays," Edward explained gently.
"I know," the wizard said. It was true. In the entire time Harry had known the family, there had been very few celebrations of this nature. According to Edward, the family hadn't celebrated a birthday for decades. Even Christmas was celebrated only once every few years. But this is the first time I've seen you graduate, so I thought I'd get you something just the same, he said to the three graduates, and he handed each of them a package wrapped in festive paper. Emmett opened his gift first. It wasn't anything fantastic, just a signed football from some athlete that Harry vaguely remembered the vampire having mentioned on several previous occasions. The dark-haired vampire grinned broadly at the gift and thanked Harry before joking to Edward that the human was paying more attention to his sports than Edward's music. Rosalie opened her gift next. Again, it was nothing remarkable, in Harry's opinion. Just an antique locket that Harry had seen in a shop window in Port Angeles. The gold pendant was small and tasteful. Harry had verified before he purchased it that the locket was crafted in the 1920s and had been considered quite fashionable at the time. Given that Rosalie had been turned into a vampire in the early 1930s, he hoped that she would find the piece of jewelry pleasing. He was certain that she did when she gave him an uncharacteristically warm smile of thanks for the locket.
Jasper, always the most subdued, was the last to open his present. It would figure that the present that Harry was most nervous about was the last one to be opened.
The empathic vampire was very careful and deliberate as he removed the wrapping paper. Emmett joked that Jasper must have been intending to save the paper for reuse later. It practically killed Harry to wait for the vampire's reaction. Once the vampire had the paper removed, he spent the better part of a minute staring at the framed picture without any reaction. The lack of reaction made Harry terribly worried that his present had been a bad idea. Finally, the vampire spoke in a very soft voice. How did you do this?
What is it? Carlyle questioned. It's me, Jasper said, before I was turned.
The members of the coven crowded around to look over Jasper's shoulder at the picture. Sure enough, it was an extremely old photograph of Jasper Whitlock. He looked very different in the picture because it was taken before his transformation into a vampire, but the tall blonde was still easily identifiable as he leaned against the porch of an old southern home. Leah helped me to contact a genealogy service in Portland. They were able to track down the Whitlock family's history. Some of your cousin's descendants were alive up until about 25 years ago. An antique store in Mobile, Alabama bought most of the Civil War-era family heirlooms from an estate auction. The store didn't keep good records, so I didn't know what belonged to your family and what didn't, but they were kind enough to email scans of some pictures to Leah. That was one of the pictures they sent. You've changed a lot by becoming a vampire, but I still recognized you. So I sent them a check and they sent me the photo. Harry was silent after that. The dark-haired boy was about to ask Jasper if he liked the present when, to the shock and amazement of everyone present, the empath engulfed the human in hug. The action caught Harry so off guard that it took his brain several moments to catch up and allow him to give the vampire a hug in return. Jasper had always been very careful around Harry. He was the last of the Cullen family to embrace their restrictive diet and had the least amount of self-control around humans. His weakness for the scent of human blood was well demonstrated by his attack on Harry the first Christmas the wizard spent with the Cullens. Although the two had grown closer in recent months, the hug was the first real physical contact that they had shared.
Thank you, Harry, the vampire said earnestly before releasing the human.
You're welcome, Jasper. The dark-haired boy managed to keep his voice calm, but inside he was ecstatic that the vampire liked his gift. The following few minutes were filled with goodbyes. The experience was one of the times that really got Harry thinking about the eternity that stretched out before him. To a vampire that could conceivably live forever, a separation of weeks or even a few months was nothing. That was how the Cullens could say goodbye to one another as simply as a parent could allow a child to run a quick errand to the market. Soon enough, the four vampires had departed, leaving Esme, Carlyle, Edward, and Harry behind. Carlyle and Esme both went upstairs a few minutes later to work in their respective offices, Carlyle to read medical journals and Esme to review some engineers' reports on her latest architectural designs. Harry seated himself on the couch in front of the television. So, what would you like to do for the rest of the day? He asked his fiancée. Edward stretched himself out on the couch and placed his head in Harry's lap. Whatever you want to do. That's helpful, the human laughed as he began to run his fingers through Edward's bronze hair. You could tell me why you got Jasper that present, Edward suggested. What do you mean? You went through a great deal of trouble to get that picture for him. I can't remember anything that's left him so stunned. Buying him just about any new book would have been sufficient. Harry smiled down at his love's face. I'm glad he liked the picture. And making him happy is reason enough. The human's avoidance of actually answering Edward's question didn't go unnoticed. You didn't just make him happy. You stopped him dead in his tracks. It was an amazing gesture. Edward paused for a few moments before continuing. Come on. You know our rule. No secrets. No secrets, Harry echoed. I'm about to become a part of this family and I want Jasper and Rosalie to like me. They like you, Edward protested quickly. Everyone adores you.
Maybe I didn't word that just right. They do like me, but I want them to be more comfortable around me. That was the first time Jasper has ever had any meaningful physical contact with me.
Meaningful physical contact? The vampire questioned with a playful smile. Should I be getting jealous? I'm being serious, Edward. It is one thing to accept me as your boyfriend. It is something entirely different to accept me as your husband. As someone that is about to become a permanent fixture in a family of people that has been together for decades.
Edward leaned up and Harry. They do accept you as my other half. There are just some things that will be easier after you become a vampire. They won't have to worry about maintaining their careful control. They won't have to worry about hurting you. Harry smiled down as his immortal and gave him a key, in return for the one he'd just received. Then it is still important for me that they know that I already see them as my siblings. That they are my family and that I love each and every one of them.
Trust me, Edward Said, they know. And if they know, I know, he said as he tapped the side of his head. Harry Potter loved bacon. It was, in his opinion, one of the world's most perfect foods. Depending on how it was prepared, it could either crispy or chewy. It always had a wonderful salty taste. The entire house smelled fantastic after cooking it, and the grease byproduct of the cooking was perfect for frying chicken in. As he finished frying a handful of strips of bacon, the wizard wondered if he'd miss bacon after he was turned into a vampire. Edward had described human food as being as appealing as dirt on many occasions, so surely he wouldn't crave the taste. But would he remember it? Would he think back to his times as a human and miss the satisfying crunch of a BLT? The boy had no sooner taken the strips of bacon out of the frying pan and placed them on a plate covered in paper towels when the doorbell rang. It was a bit odd. He wasn't expecting any visitors. Although Jasper and Alice had returned from Canada almost 2 weeks before, they had already left on another hunting trip with the rest of the family, minus Emmett and Rosalie, who were, of course, still in Africa. Harry also hadn't anticipated a visit from any of his shapeshifter friends. Jacob Black had told Harry just the previous day that he and his pack would be doing some pack-related things that evening. The Alpha was vague on the details, but he made it clear that it was a wolf-only event and that Harry wasn't invited. It came as a surprise, therefore, when the wizard found Leah Clearwater standing outside his front door.
Why does your house smell like bacon? She asked rather than greeting her friend. Because I just cooked some bacon, Harry replied in a way that was meant to make Leah feel a bit silly for even asking her question. Yeah, I figured that. But why are you cooking bacon at 8:30 at night? Don't tell me you got your days and nights screwed up because of all the time you've been spending with your vampires lately. Harry stepped aside to allow Leah into his house. I decided to do BLTs for a late dinner. But you don't really like lettuce and you do your best to avoid tomato unless it is ketchup or pasta sauce form.
I'm holding the lettuce and tomato, the wizard replied as he followed Leah into the kitchen. Doesn't that mean you're just having bacon sandwiches?
Why are you here? Harry broke his answer off midstream to ask the question. He'd finally tired of the bacon discussion, as amazing as that was. Geez, you really know how to make a girl feel wanted.
Sorry, he apologized as he shook his head. Jacob was all secretive about the big mysterious pack something or other you're supposed to be doing tonight. Yeah, Leah started as she broke a piece off the end of one of the strips of bacon and popped it in her mouth. About that, Jacob and Sam are going to try and kill each other.
Despite the calm way in which Leah made the statement, Harry began to panic.
What? The dark-haired boy cried. They're going to try and kill each other.
Yup, Leah said, still acting calm and collected. Well, maybe not kill each other, Seriously harm. Maim, even.
Why? The female shapeshifter brushed a long strand of dark hair out of her face before explaining the situation to her friend. It's Sam's big idea for putting the packs back together. He challenged Jacob to combat. If Sam wins, Jacob has to recognize Sam as the new, rightful alpha of both packs. If Jacob wins, well, you get the idea. One way or another, there is only going to be one pack after tonight.
Sam's really that pissed about me becoming a vampire?
Oh, sweetie, this is way beyond you now. Don't get me wrong, Sam hates the idea of you or anyone else becoming a vampire. And the first thing he'll do if he wins tonight will be to use an injunction so that the entire pack will have to go after you and the Cullens if the treaty is breached. But this is a good, old-fashioned pissing contest.
I'm getting sick of all the pissing references, Harry grumbled.
The female shapeshifter ignored Harry's comment. Sam was never supposed to be the alpha, it was always meant to be Jake. But Jake let Sam hold the reins long enough that he doesn't want to give him up. Sam wants to be top dog again. How do we stop it? The wizard asked after a moment of reflecting on what his friend had said.
We don't, Leah replied. What do you mean, we don't?
Which word didn't you understand? You know what I mean, Leah, Harry said, more than a little bit of irritation lining his voice. Jacob made sure I didn't know this was going on. There's no way you'd have come here and told me that it is happening unless there was something I could do about it. That's where you are wrong, vamp boy. Jacob sent me here to make sure you don't get curious and make a surprise trip to the res. Then why tell me what's going on? So I can spend the whole night worrying if he's okay. Harry demanded.
No, I just didn't feel like be a liar like Jake.
Jacob didn't lie. Not technically. He said that there was a pack thing I couldn't be around for. The wizard heaved a big sigh as he leaned against the kitchen countertop. He absently picked up a piece of bacon and began to chew on the end. There's got to be something we can do. Make Sam see reason. Sam's way past the seeing reason stage of this whole thing, Leah replied bitterly.
I want to go. Show Jacob I support him. I don't think that's a good idea, Leah protested.
Why not? Harry questioned. I haven't broken the treaty, so Sam's pack can't do anything. As long as I don't get between the two of them while they fight, I should be okay, right?
The shapeshifter hesitated for a minute before answering. Yes. But Jacob doesn't want you to come. He doesn't even want you to know it's going on. If there is one thing I've learned over the past year, Leah, it's that sometimes you need your friends to be by your side. Even when they can't do anything but lend you a little moral support. After exhaling an exaggerated huff, Leah replied, I don't suppose there is anything I can do to stop you, short of causing you bodily harm. Nope, Harry replied with a cheeky grin. A minute later, the pair was racing away from the wizard's house and towards the showdown. Harry didn't ride on Leah's back till a push. Instead, she drove him in her truck. They decided that if the fight had already gotten underway, that it would be best for Jacob to not have his mind suddenly flooded with Leah's thoughts about Harry. The location of the duel didn't surprise Harry at all. It was at the cliffs of First Beach. They were the same cliffs that the boy could remember watching Jake Cliff dive off of just under a year before. What did surprise Harry was the fact that the wolves had managed to somehow clear the cliffs of their usual summer assortment of teenagers. 2 large bonfires had been set up near the cliffs. Near one bonfire was a group of 6 werewolves while the other was surrounded by a group of half as many. The larger group was obviously Sam Yuli's pack. The large wolf at the front of the group was Sam. The 2 smallest at the rear were likely Colin and Brady, and the 3 in the middle were Jared, Embry, and Paul. The 3 wolves near the other fire were Seth, Quill, and Jacob. As Harry looked at the wolves of Sam's pack, he could tell that there was something off. Several of the wolves seemed to be hunched over awkwardly, almost as if they were in pain. Even Paul, who always looked so strong and stoic, looked like he was suffering. The boy wondered if the conflict was really having such a toll on the subordinate wolves. Billy Black was sitting in his wheelchair a fair distance to the side away from the cliffs. He shot Leah a look of disapproval when she and Harry arrived. The heightened senses of the wolves would ensure that they knew of Harry and Leah's arrival, but they didn't show any outward sign of it. After walking her charge over to Billy Black's side, Leah moved behind the 2 civilians, disrobed, transformed into her wolf form, and then went to join her pack. Harry didn't like being alone around Billy Black anymore. He liked the old man, but things were tense and uncomfortable between them ever since the breaking of the old pack. The wizard knew that the old man held him responsible for the trouble. "When do they start?" Harry asked after what must have been 20 minutes of silence. "Not until after the sun's completely down. They don't want to do this kind of ugly business in the day," came the man's gruff reply. "Why are you here?" The question stung like an accusation. "Because Jacob's my friend. I want him to know that I support him." "You support him," the man said with a disgusted huff. "You're the cause of all this." "I'm the catalyst," Harry said. It was the same thing his friends had told him several weeks prior. Sam used his power as alpha to stop his pack from voicing any opposition to his ideas. He was suppressing free speech. He was maintaining order. "A good alpha has to be able to make the hard choices," Billy argued back quietly. "Jacob's a good boy, but he lets his heart decide things his head should. He put his friendship with you above his duty to enforce the law. No vampire of the Cullen clan shall bite a human. It's the law. You intend on helping the Bloods. Curs break the law. You aren't dying anymore. There is no gray area here. There is a right and there is a wrong, and what you plan is wrong." "And is that what you're going to say to Jacob when he wins?" "And he is going to win," Harry said confidently. He wasn't whispering this time. He wanted everyone to know that he had faith in his friend. "Absolutely. If he wins, he'll still need to grow up." Harry shook his head slightly as he watched the last little bit of sunset on the horizon. Billy was going to destroy his relationship with his son, Harry realized. The boy didn't know which was worse. The thought that the old man might not realize that he was doing it, or the thought that he knew exactly what he was doing. Even at the distance he was standing away from the werewolves, Harry could see the way Jacob and Sam tensed as darkness settled around them. The wizard knew it was time. Sam made the first move. The black wolf charged directly at Jacob and made for the russet-colored wolf's neck with his jaws. Although Jacob had grown to be a few inches taller than Sam, he lacked the strength to simply bat the darker wolf away as he could paw. As a result, Jacob was knocked onto his back near the bonfire. Sam was on top of Jacob, still trying to get at the younger wolf's neck. Both of Jacob's front legs were extended and pushing against Sam's upper body to keep him at bay. Sam couldn't reach Jake's neck, but did manage to latch onto a mouthful of long, rusty fur. With a hard jerk, Sam ripped the hair out and elicited a high-pitched sound from Jacob. In a sudden fury, Jacob managed to roll over so that he was on top of Sam. His dominance didn't last long, however, as Sam kept the momentum going and caused the pair to continue to roll. Jacob's back hit the edge of the bonfire first, but the rolling motion soon brought Sam into the fire as well.
Both wolves scrambled to get out of the fire's edge. They ended up on opposite sides of the large bonfire. Slowly, the pair began to copy one another's movements around the fire. When one wolf moved to his left, the other moved to his own left so that the fire was kept squarely between them. The repetitive motions continued for several long moments, long enough for Harry to spare a glance at the other wolves.
All of the spectator wolves seemed extremely tense. It was when Harry looked over at the wolves in Sam's pack and saw the mixed feeling in their eyes that he was hit with a sudden realization. The pack members looked pained because they were, in fact, in pain. Sam ordered his own pack to fight with him so that he could get ready for this, didn't he? Harry asked Billy in low and dangerous voice. He needed practice, was all Billy would say in response. He hurt his own pack. Harry didn't need to wonder if Jacob knew what Sam had done. If Harry had been able to pick up on the strain the members of Sam's pack were under, there was no way that the true alpha would have missed the signs.
Jacob and Sam continued to circle around the fire for several moments before Jacob went on the offensive. He went over the fire in one mighty leap. Harry had expected his friend to jump at Sam and try to grapple with him, but he didn't. Jacob jumped over Sam and, in one quick motion, pivoted around, then jumped at him from behind.
Sam saw that Jacob was trying to get behind him and easily turned around so that he could fight his opponent head-on. What he did not realize, however, was that that was exactly what Jacob had expected him to do. When Jacob impacted with Sam, he pushed the older wolf back into the bonfire. Unlike the previous time, however, Sam was pushed directly into the heart of the fire rather than its outer edge. In a moment of pain and panic, Sam made a rushed and haphazard attempt to get out of the fire. In his carelessness, he didn't even make an attempt at defending against Jacob's next attack. The russet wolf used his right front paw to land a hard hit against the side of Sam's head as he came out of the fire. The impact was so strong that Harry could hear the crack from over a dozen yards away. The hit sent Sam down to the ground. Before the downed alpha could recover, Jacob sank his teeth into his neck.
For one terrible moment, Harry was certain that Jacob was going to kill Sam by tearing out the older wolf's throat. The wizard couldn't look. As he stood with his eyes clenched shut, he waited for some sound or indication of the outcome. None came. After a moment, he reopened his eyes to look. Jacob and Sam were holding the same position, Sam on the ground with Jacob's teeth in his throat. Harry knew what was going on. Jacob was waiting for Sam to yield. It took a short while, but Sam apparently surrendered after a few moments. The only sign that the fight had ended was Jacob releasing Sam from his jaw and moving to stand at the exact center of the two bonfires. Jacob looked from one group of wolves to the other before unleashing a loud howl into the night air. Leah, Seth, and Quill added their howls to Jacob's a moment later, and, another moment after that, the wolves of Sam's pack joined in. Sam eventually pulled himself off of the ground and joined in as well, but it was clear that he was reluctant to do so.
Harry couldn't help himself. He cupped his hands on either side of his mouth and added his best imitation wolf howl to the cacophony. The fight was over and the pack was whole once more. Jacob Black was the sole alpha of La Push, as he was always meant to be.
Harry Potter awoke on the morning of his 17th birthday to the relaxing feeling of the sunlight pouring through the windows onto his face. Slowly, he cracked his eyes open to greet the day. Rather than seeing his empty bedroom, he saw Emmett, Alice, Quill, Seth, and Jacob all standing around his bed.
"Happy birthday!" the 5 intruders shouted as soon as the boy saw them. Harry let out a startled yelp before falling off to the side of his bed. He landed in a heap on the floor as the group began to sing him the "Happy Birthday" song. For several long moments after the group finished singing, Harry simply sat on the floor contemplating the best means of utterly destroying the 5. "I think we broke him," Emmett Cullen said after almost a full minute had passed. "When I become a vampire, I am going to harm you in ways you can't imagine being harmed," the human gritted out from his place on the floor. With the exception of Seth Clearwater, the assembled group of well-wishers broke into riotous laughter at that. "You planning on spending your whole birthday on the floor?" Alice asked in her usual upbeat manner. "I'm afraid it will take me another minute or two before I can stand up in the presence of a lady," Harry replied delicately. It took Alice a moment to realize Harry's meaning. Emmett, of course, picked up on the meaning right away and decided to exploit the situation for his own amusement.
"Woke up all hot and bothered, did ya? Dreaming about your honeymoon?" Emmett asked with the suggestive wagging of the eyebrows that accompanied most of his jokes of a say-dual nature. The vampire was joined in laughing at his joke by Jake and Quill.
Harry sputtered for a few seconds before he was able to respond to Emmett properly. "Get out of here, you bloods. King jackass." The entire group laughed at both the wizard's demand and his predicament before slowly filing out his bedroom. Harry took his sweet time getting ready for the day and so didn't join his friends downstairs until almost a full hour later. Although the vampires and the shapeshifters, so long as they transformed regularly, had nothing but time, everyone looked rather annoyed when Harry came trotting down the stairs. Their scowls gave Harry a ridiculous sense of accomplishment. "So, what? You all weren't able to convince anyone else to join in on your wake-up routine?" "Yup," the female vampire replied with a cute tilt of her head and a smile that forced her eyes almost completely closed. "Though we had to keep clear of Edward so that he wouldn't ruin it." "Not that that was hard, exactly. Edward's been away seeing to the last-minute details of your birthday present," Emmett added. Harry couldn't stop the broad grin from forming on his face. "So you know what it is?" "We're not telling," Alice replied in a sing-song voice. "Drat," the wizard said with a melodramatic shaking of his fist. "I'll be forced to rely on my secret weapon to find out what he got me." "Just wait for it," Jacob Black asked. "Yes," Harry answered with a firm nod of his head. "It is a plot so devious that no one will see it coming." "Well, you'll be waiting for late tonight at the least," Quill said. "Your werewolf property for the day."
The wake-up call was evidently the limit on how far any of the members of either the pack or the coven were willing to work with one another. The Cullen family wanted to hold Harry's birthday at their house, but the pack wasn't willing to go marching into what still felt like enemy territory. The pack wanted to host the party at First Beach, but the treaty would have banned the Cullens from attending. The compromise was to have two parties, a daytime party at the beach and a nighttime party at the Cullen house. The party on the res was everything Harry could have wanted in a beach party. The group cooked hot dogs and marshmallows on skewers over a campfire. The sunshine helped make sure that the usual cold breeze coming off of the Pacific was nice and mild, and, most importantly, no one was fighting for a change. Things in the pack had been pretty tense for a while after it was restored and Jacob became the sole alpha. While most of the wolves welcomed the reunification, Paul and Sam were both extremely irritable. On more than one occasion, Harry was certain that the two were going to go rouge and abandon La Push altogether. Thankful, everything was much calmer now. Looking at the way Embry and Quill were joking around with one another, an outsider wouldn't be able to tell that their friendship had almost been totally destroyed a few weeks earlier. Both Paul and Sam attended the birthday celebration and they weren't openly hostile with Harry, but neither one seemed very sincere when wishing him well. At least the lack of open hostility was progress. After opening his presents, most of which would either rot Harry's brain or his teeth, he set out on a long walk with Jacob. "Are you happy?" the alpha asked his friend once they were out of earshot from the other attendees. "You know, I really am," Harry answered sincerely. "That's good. Because you can still back out of this whole thing if you want to." Jacob sounded very hopeful at that prospect. "I know this is hard on you, Jake. I'm sorry for that, but my mind's made up. I love Edward and I'm going to spend forever with him." "Sounds boring to me," the werewolf huffed. "All eternity with one person." Harry couldn't help but laugh at Jacob's statement. Says the wolf. "Doesn't your kind mate for life? My kind imprints. Besides, even that's different. Unless there is an immediate danger, we voluntarily stop changing once the person we imprint on reaches the same age as us." Harry took Jacob's statement to the next logical step. You become mortal so that you can spend your life with the one you love. You don't want to watch your one and only grow old, die, and leave you alone. Right. Right, Jacob replied uncertainly as he tried to figure out where Harry was going with this. "Don't you see that is basically how my relationship with Edward is going?" "Huh?" the dumbfounded wolf asked. "Edward is going to live forever. I'm becoming immortal so that he doesn't have to see me grow old and die. So that he doesn't have to mourn my death." Jacob was silent for a bit after that. "I guess you have a point. I still wish that it had been someone else. Like Seth," Harry said quietly. Jacob visibly jerked when Harry mentioned of his young packmate. "I have eyes, Jake. I had some suspicion of how he felt about me before I accepted Edward's proposal." Seth's reaction just filled in the few blank places. "I can also tell that you'd much prefer I was with a member of your pack rather than a member of the coven." "So you've been playing dumb?" Jacob asked. "Yeah, I have. I didn't want to hurt Seth." "Then why are you telling me this? You know he'll find out if I ever think about it when we're both wolves." "Because," Harry said with a weary shake of his head, "I don't want him to do something stupid at the wedding. He's thinking about objecting, or confessing his feelings to me before the wedding actually starts. I want him to know the truth, but I haven't figured out how to broach the subject with him without making him feel stupid," Jacob offered. "Not stupid. I don't want him to have to go through that whole uncomfortable conversation with me. He'll know the truth without the messy drama. I love Seth like a brother, just like I do most of the pack. But that is as far as my feelings for him go. And, truth be told, I think it would be kinda selfish of him to want me to pick him over Edward." "Selfish?" Jacob asked almost indignantly. "Seth didn't imprint on me. If I were with him, there would always be a chance that one day he'd see someone walking down the street and then, just like that, it'd all be over. It would be Sam, Leah, and Emily all over again. Even if I wanted to be with Seth, which I don't, I wouldn't allow myself to be put in that position." Jacob thought about Harry's words for a bit. "You have a point," he reluctantly conceded. "With all of the cool things that go along with being a werewolf, I sometimes forget about all the shitty parts. Like the fact that we have to either wait around and deny ourselves what we want that is right in front of us, or else we go for it and risk causing a lot of hurt. Harry took a deep breath in through his nose and then let it out through his mouth. Moral of the story: I'm happy. I've made my decision, and nothing is going to change it. So let's talk about something nicer. Like, why are Colin and Brady so afraid of me? Jacob unleashed a barking laugh at Harry's question. All too soon, it was time for Harry to leave La Push and attend his second birthday party. Alice picked Harry up in her Porsche at the border and drove him to her family home. She very much wanted the opportunity to see his face when he saw everything she had done to prepare for his birthday. Although Rosalie had had a significant hand in the preparations, she allowed her sister to have her moment. Alice wasn't disappointed in Harry's reaction in the least. The boy was in total awe. The path to the Cullen house, which was usually almost impossible for people who didn't know what they were looking for to find, was lined with dozens of hanging lanterns. The house itself was lit up like a Christmas tree with strands of lights and more lanterns hanging about. The most drastic change, however, was the interior. Alice had moved all of the furniture out of the spacious living room and turned the area into something that looked like a dance club. There was a large buffet of food and drinks off to one side, neon lights, and even a disco ball. Emmett was acting a disc jockey. Any requests? The vampire asked as Harry was escorted inside by Alice. I don't think anyone would be interested in dancing to Harry's favorite song, Rosalie said as she took hold of the boy's free arm. Her belief was accurate. The soft piano music that Edward composed for Harry would be ill-suited to the way most of the guests were dancing. As the two female vampires led Harry through the room, the boy noticed that there were far more people there than he anticipated. The room was filled with at least 30 students from Forks High School and a substantial number of their parents and faculty members. Seeing the confusion in Harry's eyes, Alice decided to answer his unasked question. Edward invited everyone who has been thinking nice things about your relationship. His way of proving to you that there really are people out there who are accepting of you, she whispered quietly in his ear. Harry took that opportunity to gently remove his arms from Alice and Rosalie's hold and pull both vampires into a hug. Thank you both so much for this. He shouted to them over the music, despite the fact that his mouth was only a few inches from their ears. It's all so wonderful. Alice was beaming at Harry when she was released. Rosalie looked a tad uncomfortable. Fortunately, she wasn't left to suffer for long because Jasper appeared from seemingly nowhere and began to push Harry up the stairs. There's a change of clothes up in Edward's room for you, he explained as the pair climbed their way to the third story of the house. Isn't what I'm wearing fine? Harry asked. It smells like dog, the empathic vampire replied. Jasper practically shoved Harry into Edward's bedroom before pulling the door shut on his way back downstairs. Hello, Edward, Harry said as he crossed the room to join his fiancée who was waiting for him. Edward was standing in the middle of the room with a coy smile playing on his lips. Glad to see you made it back in time for the party. Happy birthday, Harry, the vampire said. I asked Jasper to get you up here so that I could give you your birthday present. Harry grinned and started to look around the room trying to figure out where his present was. Close your eyes and open your hand out in front of you, Edward said. Harry obeyed. The next moment, he felt something cold, a metal being placed in his hand. He opened his eyes and found that Edward had given him a key. A key? Harry asked. Is this one of those symbolic things? Like, you've given me the key to your heart. You've had the key to my heart for quite some time. This is a key to a house. I hate to break it to you, Edward, but Esme gave me a copy of the house key months ago. Esme gave you a copy of the key to this house months ago, Edward said. This is a key to our house. Our house, Harry parroted. Edward smiled and then reached behind his leather couch and presented Harry with a set of blueprints. Yes, our house. Construction began back before Christmas. Back when my siblings and I planned on kidnapping you and turning you into a vampire to save your life, I purchased some property in Alaska near where our sister Coven resides. It's remote and is a very good place for a newborn vampire who doesn't want to accidentally kill a human or two. I found this set of old blueprints from a project of Esme's that never came into being. She spent so much work into them. Their plans for a perfect house for a couple of newlyweds. I hired a contractor and had the house started. After your cancer went into remission, I saw no need to halt the project. I figured that the house could still be a nice place for us to vacation. Then, after we became engaged, I thought that it might make a wonderful home for us after we're married. Edward was about to say more, but found himself with an arm and a mouth full of wizard before he could continue. The key lasted for a good long while before Harry backed off. Thank you, he said in a soft and almost urgent voice. Thank you so very much. I can't wait to see it. I have pictures, Edward Said. At that moment, however, Harry didn't give a damn about the pictures. He just wanted to spend some time with his fiancée. The birthday party lasted into the hours in which no one was really sure whether it was technically late night or early morning. Either way, Harry was exhausted and didn't get out of bed until well after noon the next day. The wizard then spent most of the afternoon making sure he had everything in order for his impending extended absence. Edward arrived shortly after 5 that evening. And did you have a happy birthday? The vampire asked as he walked into the living room where Harry was sealing an envelope with a check to the electric company inside. I had a very happy birthday, Harry answered as he fixed a stamp to the corner of the envelope. And with this, I should have everything in order so that I can have a happy, worry-free honeymoon. Very nice. Speaking of our honeymoon, I don't suppose you'll tell me where we're going, will you? You are so impatient these days. You're not happy unless you're asking people to spoil a surprise, are you? Edward asked playfully. Maybe I've had enough surprises for one lifetime. One can never have too many surprises, the vampire replied. Tell that to someone who's been struck by lightning, Harry quipped. It just seems like everything has to be a surprise these days. Birthday presents, wedding presents, honeymoon destinations. Alice won't even tell me where my wedding is being held. That last one is your own fault. You gave her complete discretion over everything but the guest list and anything that will make you look girly. You could have retained veto power on everything, but you didn't. Yeah, Harry muttered as he stacked his bill payments together and sat them to the side. So, what's the plan for your bachelor party again? Just a hunting trip is all. Though I'm sure I'll have to endure a great deal of ribbing from Emmett about the honeymoon. Harry reached out, took hold of Edward's hands, and pulled the vampire down to straddle his hips. How do you feel about our honeymoon? I'm still worried about your safety. I still don't think we should try anything until after you're turned. You want me to die a pure, then? Harry asked with mock hurt. I died a pure, Edward replied. What happened to wanting me to have as many human experiences as possible before I'm turned? I promised you we'd try, Harry, Edward Said a bit forcefully. But if things become too difficult, if I start to lose control. I know, Harry said as he pulled Edward down into a brief key. We do this safe or not at all. Wow, did I just walk in on Beep Talk? Came a new voice. Harry and Edward turned their heads to find that Edward's brothers, Emmett and Jasper, had let themselves into the house. You have horrible timing, you know, Harry said as Edward got up. Come to take my man out for a night of debauchery? He asked the two newcomers. If by debauchery, you mean eating our fill on mountain lions, then yes. We have a long night of debauchery ahead of us, Jasper answered. At least you're taking him out for his favorite dish, the human said. And what about you, Harry? What do you have planned for your bachelor party? The blonde empath asked. Jacob, Quill, and Embry are coming over for a night of pizza and poker. No, Seth, Edward asked. No, he doesn't like the idea of me becoming a vampire. Or getting married, for that matter. Well, Emmett said as he clapped his hands together, I can smell dog approaching, so I'm thinking it's time we cut out of here. You two go ahead to the car. I want one last moment with my fiancée before the wedding, Edward Said. Once Jasper and Emmett exited the home through the front door, the bronze-haired immortal pulled Harry flush against his body. You know, you could do something else for your party. I would have no objection to you doing something a bit more traditional. You want me to get a stripper? Harry couldn't stop himself from laughing at the concept of Jacob, Quill, and Embry sitting uncomfortably while a young man stripped in front of Harry. It took the boy a moment to get his laughter under control. I know you wouldn't object to it, but you wouldn't like it. And neither would I. You are only man in the world I want to see BPD. Edward chuckled a bit at Harry's statement. I don't deserve you. I know. But you got me anyway, the human joked. I guess this is it. I won't see you again for over 24 hours. He let out a sigh before continuing. Who plans a wedding for 10 o'clock at night, anyway? A vampire. But if you would prefer, we could always skip the bachelor parties and elope. And then keep running in the desperate hope of escaping Alice's wrath. And Esme's wrath. And, well, you get the idea. The vampire gave his fiancée one last lingering key, before leaving for his hunting trip. Only a few minutes passed between the vampires leaving and the wolves arriving. Based on Emmett's ability to smell the three shapeshifters, Harry was fairly confident that they were waiting down at the end of the block for the vampires to leave before showing up on Harry's doorstep. You ready to lose your nest egg, Mr. Cullen-to-be? Jacob asked as walked through the front door carefully balancing a stack of pizzas. Brave words from a guy who once thought 23567 was a straight, Embry said as he, along with Quill, followed the Alpha into the house. Everyone had a good laugh at Jacob's expense. You ready for your stag party? Quill asked as he and Harry clapped hands. It's funny that you call it that. You know, my father was a stag. The next several hours were filled with loud shouts, risque jokes, and a copious amount of junk food. Harry was fairly certain that the wolves had eaten at least 4 whole pizzas each. He himself had barely managed 5 slices. The party was a bittersweet experience for Harry. It was fun, but he couldn't help but recognize that it was the last time he'd do anything like it. After his wedding, he'd leave for his honeymoon. After the honeymoon, he'd make a short trip to Britain. After Britain, he would come back to Forks just long enough to tie up a few loose ends before being turned. After he was turned into a vampire, he wouldn't eat human food anymore. He wouldn't be able to return to Forks or La Push. And although Jake and Leah had both promised to remain friends with him, they all knew that their friendship could never be quite as close as it was now. It was close to midnight when Quill's face scrunched up like he smelled something awful. One of your vampires is here, he announced. Harry looked at Embry and Jacob for confirmation. The pair sniffed the air for a moment, frowned, and then nodded. I'll take care of it, Harry said as he rose from the kitchen table and tossed his cards down. Deal me out for a couple of games. The teen walked out of the front door and found Rosalie's red convertible in his driveway. The car wasn't running anymore and it was dark enough out that he couldn't even make out Rosalie's face. The boy walked over to the passenger side door and let himself in. The female vampire was silent as Harry took a seat next to her in the car, but began to speak once the door was closed. I'm sorry. I thought that perhaps your party would be over by now. It was not my intention to ruin your evening. It takes a hell of a lot more to ruin my evening than you parking your car in my driveway. Jacob's pride might be a little hurt when he sees your car parked to his, but I'm good. There was something I wanted to speak with you about before your wedding. Because you will be spending most of tomorrow getting ready, tonight seemed like the only time when we could talk. About what? Harry asked. Please understand that I have no objection to you becoming my brother. And I believe that you and Edward are meant to be together, just as Emmett and I are meant to be together. What I am not sure of, however, is whether you understand what exactly you are giving up by becoming a vampire. You know, of course, the circumstances under which I became a vampire. Harry knew the story very well. Rosalie had been engaged to a very wealthy man who, together with his friends, got drunk and then beat and say. You ally assaulted her one night. Her injuries would have been fatal had Carlisle Cullen not turned her into a vampire. Dr. Cullen's intent had been to create a female companion for Edward. That fact had long made Harry feel inadequate as Edward's boyfriend. How could plain-looking Harry Potter have caught Edward Cullen's eye where beautiful Rosalie had failed? Rosalie, Harry knew, had taken the first opportunity to murder her former fiancé and his friends in revenge for their assault on her. That was why she was considered to have a record almost as clean as Carlisle's. She'd never tasted human blood, but she had murdered humans. What you do not know is how horribly I treated Carlisle for several years after I was turned. There was a time that I could honestly say that I hated him with all of my heart. Why? Harry asked, his voice reduced to little more than a whisper by the concept of Rosalie hating the man who was now her father. I am a vampire, so I cannot have children, she said. Even if I were capable of becoming pregnant, I could never be capable of caring for a mortal child properly. Children scrape their knees and get bloody noses. The risk that I would lose myself in the bloodlust and kill the child is far too great. Harry had never seen Rosalie as forlorn as she did when she spoke about having a baby. I know that on an intellectual level, you understand that by becoming a vampire you will be giving up many things, like having children or a career. But I fear that you do not understand these things in your heart. I do, Harry replied firmly. I understand what I'm getting myself into. I've thought about all of things that I'm going to sacrifice. When measured against my life with Edward, they're nothing. Besides, he added almost as an afterthought, if Edward and I decide we want to raise a child, we'll find a way. The risk, she started. Carlyle is capable of treating injured children without the least bit of temptation, the wizard interrupted. Carlyle is a special case. He has never been tempted by human blood the way other vampires are, Rosalie argued back. I have no doubt in my mind that age, experience, and love can help any vampire to gain the self-control necessary to resist his or her own child. The way Harry made the statement made it clear to Rosalie that she wasn't going to convince him of the danger. It is more than just the risk, Harry. How could a cold statue, a monster, ever comfort a crying babe? Do you know what my earliest memory is? I don't mean those nightmares about my mother's murder that the Dementors bring on, I mean my first real memory. No, Rosalie confessed, a bit perplexed by the odd transition in the conversation. It is of my aunt burning my wrist with a hot spoon because I messed up when cooking something in the kitchen. Trust me when I tell you that when it comes to raising a child, she was a monster the likes of which I don't think you could ever become, Rosalie. A child would be lucky to have someone like you for a mother. Harry didn't wait for Rosalie's reaction, he just left her alone in her care and rejoined his party. Harry was certain he was going to throw up. He wasn't nauseous the way he had been during chemotherapy, this was just nerves. In a few short hours, he was going to be married. The implications of that thought were astounding. Of all the changes he'd gone through in the past 2 years, none had had as profound an effect as what he was about to do. He was about to make a promise to stay with Edward Cullen for all eternity, to make a commitment that would determine everything that followed. As awesome and overwhelming that thought was, Harry was excited. Harry spent a rare moment of solitude thinking about his future and all the things he'd left behind. Alice had been the boy's companion all day long. She'd handled every decision for him, from what to eat to when he needed to start getting ready for the big event. At just a few minutes past 8 o'clock in the evening, she'd rushed him into Rosalie's massive bathroom to bathe and handle all of his human needs. The boy allowed himself to sink beneath the warm water that filled the bathtub for a long moment. After relaxing at the bottom of the tub, the wizard slowly raised himself up and took a deep gasp of air. He was trying his best to calm himself down. He certainly didn't want Edward to hear his heart racing as though he was having a panic attack in the middle of the ceremony. A few minutes later, the boy was clean and dry and standing in front of the bathroom mirror in nothing but a fluffy white robe. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and did a mental comparison to how he'd looked less than a year before. After the end of his chemotherapy, he'd returned to a healthy weight and managed to put on a modest amount of muscle for a teenage boy. His skin, though still far paler than it had been when he first arrived in Forks, had regained much of its color. The most striking change, of course, had been the return of his hair. Enough hair had grown in the past several months that Alice had to take the time to trim it earlier that day. Harry ran his fingers through his short dark hair and smiled a bit. He'd hated being bald, not because he didn't like the way he looked without hair, but because it had been an irrefutable sign of his illness. That was why he'd gone through such extraordinary lengths to ensure that no one, not even his closest friends, had seen him without a nightcap, hat, or wig on his head until his secret was out in the open. Just as the loss of his hair had been a sign of the disease, its return was a sign of the recovery. The boy's hair wasn't such a remarkable change simply because it had returned. It was also remarkable because the hair that had regrown was very different from the hair that he had had before he'd gotten sick. Rather than being a mop of perpetually tangled black hair, it was now chocolate brown and flat as if someone had ironed it. Or at least it was flat when it was kept short. Before Alice had given him the trim earlier that day, the ends had pulled away from the side of Harry's head like wings mid-flap. There was a sharp pang in Harry's stomach when he realized that he was losing some of the few connections he had to his parents. He'd always had his father's hair and his mother's eyes. But now, he no longer had his father's hair. And he'd lose his mother's green eyes after he became a vampire. The dark-haired boy was pulled from his thoughts by a knocking on the door. Harry, dear, Alice Cullen said impatiently through the door. I don't hear you getting dressed. A smile tugged at the human's lips at the vampire's words. He sometimes forgot how she and her family could hear every little detail of his movements. Even the gentle rustle of clothing wouldn't go unnoticed. I'm just about to, Harry replied back to his sister-in-law to be. Her supernatural hearing made yelling the statement wholly unnecessary. The boy's movements for the next several minutes were slow and methodical. He wanted everything to be perfect. Besides, a last-minute blunder like accidentally tearing a button off of his tuxedo would send Alice into a tizzy. I'm decent, Harry said after he pulled his pants on. Alice opened the door a moment later. In the reflection in the mirror, Harry could see Rosalie, Esme, Leah, and Jacob pacing about the bedroom. The women were in dresses of silvers and grays while Jacob was in a black suit with a loose blue tie. Let me have a look at you, the pixie-like vampire said as she strolled up to her brother-in-law to be. Well, at least you can dress yourself. For the most part, she joked as she began to style the boy's hair. I'm quite capable of dressing myself, Harry defended. Alice styled the boy's hair. She parted the hair slightly off to the left of center in such a way that it totally obscured the scar on his forehead, and then began to put the finishing touches on the boy's outfit. Harry was wearing a very traditional black tuxedo with a gray vest and tie. How do I look? He asked after he was fully dressed. Alice took a minute to straighten Harry's jacket to her standards before answering. Perfect. Harry reached over to the counter and picked up his glasses and placed them on his face. You're not planning on wearing those, are you? Alice asked. Just until it's time for the ceremony. I should be able to handle things from there just fine. The female vampire escorted Harry out of the bathroom and into Rosalie's bedroom. Harry had no sooner crossed the threshold when the flash of camera went off. He looked up to see Esme with a camera in her hand snapping pictures as fast as possible. You'd think it was the only time they're going to go through this, Jacob muttered off to the side. Leah smacked her alpha on the arm. It's Harry's wedding, you idiot. Stop being an ass, she hissed. And the first time is bound to be special, anyway. The shapeshifter turned to her human friend and gave him a beaming smile. You look perfect, Harry. That seems to be the consensus, Rosalie said with a light smile. So, when do we go to the church? Harry asked. Church? Jacob asked in confusion. I thought this was being held at. Jacob Black wasn't allowed to finish his sentence because all three vampire women shushed him simultaneously. He's trying to trick you into revealing where the wedding is being held, Alice said. Harry couldn't help but join Leah in laughing at Jacob's expense. Okay, so when do we leave? As soon as you're ready, his vampiric wedding planner replied. No sooner had Harry reached the bottom of the stairs with his entourage than his glasses were confiscated by Alice. He was then blindfolded and put in the back seat of Emmett Cullen's Jeep. The drive to the secret destination of the ceremony took quite a while. Although his sense of time and space was distorted by his forced blindness, Harry guessed that it took about an hour to drive to the destination. The path was very bumpy and, on more than occasion, the boy asked to be allowed to remove his blindfold to avoid getting sick. The Jeep eventually came to a stop and Alice helped Harry out of the back seat. Can I finally take my blindfold off? Alice didn't answer for a moment but instead continued to lead Harry through the warm night air. Once she reached their destination, she removed the boy's blindfold and allowed him to put his glasses back on. It took several seconds for Harry's eyes to adjust to the scene, but when he did, it took his breath away. He was standing a short distance from the almost perfectly circular clearing in the woods. It was Edward and Harry's favorite spot in the forest. It was also the place where Harry had sat waiting for Victoria several months before. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of candles were carefully positioned around the clearing to give the area an almost otherworldly glow. In addition to the candles, there were a few small torches positioned at regular intervals to provide enough light for the ceremony. Around 30 chairs had been set up in the clearing for guests to sit in. The chairs were filled with various friends and acquaintances from around Forks. At the front of the group of spectators were a few empty seats for the Cullen family, Jacob, and Leah. The large buffet table that had been used at Harry's birthday party was also present off to the far right of the clearing. Rather than being filled with various forms of junk food as it had been 2 nights before, it was now filled with delicate-looking hors d'oeuvres and a large, white wedding cake. The scene was better than anything Harry could have hoped for. He tried to express his appreciation for Alice's hard work, but the words wouldn't come. The vampire just smiled a knowing smile at the wizard, gave him a hug and a key on the cheek, and then left for her position in the front row. Rosalie soon followed after Alice. Esme gave Harry a key on his other cheek before going off into the woods. Jacob and Leah took Harry and stood with him just outside of the back end of the circular clearing. "You ready for this?" Leah asked him gently. "Absolutely," he replied excitedly. "You can still back out if you want. I'm pretty sure I can outrun all of the Bloods. Curs in attendance," Jacob said with a nervous laugh. Harry shot the La Push Alpha a smirk. "Nice try, but I'm not changing my mind. Just thought I'd give you the option." The trio stood in silence for several more minutes before Harry noticed Edward arrive. The bronze-haired vampire was wearing a dark suit with a tie that matched Harry's vest. Alice had evidently decided that if she couldn't get Harry to wear an all-white outfit to contrast with Edward's dark suit, Harry had vetoed the idea. She'd just have their clothes be of very different styles. Harry's tuxedo was traditional and spoke of old-world taste while Edward's suit was very sleek and modern. It was ironic considering that Edward was almost a century Harry's senior. The pair of lovers stood with quiet smiles on their faces, each supported by 2 individuals who were preparing to see their loved ones enter a new stage in their lives. In the way that Harry stood with Jacob and Leah, Edward stood with Carlisle and Esme. A soft music began to play and all of the guests stood up and looked back at where Harry and Edward were. It wasn't the traditional wedding march. The music was vaguely familiar and it took the boy a short while to recognize it. The music was the piece that Edward had composed for Harry back in December when they were both certain, yet unwilling to admit, that the wizard would die. Jacob and Leah each took one of Harry's arms and led him into the clearing. Edward and his parents mirrored the action. The 2 soon-to-be weds were led by their escorts behind the back row of guests. They met in the middle at the end of a long aisle that led through the center of the chairs. When the 2 groups met, the escorts released their hold on Edward and Harry and allowed the pair to take one another's hands. Esme and Carlisle gave Harry warm and encouraging smiles before moving back around the right side of the guests to their seats at the front. Jacob took a moment to lean forward and whisper a quiet threat to Edward regarding Harry's safety and happiness before he and Leah went to their seats on the left. Harry and Edward were left alone at the back of the clearing. "Fancy meeting you here, stranger," Harry whispered. "I cleared my schedule for you," Edward replied just as softly. The pair smiled at one another before they turned and walked slowly down the aisle towards the front of the clearing where a blonde woman in white robes was standing. As Harry walked past his friends and acquaintances, he was able to pick out Chief Swan and his English teacher. Bella Swan was also present and blushing furiously. A group of vampires were sitting behind the Cullen family. Harry assumed that they were the Denali Coven. One person who was noticeably absent was Seth Clearwater. Harry wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. When the pair arrived in front to stand with the minister, everyone sat down in unison. "Friends and family, we are gathered here this evening to celebrate and honor the love between these 2 young men," the minister began. Harry tuned the woman out for the next couple of minutes as she spoke of love and commitment. He wasn't bored by any stretch of the imagination, he was just distracted by the intense and unblinking gaze that Edward was sending his direction. Any doubts or fears or nerves that Harry had that day melted away as he looked into those familiar amber orbs. When the time came for the vows, the minister turned the show over to the boys so that they could express their feelings to one another. Edward spoke first. I've spent my entire life waiting for something, but I never quite knew what it was. There was an empty place in my life. A void. I knew it was there, but I had no idea how to fill it. And then I met you and I realized what I was missing. Your love fit that empty space inside of me perfectly, and, for the first time, I realized how wonderful life could truly be. I lost you once, due to my own foolishness. And I promise you that I will never make such an awful mistake again. I promise you that I will spend every day from this one forward at your side. I will be your friend, your companion, and your lover through all the things life sends our direction. If you will have me, I will be your loving husband for all our lives. The vampire's words left Harry a little bit choked up. With sudden horror, he realized that he couldn't remember the words he'd been practicing for weeks. He decided to go off script and speak from his heart. I've done a lot of reckless things in my life. I've broken rules and taken chances. Coming to Forks was a huge gamble on my part. I had to leave everyone and everything I'd ever known. It took a lot for me to be able to take a chance that big, and, for the first couple of months here, I was too scared to take another. I was too scared to even talk to the people around me. Eventually, I plucked up the courage to take a gamble and say hello to this bronze-haired boy that I sat near in a couple of my classes. And just like coming to Forks, that gamble paid off. I didn't just find the love of my life, I found someone who taught me a way to live and be happy in ways I had never dreamed I'd be able to. I love you, Edward Cullen. Being with you has taught me to savor the moments of my life. I'm asking you to let me return that favor. In front of our friends and family, I'm asking you to let me stay right here by your side forever. After the pair finished their declarations, the minister smiled broadly and continued her part of the ceremony. If there is anyone present who has any just cause why these two should not be joined, let him speak now or forever hold his peace. Silence settled over the clearing. You may now exchange rings, the minister said next. Edward pulled out a plain gold band and added it to the heirloom gold and diamond ring that was already on Harry's finger. Harry pulled out a titanium ring he had made for Edward and slipped it on the vampire's finger. What God has united, let no man tear asunder. You may now seal your commitment to one another with a key. I've been waiting all day to hear that, Edward sighed as he and Harry leaned into one another and shared a key. That was both their last key, as boyfriends, and their first key, as husbands. The key between Edward and Harry lasted far longer than most wedding keys. A few seconds in, Edward reached forward, grabbed hold of his new husband, and pulled him flush against his chest. The pair was oblivious to the guests until Emmett let loose a loud wolf whistle and Carlyle forced a polite cough. Reluctantly, the pair released one another and turned to face the spectators. The group erupted into cheers and shouts of congratulations. Alice was the loudest in the crowd, though Jacob's shouts were by no means unexuberant. The next several minutes were devoted to taking pictures. Various acquaintances took turns using the camera so that Esme could be in several of the shots. While the Cullens, a classification that now included Harry, and the two shape-shifting guests stood and posed for pictures, several of the other guests moved the chairs out of the way so that there was room to mingle and dance. Although Harry was excited at the prospect of everyone mingling so that he would no longer be the center of attention, he knew that he'd have to wait. Even after the pictures were taken, there were still several formalities that had to be observed. First, Harry and Edward had to stand near the buffet table to greet and make small talk with all of their guests. Almost everyone gave the duo a fairly generalized well-wishing, compliments on the ceremony, congratulations on the wedding, and best wishes for the future. There were only two unusual moments. The first was when Bella Swan greeted them. The girl was still blushing furiously. Although she cast admiring glances at Edward, she mostly ignored Harry. The second interesting moment was when Harry was introduced to the members of the Denali Coven. Only 4 of the 5 members of the Alaskan Coven attended the wedding. Just like the Cullens, the Denali were all incredibly pale and impossibly attractive. The first 2 to go through the receiving line were Carmen and Eleazar, the mated leaders of the coven. Although Eleazar, whom Harry knew from Carlyle's stories, was a truly ancient vampire, was a bit distant in his greeting. Carmen was very enthusiastic. They were followed by their fellow coven members, Tanya and Kate. Tanya and Kate were sisters. Their third sister, Irina, didn't attend the wedding. Harry had been told beforehand not to expect her. She had, for a short time, been romantically linked with Laurent, the third member of James and Victoria's coven. Laurent was killed by Jacob and a few members of his pack when the vampire attacked Harry a few months after the Cullen family left Forks. Carlisle had later asked the Denali coven to come and help oppose Victoria, but his request was rebuffed. The Denali refused unless the Cullen coven agreed to help Irina and her sisters destroy Jacob's pack in revenge for Laurent's death. Although Carmen, Eleazar, Tanya, and Kate later came to regret the decision not to come to the Cullen coven's aid, Irina still held a grudge. Harry was nervous about meeting Tanya. The female vampire had once openly pursued Edward. She was a legitimate romantic rival in Harry's eyes. In this regard she was most unlike Rosalie, who was intended to be Edward's mate but had no interest in him, and Bella Swan, who was either oblivious or uncaring of Edward's preferences. The wizard quickly realized that any fears he had were totally unfounded. "Hello, Harry," Tanya greeted warmly. "Congratulations on your marriage. I know you two will be very happy together." They made small talk for a minute before Tanya moved away to allow the next group of people to congratulate the happy couple. Before she walked away, however, she leaned in close and whispered to Harry, "I so look forward to getting the chance to chat with you. But there's no hurry. After all, we are going to have eons to get to know one another, little brother. You'll just love Alaska." Once everyone had had the opportunity to wish the couple well, the pair had to cut the cake. Despite Emmett's shouts for the pair to shove pieces of cake at one another and make a huge mess, both Edward and Harry were careful to feed one another small pieces of cake that easily fit into the mouth. The human did chuckle when Edward swallowed his piece of cake. Harry knew from prior experience that the act of vampire eating human food was similar to a human eating dirt. Edward put on a good show. He didn't let his disgust at having to take part in the tradition show. Finally, the newlyweds had to share the first dance. Unlike the receiving line and the cutting of the cake, Harry didn't view this experience as a nuisance. He savored every second of the dance, from the moment he and Edward walked out into the center of the clearing until well after the majority of the other guests joined them. Harry had never been too fond of dancing. The entire concept drudged up bad memories of his disastrous attempt to dance during the Yule Ball of his fourth year at Hogwarts. But this was a very different situation. He was dancing at his wedding and he loved it. Harry switched between leading and following. Edward led the majority of time that they danced together, but Harry got to lead a few times. Having Edward lead much more sense to Harry because the vampire actually knew how to dance. The human also got to lead when he danced with Esme, Rosalie, Tanya, and Leah. He followed when he danced with his new brother, Jasper. Alice, much like Edward, insisted that they trade off on leading and following. Emmett and Jake, rather than dancing with Harry the way Jasper had, opted to dance near Harry during a fast-paced song. The reception began to wind down in the earliest hours of August 3rd. It was shortly before 3 o'clock in the morning when Edward and Harry decided it was time to leave. Amidst the cheers of their friends and family, they began to drive away in the Jeep. As the vehicle began to slowly drive away from the clearing, Harry was certain that he saw Seth standing in the darkness of the woods. The teen looked resigned. The first stop after leaving the woods was the Cullen household. The stop lasted just long enough for Harry and Edward to change out of their wedding clothes and to pick up the luggage that they were taking with them on their honeymoon. Once on the road again, Edward didn't drive as fast as he normally did. However, he did drive faster than the posted speed limit. He wanted to make sure that they reached the airport in Seattle in time to make it through security for their 6 o'clock flight, but he didn't feel the need to push the Jeep to its limits. The pair chatted about the wedding throughout the drive. Neither was really interested in the conversation, but Harry needed something to talk about in order to stay awake, and Edward was willing to humor his new husband. The passage through airport security was a blur to Harry. He was exhausted, but managed to notice an important detail. The destination of their flight was Rio de Janeiro via Dallas. "We're going to Brazil?" he asked tiredly. "You'll see," was all Edward saw in response. It was difficult, but Harry managed to stay awake for all of the flight to Texas and the second passage through security. It was at the second airport that Harry saw another interesting detail: his new passport. When he'd traveled to America, he'd used his uncle's stolen passport and polyjuice potion to assume the man's identity. This new passport had his picture and carried the name, J. Peter Harris's, on it. Harry was fairly certain that the passport was secured from the same place that the Cullen family obtained all of their forged documents. The second flight had barely taken off before the human fell asleep with his head leaning against his new husband's shoulder. He remained unconscious until the plane began to taxi in Brazil. It took most of the time moving through customs before Harry was fully awake again. The vampire was still evading Harry's questions about whether they were staying in Rio de Janeiro or not. He would simply smile at the human's questions and then tell him to be patient. The boy was growing increasingly impatient as he waited while Edward collected their luggage and then went into the restroom in order to change his clothes again. The casual clothing that he'd worn throughout the 2 flights was insufficient to hide the way his skin could sparkle in direct sunlight. After Edward left the restroom with a hooded jacket, the pair exited the airport, caught a taxi, and then went to a set of docks at the coast. Harry knew that Edward had had about a century to gain a wide range of expertise, but he'd never expected that the vampire could operate a boat. The pair boarded a decent-sized, sleek boat. Edward already had a key for it. This caused Harry's curiosity about their destination to increase. Not only was their destination someplace off the coast, an island, obviously, it was one that was visited with enough frequency that the Cullen family owned its own boat for reaching it. Edward took the boat out into the open waters off the coast of Rio de Janeiro. Harry waited excitedly to see what their final destination would be. He didn't have to wait too long as the vampire soon stretched out his arm and pointed to a dark speck on the horizon. "Isle Esme," he said. "Esme?" Harry asked in surprise. "It is a small island that Carlyle purchased for Esme as a gift a few years ago. She has graciously allowed us the use of the island for the duration of our honeymoon, Mr. Cullen," Edward explained. "Mr. Cullen," Harry mused aloud. "I like the sound of that. As do I." The island began to expand before Harry's eyes as the boat neared it. Harry didn't know much about islands. As a result, he wasn't sure if Edward's description of Isle Esme as a small island was a joke or a legitimate observation about the island's size. Harry could make out a large jungle-like area, a long, sandy beach, and a small white house. "I need to go inside and be human for a bit," Harry said as he stood up and stretched while Edward tethered the boat to the dock. The human started to make for the dock but was stopped by Edward. "What? You didn't think you'd deny me the opportunity to take part in this wedding tradition, did you?" the vampire asked in an amused voice. Harry was confused until Edward literally swept him off of his feet. Edward hopped off of the boat and made for the house, all the while carrying Harry bridal style. "You've got to be kidding me," Harry said with a chuckle. Edward gave Harry one of his patented crooked smiles before replying. "I'm not kidding. Let me have this one, okay?" Harry shook his head before relaxing in his husband's arms. He realized that he'd never reserved for himself the power to veto anything in regards to the honeymoon, only the wedding itself. The front door was locked, but Edward was able to easily unlock and then open it without sitting Harry down. The vampire took a half-dozen steps into the house before letting Harry down. "Go and be human," Edward instructed. "I'll go get the bags." The human watched as his new husband, he loved to think of Edward as his husband, walked out the door and made his way back to the dock. The first floor of the house was wide open. There was a living room with a large couch and an entertainment center, a kitchen with a breakfast nook, and a dining area. There were a few sets of doors that Harry believed led to storage or perhaps a laundry room. There was also a set of large French doors that led directly onto the beach. Harry took the stairs to the second floor and found that there were 2 bedrooms up there, one blue and one white. Both bedrooms had attached bathrooms, but the white bedroom was a little bit larger than the blue one. Mentally dubbing the white bedroom the master bedroom, Harry decided that that was the one he and Edward would occupy on their honeymoon. Harry only looked the modern bedroom room and its large, mosquito net-covered bed over for a few seconds before he made his way into the bathroom. He'd had the chance to change out of his tuxedo before leaving Forks, but the clothes he'd changed into felt like he'd been wearing them for days. Harry stripped everything off and entered the shower. He wanted to be quick, but thorough. Edward had promised him that they'd at least try to have say on their wedding night, and Harry wanted everything to be as perfect as possible. One step in that process was to clean the sweat and wolf smell off of his body. The boy's time in the shower allowed him to think his plans for the evening over. He'd purchased a book about say a few weeks earlier, but it had proven to be insufficient for his purposes. He'd then purchased a more precise book on the subject of say between two men. Thanks to the second book, he knew the mechanics of how things were going to work and the preparations he needed to take, but that didn't prevent him from developing butterflies in his stomach. Once he finished with his shower, he dried himself off and brushed his teeth. The Cullen family had evidently had someone come into the house and stock it with the basic necessities, like shampoo, toilet paper, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. He assumed that the individuals that stocked the house were also the ones that kept things clean. It hadn't gone unnoticed to Harry that the nothing was dust covered. Absently, Harry wished that the cleaning crew had bothered to open the windows and air the stuffy and humid house out a bit. After he'd done everything he could think of in order to prepare, Harry gave himself a final once-over in the mirror. Satisfied with what he saw, he put on a robe that was hanging on the back of the door and walked back into the master bedroom. Edward was already waiting for him. The room was significantly darker than it had been when Harry first passed through. The curtains had been drawn shut, but a lamp on the nightstand had been lit to provide some light. It made the room feel like it was nighttime. Beyond the mosquito netting, Harry could see the outline of his husband on the bed. Most of the details of his vampire were obscured by the netting, but he could tell that Edward was shirtless and had the sheets of the bed pulled up to just slightly above his waist. As Harry moved slowly through the room towards the bed, he caught sight of the vampire's clothes on the floor. Edward wasn't just shirtless, he was totally nude. After only a moment's hesitation, Harry untied his robe and allowed it fall to the floor. He carefully parted the mosquito net and joined his husband. Harry woke up cold, achy, and perfectly content. The first say.Ul experience had been short, awkward, and frenzied. Both Harry and Edward had been so hell-bent on just being with one another that their actions lacked any similarity to the romanticized visions either had had of their first time. Despite the differences between reality and fantasy, the experience was still utterly satisfying. The pair had sat in the bedroom for several hours after their first experience talking things over. They discussed what they liked and disliked. They talked at great length about the parts that seemed to push Edward's self-control to its limits. They even discussed the tips and tricks Harry had learned from the book he owned on the topic. Their discussion helped to make their second experience vastly superior to the first. Where the first experience had been a hurried and uncontrolled affair, the second was slow and methodical. The pair took the time to fully explore one another's bodies before moving on to the more aggressive aspects of say. Harry spent quite a while after waking up simply enjoying the feeling of Edward's taut stomach underneath his head. His body was very sore from their activities and he guessed that he had a fair number of bruises on his body. Sleeping flush against the vampire's cold body, however, seemed to have had a very therapeutic effect. It was like using an ice pack. He might be bruised, but he doubted there was any swelling. The wizard finally decided that it was unfair to Edward to just do nothing. The immortal didn't sleep. After all, Harry's presence kept him from doing other things while the human slept. Harry slowly shifted his body so that he was no longer right on top of Edward, but beside him instead. Morning. Edward said. Is it morning? I can't tell. The vampire chuckled. Yes, it is indeed morning. How did you sleep? The sleep was okay. The thing before the sleep was pretty amazing, the human answered with a playful smile. Yes, it was, Edward concurred before looking down at his husband's body. I wasn't too rough was I. The way the bronze-haired immortal stumbled momentarily before selecting the word rough told Harry that Edward was very concerned about the prospect of hurting him. I'm good. A little tender, but I read that that was to be expected after the first time, he said as he sat upright. Edward seemed to be placated with Harry's answer and didn't bring the matter up again. For 3 weeks, Harry and Edward enjoyed their own little island paradise. While Harry did have the opportunity to enjoy such activities as scuba diving and exploring the little jungle-like area of the island, both of the newlyweds were vastly more interested in diving into bed and exploring one another. It seemed that whenever one of them suggested a non-say-dot-ul activity, the other would find a way to change the agenda to something more sensual. It wasn't surprising. At least in developmental terms, they were both 17 years old. That was an amusing concept to Harry. He and Edward would live together for centuries, perhaps even millennia, and still never grow into being full adults. The thought was almost as amusing as watching Edward swim about in the water. Just like almost all wildlife, the fish and other sea creatures sensed that the vampire was a much more deadly predator than they were accustomed to and scattered whenever he came anywhere near them. That effect was the reason why Harry settling down in Forks in the first place, though he hadn't realized the specifics of it at the time. After Harry arrived in New York City over 2 years before, he immediately caught a flight to Los Angeles. He knew that if he didn't use magic, the primary way that magical individuals would try and find him would be to try and track an owl to him. He'd hoped that if he escaped to the western coast of North America, he'd go beyond the range of any owls. His hope was in vain. The human had barely been in California for a few days before an owl found him. He ended up taking a bus out of the city and traveled north. The owl followed him to every town he went to. Until Forks. The wizard wasn't clear on why it happened exactly, but the owl veered off course as soon as the bus neared the town. Once the owl left, Harry realized that there was something special about Forks. When no owls returned and no wizards showed up to apprehend him, Harry knew he'd found the refuge he'd been searching for. It wasn't until several months later that Harry learned that all wildlife avoided Forks, Washington as best as possible. They sensed the presence of the vampires. Even the domesticated animals in the region did their damnedest to escape, and poor Hedwig wasn't comfortable the entire time that she lived with Harry in the town. The animals continued to stay away even after the Cullens left Forks. Because of the gap in time between when the family left and when Laurent and then Victoria arrived, Harry assumed that the shapeshifters had the same effect on wildlife. The human was wrenched from his thoughts rather abruptly when something wet landed on his face. Harry pulled the assaulting piece of fabric off of his and found that it was Edward's black swimming trunks. He looked into the water and found Edward looking at him with a suggestive smile. Harry was just barely able to pull all of his own clothes off before he made it into the water. It was late that night when the couple was lying in bed that Edward decided to bring up a topic neither of them particularly wanted to deal with. "We're going to have to leave soon." Harry looked down to where Edward's head was resting against his chest and sighed. We have to?" he whined in a childlike voice. "I guess we don't have to. But it would really mess up your plans if we don't leave in the next couple of days. It's just under a week before all of your old friends return to school. Unless you want to delay becoming a vampire and wait until Christmas to try and see any of them, we're going to have to try and catch them before they leave. Unless you've decided to not go back to Britain at all. Or have suddenly figured out where Hogwarts is located. It's unplottable, so its location isn't on any map. Magical or otherwise," Harry said as he let his eyes slip closed. "I know the general direction from King's Cross, but that's it. I guess we could stay here for a few more weeks and then try to track the school down," Edward suggested in a way that indicated he didn't think it was a good option at all. "No," Harry said quietly as he ran his fingers through his husband's hair. "No, it will be better to just go and try and catch Hermione at her parents' house. I can make the arrangements to leave first thing in the morning, if you'd like. Make sure to book a room with a sturdy bed," Harry joked. The pair was up bright and early the next morning. By the time Harry emerged from the bathroom, Edward had already packed everything and made their travel arrangements. They were both quiet and somber as they left their island hideaway and returned to Rio de Janeiro. It took a full day to travel from Brazil to Great Britain, and Harry once again found himself to be muddling through customs and security while being almost too tired to stand upright. He'd stayed awake for the entire trip worrying about what he'd say to his friends when he saw them. By the time Harry walked into the suite Edward had booked in downtown London, the boy barely had the energy to flop down on the bed. When he woke up, he found that he had been stripped down to his boxer shorts and tucked into bed. His husband was lying next to him. I'm so not ready for this, Harry muttered as he rolled over and shoved his face into his pillow. Edward reached over and began to rub small circles in the human's back. The cool sensation felt wonderful to Harry. I feel so stupid. I've had 2 years to think about this. 2 years to plan and prepare. To refine everything I want to say so that it comes out just right. And now all I can think about is how awful it's going to be. They're bound to feel betrayed by my running away. And it's going to get worse when they find out that I'm not coming back for good. If they're really your friends, then they'll understand, Edward reassured softly as he placed a tender key on Harry's shoulder. That's the problem. Are they still my friends? The only contact we've had in 2 years is one measly letter that said I'd show up sometime after my 17th birthday. To them, I might just be the guy that ran out on them. You didn't have a choice, Edward countered. You were expelled from school and you were about to have your only means of defense taken away from you. Voldemort would have been able to get at you with no difficulty. If they think that you should have stayed, then they're crazy. And clearly aren't very concerned about your well-being. Maybe you're right, the human said as he pulled his head out of the pillow. Harry turned to the nightstand and found that it was only 4 in the morning local time. Well, there's no way I can go over to the Granger residence this early in the morning. I'll be hexed into oblivion if I do. Then I guess that means we have a few hours to kill. I wonder, whatever shall we do with the time? After some intensive exercise and Harry's usual human routine, Edward called for a cab to take the duo to the address that they believed the Grangers' residence was located. The vampire had obtained the address from his sister, Alice, who had, in turn, found the address over a year and a half before when she convinced Harry to send a letter to the Muggle-born girl in order to let her know that he was okay. The trip through the city was exciting for Harry because he hadn't been to London in years. There was an amazing and unexpected sense of nostalgia about the whole affair. The exhilaration of being back in Britain made the trip to the stately-looking townhouse pass by very quickly. You ready? Edward asked as he paid the driver and then slipped out of the vehicle. As ready as I'll ever be, Harry answered as the taxi sped away. The plan was fairly simple. Harry would go inside and talk to Hermione while Edward waited outside. Ideally, Hermione would be able to contact Ron and make the necessary arrangements for them to meet up in Muggle London. Harry's vampire husband would remain out of sight, but still keep a close eye on the situation in case the Aurors showed up. He had, after all, fled when officials were dispatched to destroy his wand. There was bound to be a penalty for that. Harry walked swiftly up the stairs that led to the front door. He was just about to knock when Edward's hand clamped down on his arm. She's not here, Edward sighed. How do you know? You can't hear the thoughts of wizards. No, but I can hear the thoughts of her parents. They're worried about her. She's staying with the Weasley family for the last few days before returning to school. Harry let out a defeated sigh. Okay, I guess we need a plan B. Yes, we do, Edward sighed as he led his human away from the residence. The pair wandered around London for several hours while formulating a new plan. Hermione wasn't at her parents' house. Harry couldn't find Hogwarts. He had no idea where Sirius was. He didn't have an owl to use to contact anyone, and, without a wand, he probably couldn't enter Diagon Alley without causing a scene. He really only had 2 options: wait and try and meet his friends when they went to King's Cross or go directly to the Burrow. The former option wasn't a very good one. At best, Harry would have a few scant minutes to talk to his friends before they had to leave for Hogwarts. The latter option wasn't much better. Although he was perfectly capable of traveling to the Muggle side of Ottery Street, Catchpole and then finding his way to the Burrow, he would be putting himself right in the middle of a group of wizards. Although Harry had nothing to fear from the Weasley family and Hermione, the disparity in power that the situation would create was very disconcerting to Edward. It was early afternoon and beginning to rain by the time that the pair agreed to try traveling to the Burrow. It wasn't an ideal plan, but it was all they had. After picking up some rain-appropriate attire from the hotel, buying an umbrella, and renting a car, they were off to Ottery Street. Catchpole. They reached Devon shortly after dark in Ottery Street. Catchpole at supper time. Edward drove the rented car to the southern side of the River Otter. At Harry's direction, the vampire took the vehicle off-road for several minutes until Harry recognized his surroundings. He could see the area of hills and trees that kept the burrow from prying Muggle eyes. "This is it," the human announced. Edward put the car into park and turned off the engine. "I'll be around. Check your cell phone once you're inside to see if you've got a signal. If you've got one, I'll call you should any Aurors or anyone else suspicious appear on the scene. Then I'm coming in to get you. And if my cell phone doesn't have a signal, then I'll just barge in and get you if there's trouble." Harry nodded his head. "Let's do this." The wizard stepped out of the car and opened his umbrella. He pulled his rain jacket closer to his body as he made the short trek to the burrow. Edward walked with him most of the way, but disappeared as Harry got close to the home. The wizard soon found himself standing on the doorstep of a home he hadn't been to in almost 3 years. The last time he was there was the summer before his 4th year at Hogwarts. After a final, deep breath to slow down his racing heart, Harry reached up and knocked firmly on the door. He heard a male voice shout something after he knocked, but he couldn't quite make it out. A few seconds later, the door opened. Charlie Weasley was watching the usual anarchy of the Weasley household from what he considered to be a safe distance. Dinner time at the Burrow was always a messy affair, but it was significantly worse during the summertime. There were a dozen people crowded into the ramshackle kitchen. The matriarch of the Weasley clan, Molly, was bustling about between guests trying her hardest to get dinner on the table. Her husband, Arthur, was sitting at the table reading the copy of the Daily Prophet that he'd been unable to read that morning. To Arthur's left was his oldest son, Bill, and Bill's new wife, Fleur. Opposite of Bill and Fleur were the twins, Fred and George. The youngest of the Weasley boys, Ron, was sitting directly opposite of his father. Ron was squished between his younger sister, Ginny, and his girlfriend, Hermione Granger. Charlie was leaning against the frame of the door that led from the kitchen into the living room. He was one of 3 people who had come to dinner for whom there was no place to sit. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks were also standing in the kitchen doing their damnedest to not get in Molly Weasley's way. Everyone was chatting about this tidbit of information about the war effort and that rumor about the Ministry of Magic's attempts to oppose he who must not be named. The conversation was so loud that Charlie barely heard a pounding on the front door. The red-headed dragon tamer looked to his family to see if anyone else had heard the sound. Either no one had noticed or no one wanted to volunteer to get the door. Charlie decided that he might as well answer it, even if he wasn't the only one who heard it. He was the closest to the door. Once Charlie was out of the kitchen and in the living room, he called out for whoever was at the door to wait a moment. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wand. Although the Burrow was outfitted with the best enchantments and defenses that Albus Dumbledore could provide, one could never be too careful in such dark times. If one were to write up a list of all of the things that Charlie Weasley expected to see when he'd opened the front door, Harry Potter wouldn't have even made the top 100. Despite the obvious changes in the boy, he was a bit taller, leaner, and his hair was lighter and styled very differently. Charlie recognized him immediately. Who in all of the British wizarding community wouldn't recognize Harry Potter? His eyes were just as green and the edge of the ill-famed lightning bolt scar was visible under the edge of his hair. Charlie may have recognized Harry immediately, but the opposite wasn't true. Harry had only met Charlie Weasley once, briefly in his 4th year at Hogwarts. Other than that, the only time he could remember seeing the second of the Weasley children was in a photo that had been printed in the Daily Prophet when the Weasley family went to Egypt in the summer between Harry's 2nd and 3rd years at Hogwarts. The photo, as Harry recalled, had appeared because the trip was funded by a large sum of galleons won by Arthur Weasley in the Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon draw. Like all of the Weasley boys, Charlie was tall with red hair and an abundance of freckles. Although Harry didn't really know the oldest 2 Weasley boys very well, he knew that Bill wore an earring and had long hair. The lack of those 2 identifying features led Harry to conclude that it was Charlie who answered the door. "Hello, Charlie," Harry greeted somewhat awkwardly. The redhead opened and closed his mouth several times before he could formulate a response. "Bloody hell," he whispered at last. Harry couldn't help but smile at the reaction. A particularly violent gust of wind almost took the umbrella from the dark-haired boy's left hand. The sudden jerky motion that the action caused brought Charlie out of his stupor. "Come in, Harry," the Dragon Keeper said as he reached out and caught hold of the umbrella to make sure the boy didn't lose hold of it. Charlie took the umbrella from the boy and then motioned for him to enter the house. Harry stepped past Charlie into the living room. As Charlie closed the umbrella and put it in an rather ancient-looking umbrella stand by the door, Harry took a moment to pull his cellular phone from his pocket. It was a great relief for him to see that he had a signal in the magical home. Whatever magical interference existed at Hogwarts that prevented Muggle electronics from working in or near the castle didn't appear to be at work in the burrow. Buying international minutes suddenly didn't seem like such a waste. After the second Weasley son had deposited Harry's umbrella in a stand, he turned to look at Harry just in time to catch sight of the boy's mobile phone disappear back into his pocket. "Dad's gonna want to play with that," Charlie said to try and break the uncomfortable silence. "I figure that wringing my neck is going to take top priority for most everyone tonight," Harry said with a forced laugh. "I guess that's right," Charlie conceded. He was about to ask the formerly missing person a question when Molly entered from the kitchen. "Charlie, dear, who was at the woman's voice trailed off as she caught sight of the visitor. She just stared at the boy in shock for a good 20 seconds. "Hi, Mrs. Weasley," Harry stammered out said nervously. "Harry," she asked quietly as she leaned forward a bit to get a better look at the boy. She didn't wait for a response. "Oh, Harry," she cried as she rushed forward and enveloped the boy in a hug. Mrs. Weasley's shout didn't go unnoticed by the other occupants of the house. As Harry gently returned the woman's hug, he could see most of the rest of the Weasley family, Flo Delacour, Hermione Granger, Remus Lupin, and an unknown young woman with bubblegum pink hair storm into the room. The expressions on their faces ranged from pure shock to joy. Several of the faces, however, darkened after the initial shock wore off. The Weasley matriarch pulled back from Harry and took a good look at the boy. Small tears started to well up in the corners of her eyes as she made several good attempts to say something intelligible. "I, you, we." The woman seemed to only be able to sputter out a variety of pronouns. Harry decided to take over the conversation. "It's good to see you, Mrs. Weasley." That seemed to finally give the woman the grounding she needed to ask the question that was undoubtedly on everyone's mind. "Where in blazes have you been?" The sudden sharp tone caught Harry off guard and caused him to hesitate before starting to answer. "I've been in the States." "The States. The States," she cried, her voice growing more and more shrill. "Molly," Remus Lupin interrupted softly. "Perhaps this is a discussion that can wait just a few moments." "Wait a few moments," she rounded on the man. "We've been worried sick for 2 years. 2 years. And you want to give him more time." Harry was truly impressed with the way Remus Lupin was able to remain calm as he pressed the issue with the irate woman. "Just until we can contact Professor Dumbledore." And Sirius. The uttering of Harry's godfather's name caused his stomach to do a backflip. Mrs. Weasley's face had gone so red by this point that the place where her thinning red hair ended and her face became obscured. She began to grit her teeth together so tightly that Harry was afraid she was going to chip something. The woman choked back another argument before taking a deep, calming breath. "Well, go flow him," she ordered in a strained voice. Together with the woman that Harry didn't know, Remus Lupin moved towards the fireplace as Mrs. Weasley took hold of Harry's hand and pulled him towards the kitchen. The crowd of people that had filled the doorway parted for the pair. The dark-haired wizard was forced to sit in a chair at the family dinner table in the same way that a parent might sit an unruly child down for a timeout. Mrs. Weasley didn't leave his side as the rest of the wizards returned to the kitchen. Harry took this moment of uncomfortable silence to look over the group and observe the changes that had taken place in the past 2 years. He couldn't pick out any physical changes in Bill Weasley for the simple fact that they'd never had any significant interaction beforehand. The eldest of the Weasley boys, who was sitting down from Harry's right, could have grown a second head and Harry wouldn't have known if it was a recent addition or not. He was taller but less muscled than Charlie, had his hair pulled into a ponytail, and had an earring that appeared to be made out of a fang. The thing about Bill that seemed out of place and, therefore, caught Harry's eye was the wedding band on his left hand. That, he was certain, was the reason why Fleur Delacour, or rather, Fleur Weasley, was present. The half-Veela's presence had surprised Harry. It wasn't a bad surprise, however. Harry had competed against the girl during the Triwizard Tournament. Although she'd initially been very frosty towards him, their relationship had thawed after Harry rescued her younger sister, Gabrielle, from the bottom of the lake during the second task. While most of the individuals present had very guarded expressions, the delicate-looking Bee-owned was smiling broadly at Harry and managed to position herself between Harry and Bill. Off to Harry's right, Fred and George looked the same. Both were still stocky redheads. They were a bit taller than the last time Harry had seen them, but not significantly so. Just like Fred and George, Molly and Arthur looked very much the same. The only noticeable difference was the thinning of their hair. Ginny, Hermione, and Ron were all sitting directly opposite of Harry. Although they all looked much more grown up than the last time they'd been together, they were still very much like how the boy remembered them. Hermione still had her mane of bushy brown hair and Ron's limbs still looked too long for his body. In Harry's eyes, they were brilliant. Charlie Weasley was the last of the group to enter the room and took up a position by the door. He crossed his arms and watched Harry very closely. Perhaps a bit too closely for the boy's comfort. Harry had feared that he was going to have to sit in awkward silence with the group for however long it took for Remus Lupin to contact the headmaster, but Fleur began talking very shortly after he sat down. "Oh, Ari. We are all so very pleased to see you. We weren't sure if you were ever coming back at all." Her French accent, Harry noticed, wasn't nearly as strong as it had been during the Triwizard Tournament. He guessed that she'd spent a significant amount of time in Britain since the last time the two saw one another. That would go a long way to explaining her relationship with Bill. "I'm very sorry I missed it," Harry said apologetically. "If you're registered somewhere." "Oh, no, the Fleur interrupted. "I am just happy that you all right." "Well, congratulations then. Have you already been on your honeymoon?" "We. To Spain. That's lovely," Harry replied. He bit the inside of his lip for a moment and decided it was best to just take the plunge, as had frequently been his method of approaching uncomfortable news. He knew that there was no way of easing everyone into this particular topic, so why waste a perfectly good opening? "I went to Brazil for my honeymoon." The silence that met his statement was deafening. For a long moment, Harry was certain that no one in the room caught what he'd said. And then, he was hit with a flurry of irate questions all at once. No one except Fleur seemed pleased with the prospect of Harry being married. Before Harry could make the slightest attempt at answering any of the questions being hurled his direction, Fleur took hold of his left hand under the table, felt for the wedding ring, and then pulled the hand out to examine it. She let out a high-pitched squeal of delight upon getting a good look at the pair of rings. "Oh, Ari, it is wonderful. Harry," came a new voice in the mass. It wasn't very loud, but it was distinctive to Harry's ears and so seemed to pierce through the noise of the other voices. The boy looked up to see his godfather, Sirius Black, standing in the doorway. Everyone stopped talking when the escaped convict entered the room. The dark-haired boy who was the focus of all of the commotion slid from his chair and ended up meeting Sirius in the middle of the room. The older man gave his godson a fierce hug. "I can't believe it. I thought you were never coming back," he said quietly to his godson. "I thought you were dead." "Dead?" Harry asked in surprise. Sirius pulled back to look at his godson. "We tried everything to find you. The ministry watched carefully for any sign of magic. We sent out owls. We even alerted the Muggle authorities to your disappearance." "Oh, wow," Harry said. "I knew that you'd send owls and stuff, but contacting the police." "Yes," came a sneering voice from behind Sirius. "Everyone has been working themselves into quite the panic for you, arrogant boy," spat the unmistakable voice of Severus Snape. Harry peered over Sirius's shoulder to see where his least favorite instructor of all time stood. The man was standing to the left of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. The boy had no retort for Snape's statement, so opted to ignore the man in favor of talking to Sirius. "I haven't used magic since that Patronus charm. And owls just seem to avoid the place I've been living. But I don't know why the police didn't find me. Maybe I got lucky." "Lucky?" Sirius asked sharply. "Being off on your own for 2 years was lucky. With everything that's happened to me in the last 2 years. Yeah, I think I'm probably the luckiest guy in the whole world. And I wasn't alone. Yeah, Fred chimed in. He's married and all now. Married? Sirius asked, flabbergasted. His eyes drifted down to Harry's hand for a moment as he took in the sight of the engagement and wedding rings. Only a few weeks now, Harry said. Sirius was suddenly very pale and looked like he had no idea what to say to Harry. His speechlessness and indecision didn't last very long. How could you be so stupid? He shouted. The question caused Harry to reel back from his godfather as though he'd been slapped across the face. Stupid. You run away from the one place that you were absolutely safe. You skip 2 years of school and worry everyone to death. You hide out in some place that the people who want to protect you can't find you. And you get married to some trollop that could be a Death Eater who's trying to do you in. Yes, stupid is very apt description of your actions. Harry did his best to not react to Sirius's words. He knew as soon as the man began his tirade that he was speaking out of anger. But the moment the man started to disparage Harry's marriage, something just snapped. The boy pulled his arm back and punched Sirius right in the nose. The animagus staggered backwards away from Harry. Blood immediately began to spurt out of his broken nose. I got expelled. Aurors were on their way to snap my wand and make damn sure that I was totally defenseless whenever Voldemort decided to come knocking on the door. So rather than wait for a bunch of Fudge's cronies to make things as easy as possible for the bastard, I ran. I ran as far and as fast as I could, and I found some place that nobody could find me. Not Death Eaters, not Aurors. I found a safe place to hide and I stayed put. And, by some miracle, I found my soul mate there. The one person in the whole of the world that makes me feel like all of the shit in my life is going to turn out okay. And we got married. You can call me a coward for running. You can say that I didn't think things through when I ran off and didn't try to get help from one of you. But don't you King dare say me getting married was stupid. Harry could make out Sirius's horrified expression behind the hands he had clamped around his gushing nose. Before any more violence could break out, Headmaster Dumbledore decided to intervene. I believe, Harry, that we all have a great deal to discuss. Harry shook his hand a couple of times as he watched Remus Lupin help Sirius up off of the floor. The boy's hand hurt, but not too terribly. He made a mental note to thank Emmett and Jasper for teaching him how to throw a proper punch. The werewolf drew his wand and went about fixing the dog Animagus's broken nose and banishing the blood from his face and clothes. Sirius dared a quick glance over at Harry, but didn't say anything. Let us move into the living room where there is a bit more elbow room for us to talk, the headmaster suggested. He motioned for Harry to follow him out of the kitchen. After a moment's hesitation, Harry followed the ancient wizard into the living room and took up a position by the window. The rest of the occupants entered the room and positioned themselves as comfortably as possible. Ginny sat herself at the bottom of the staircase while Fred and George sat just a couple of steps higher where they could watch everything between the support rails of the banister. Bill and Fleur sat down next to one another at one end of the couch and, a result, had their backs to Harry. The woman with the spiky pink hair took the seat next to them. Arthur and Molly Weasley each sat in one of the 2 chairs that sat on the far wall from Harry. Sirius leaned next to the fireplace with Remus Lupin while Snape leaned on the other side of the hearth in the corner of the room farthest away from Harry. He seemed rather pleased with Harry's assault on Sirius. Charlie leaned against the wall just a few feet down from Harry with a scowl planted on his face. The last 2 individuals to enter the living room were Ron and Hermione. They had yet to say a word to Harry, they hadn't even made an attempt. The dark-haired wizard didn't even recall them trying to yell anything when he'd announced his marriage. They stayed at the threshold between the living room and the kitchen. Harry couldn't help but smile a little at the way Hermione reached out and gently took hold of Ron's hand. Headmaster Dumbledore, who had been standing in the center of the room in the space between the couch and the 2 chairs that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley occupied, began to pace the room. Do forgive me. I think better on my feet. No one said anything as the headmaster assembled his thoughts. I must admit, Harry, that I have given a great deal of thought to the specifics of your disappearance. Early on I had considered, but dismissed, the possibility that you had fled your aunt's home in between correspondence. What do you mean by that? Harry asked. You were sent a letter by the Ministry of Magic informing you that you were expelled from Hogwarts and that your wand was to be destroyed. I received simultaneous notification of this because I am, after all, the headmaster of the school from which you were being expelled. I went to the ministry and managed to prevent the Aurors from being dispatched to your aunt's home. Arthur, meanwhile, sent you a letter telling you to not leave the house. Arthur's letter was not returned to him, so I assumed that you had gotten it and, therefore, dismissed the idea that you had fled your home without the knowledge contained within it. By the surprised look on your face, I would assume that you did not receive the letter. I, therefore, suspect that left your aunt's home after you received the letter from the ministry, and then either your aunt or uncle received and destroyed the letter from Arthur in the same way they did your first acceptance letter to Hogwarts. What? Sirius asked incredulously. It's quite simple actually, Sirius. Harry believed, based on the letter he had received from the Ministry of Magic, that he was expelled from Hogwarts and that his Holly and Phoenix feather wand, the only protection he was aware of and the means by which he had survived his latest encounter with Voldemort, was about to be confiscated and destroyed. Though we tried to inform him that this was not the case, he was unable to receive our letter because he'd already left the house. Or, more likely, he was on his way out of the house as the owl was arriving. So he didn't know? Sirius asked as he looked back and forth from the headmaster to his godson. All of this has been because of Fudge overstepping himself and some really bad timing. It would appear so, the headmaster said wearily as he stopped pacing. Perhaps, Harry, you can enlighten us on things from your perspective. I think you're right about the timing thing, Harry said with his eyes fixed on the floor. I grabbed some of my stuff and flew out the window on my broom as soon as I got the letter that said that the Aurors were coming. I never got a second owl. But getting and destroying the letter seems like the sort of thing my aunt and uncle would do. Believing that you were about to be made I believe the phrase is, sitting duck, by the ministry, you fled your relative's house. You then used Polyjuice Potion to assume your uncle's appearance. With his appearance and his pilfered passport, you were able to fly to America via Muggle means. And that is where we lost track of you, Albus Dumbledore said. I figured that you'd followed me at least that far. I took another flight out of the same airport and then started taking buses and stuff. I figured the Aurors weren't very far behind me, so I just kept going. An owl kept following me until I hit a certain town, then it veered off. I waited there for a couple of days. No owls. No wizards. I decided it was a reasonably safe place to hide out, so I stayed there. The owl veered off, you say? Curious. Headmaster Dumbledore sighed heavily. What I do not understand, Harry, is why you didn't try and contact us. You know that we could have helped you. Helped me do what? Harry asked in exasperation. I get that you managed to intervene so that I wasn't expelled, but I didn't know that. As far as I was concerned, if I'd been able to get to you, and that was a pretty damn big if, I was still expelled. The best you could have done was help me be a fugitive like Sirius. The difference between him and me being that I underage. If I tried to use magic before I turned 17, I'd get caught. Hiding out as a muggle was the best option, Harry defended himself. I was sidelined at least until I turned 17. Given the way things worked out in the past, I figured that it was best if I was the only one who knew where I was hiding. Dumbledore didn't have an answer to that. On its face, Harry's logic was sound. The boy had no way of knowing that the man had been able to intervene on his behalf. From Harry's perspective, the best that he could offer the boy was what the man had been able to offer Sirius, practically nothing. Hiding as a muggle was the best option and, as Peter Pettigrew's betrayal of Harry's parents had proven, the boy was safest if no one knew where to find him. Still, Mrs. Weasley began, you could have done something to let us know that you were okay. But I did, Harry protested. I used a special service to send a letter to Hermione's house through Muggle Post a few months after I was settled in. I told her that I was safe and that I would be back after I turned 17. Every head in the room whirled around to look at the bushy-haired Muggleborn. Her eyes were downcast. My own? Ron asked uncertainly. I'm so sorry, Ron, she croaked out. There was a letter from Harry waiting for me when I went to see my parents over Christmas break. I was just Just so angry at him that I tore it up and threw it in the fireplace without reading it, she confessed. Hermione's confession stung Harry deeply. He knew that she had every right to feel angry and betrayed, but to destroy the letter without reading it, to not even let the others know that she'd received it, seemed to be beyond the pale. How could you? Her boyfriend exploded as he yanked his hand away from hers. You knew he was alive and you didn't tell us. Hermione was looking back and forth between Harry and Ron in rapid succession as tears began to well up in her eyes. I was just so angry with him. Please, Ron, you have to understand, she pleaded. You were angry. Fine. That doesn't explain why you hid it from me. I was angry too. I was angry and worried. I was scared that my best mate had run out and gotten himself offed, Ron said dangerously. I don't know why I did it. I just did, she said in a quiet and defeated voice. Ron looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him. Please, Harry interrupted quietly. Don't be mad at her. Be mad at me. I'm the one that ran out. Ron didn't look entirely convinced. The red-haired boy couldn't meet either Hermione or Harry with his eyes. He just looked down at the floor. Hermione looked up at Harry through teary eyes. I don't know what to say to you, Harry. That was such an awful thing for me to have done. Just forget about it, Harry replied blandly. I'm the one that caused all of this, not you. How about we all forget about what's happened in the past and try to look to the future, Arthur Weasley interjected. Harry's back now. He's safe and unharmed. Let's just move on from here. The dark-haired boy decided to interrupt before anyone got any ideas. But that's the thing. I'm not back. I'm not staying. What do you mean you're not staying? Ron asked. It was the first thing he'd said that was actually directed at Harry. I told you earlier. I'm married. I didn't intend for my absence to be anything permanent. But I found things while I was away that I'm not willing to give up. I'm married. I have a family. A husband, 2 new brothers, 2 new sisters, and 2 new parents. Husband? Ginny Weasley asked from the steps in tone that made it sound as if her world was crashing down around her. She was by no means the only person in the room who looked shocked at Harry's use of the term husband, but she was the only one who managed to say anything on that particular topic before someone else asked a far more relevant question. But what about you-know-who? The still unnamed girl on the couch asked. Potter is far too selfish to live up to his responsibilities, Nymphadora, Snape answered for Harry. My responsibility? Harry asked, an edge returning to his voice. How exactly is this my responsibility? I ripped his soul out of his body when I was a baby and I stopped him getting his body back in my first year at Hogwarts. I've done my part. If you want to talk about responsibility, then let's start with that tattoo on your arm. Snape pushed himself away from his place at the wall and started to make his way towards Harry. The headmaster reached out and placed a hand on the professor's chest to stop him. Harry, Sirius began in utter disbelief. He murdered your parents. And I'm pretty sure they'd prefer me to not end up the same way. Besides, I've got more to live for in my life than revenge. I am afraid that things are not that simple, my boy, the headmaster said. Voldemort's power has been growing these past 2 years. He has a great many more followers than he did the last time you met. Even if you run back to your new home, he will find you. Because he's got such a great track record for that so far, Harry retorted. This family that you claim to love so much, are you willing to risk their lives? Harry spoke with more confidence than he felt. They're all pretty handy in a fight. They can each hold their own, not that they'd have to. We're a family. If Voldemort messes with one of us, he messes with all of us. And that's a level of trouble he doesn't want. Trust me on that. The headmaster shook his head. I am afraid, Harry, that you have no choice in this matter. You must remain here and participate in the fight against Voldemort. The boy could feel the mobile phone in his pocket vibrating. Something was up. Unfortunately, there was no way that he could get out the door. There were just too many people in the room that would have been able to stop him. He began hoping that whatever had caused Edward to call Harry's phone would create a suitable distraction to allow him to escape. You want to send someone with a 4th-year education to fight a wizard that you've never been able to beat, Harry said as he turned around to face the window that had been to his back. We will train you, Harry. Give you every bit of support we can to make sure that you are ready to do this. I am so very sorry that things have to be this way, but there is simply no other way. Harry was looking out into the darkness beyond the window, hoping to figure a way out of the situation. He couldn't see anything except for the reflection of the Burrows' living room in the glass. The occupants of the room had a myriad of expressions on their facing. Snape looked rather smug with the way things were progressing. Others, like the twins, looked very uneasy. You're a fool and a coward, Harry said firmly as he looked out the window. He was desperately searching for any sign of his husband. The boy was beginning to fear that the protections around the house were too great for Edward to overcome. How dare you? Snape spat as his smug attitude melted away. The man once again tried to move towards Harry, but the headmaster still refused to allow him to pass. Harry, Albus Dumbledore began. Harry refused to allow the man to finish. You're just a scared old man trying to send someone else out to do what you won't. What I can't, Harry, the old man countered desperately. I can't beat Voldemort. You are the only one who can. The boy shook his head. Whatever advantage I had over him is long since gone. The protection my mother gave me was lost when Voldemort took my blood. And my wand was broken months ago. Your wand was broken. Mrs. Weasley interrupted sharply. I thought that you didn't have any encounters with wizards. I didn't, Harry replied simply. But you've had encounters with other creatures. Ones whose presence keeps owls away, the headmaster concluded. Harry cursed himself for giving away the detail about how owls avoided the town he'd settled in. Wrong. The wand was broken by accident when I was moving in with my husband, he lied. If I'd encountered anything like what you're suggesting, I would have used magic to defend myself. And you would have known it. Albus Dumbledore looked unconvinced by Harry's lie. It didn't really matter, though. The boy had no intention of revealing that he'd been living in a town filled with vampires and shapeshifters, let alone that he'd married one of the aforementioned vampires. As far as Harry was concerned, the ancient wizard could believe whatever he wanted to. So what's your grand plan? Just going to hold me captive? Throw me at Voldemort when the time is right and hope that he's the one of us that dies? No, Harry. We plan on teaching you. With hard work, you'll be able to rejoin your classmates by the time classes resume after Christmas. It will make this fall exceptionally busy, but I have every confidence. I will not cooperate, Harry interrupted firmly. Harry, Sirius began. You don't mean that. I do, the dark-haired boy replied. He didn't spare Sirius a glance. He was still very put out with the animagus. Then let's just obliviate the boy and be done with it, Professor Snape suggested venomously. The man's words caused cold fear to seep into Harry's heart as though the words had been the fangs of a snake. He clenched his jaw so as to prevent his face from betraying his fear openly, but the triumphant look in the potions professor's eyes revealed that the man knew he'd struck a blow. Fortunately for Harry, most of the other occupants of the room were quick to shout down Professor Snape's suggestion. The headmaster, however, looked like he was actually giving the idea some serious thought. There's no way in hell I'll allow you to erase his memories, Sirius snapped at Professor Snape furiously. What do you care if we just get rid of his memories from the past 2 years? He can go back to being your little godson. It's not like he'll forget anything of value, the greasy-haired man replied before turning to the headmaster. He'll forget this ludicrous marriage of his and be just as eager to do whatever you want as he was the day he left Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore's silence was really beginning to unnerve Harry. The man had always been someone that the boy thought of as a moral compass, but everything he was doing now just seemed so very wrong. Trying to force Harry to participate in war. Considering altering his mind to remove his opposition. The idea of it all was barbaric. The disagreement between Sirius and Professor Snape soon drew in the other participants of the room. While the majority of the room had tried to shout down the man's idea when he'd first suggested it, they now took part in actually arguing with the man. Finally, the headmaster decided to end the debate. No, Severus, we will do no such thing. Using magic in such a way to make free people into Avs is Voldemort's way. Not ours. But Voldemort's way in the one that is working, the man countered. The headmaster fixed his subordinate with a hard glare. I believe, Severus, that your ferocity and determination to see this war to how shall we say, desirable ending, has clouded your judgment. The potions professor shrank back from the headmaster's softly spoken rebuke, but did not openly concede the point. Although Harry watched the interaction, his mind was elsewhere. He was desperately trying to figure out how to escape the house and return to his husband before the headmaster was convinced to engage in a course of action that would be detrimental to Harry's marriage and freedom. Had he been confronted with only the Weasley family and Hermione, the situation wouldn't have been so hopeless. Harry could have found a way to excuse himself to the bathroom or something and then flee through the window. But such a simple trick wouldn't work on the headmaster. He had to come up with something more cunning. Something, for lacking a better description, more Slytherin. He was also concerned about the possibility of Aurors bursting through the door at any moment. It had been several minutes since his mobile phone had vibrated in his pocket. If either Aurors or Death Eaters were present, they could be preparing something devastating. They could be attacking Edward while Harry was stuck inside the house. So what is your plan then? I'm not going to cooperate and you're not going to force me. That seems to put us at a bit of a stalemate, wouldn't you say? Harry asked after the headmaster silenced Severus Snape. I intend on you staying right where you are. You've been cut off from our world for 2 years. I trust that, in time, when you see the suffering of your people, you will come around, the ancient wizard explained. Harry couldn't help but laugh. That's it. That's your plan. I fail to see what is so funny, Harry, the old man said. Your plan is to hope that I'll fall prey to Stockholm Syndrome. Stockafut? Sirius asked. Harry looked at his godfather for a moment before explaining. In the 1970s, 2 ex-convicts attempted to rob a Swedish bank. In the course of the robbery, they took 4 individuals as hostages and then kept them for almost a week. After the ordeal was over and the hostages were liberated, the hostages actually defended the robbers' actions. 2 of the hostages even married 2 of the robbers. There are many theories about why the hostages came to identify with their captors. Some researchers think that it has something to do with fear. Perhaps the hostages misunderstand the minor breaks in the terror to be acts of kindness by the captors. Others believe it is a simple survival mechanism. Either way, the psychological phenomenon whereby the hostages develop emotional attachments to, and begin to identify with, their captors is now known as Stockholm Syndrome. We're not holding you hostage. Sirius protested in a desperate attempt to make his godson see reason. How would you describe this situation? Harry challenged the man. Sirius struggled to find an answer. You're just a child. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into. Or what needs to be done. We're just making sure you make the right choices. Let's put aside for a moment the fact that you just called me a child yet still expect me to do your fighting for you. You can try to use good intentions to disguise the truth, but in the end you're just like the hostage takers in my story. I'm 17 and, therefore, a legal adult by your laws. Harry's use of the phrase, your laws, did not go unnoticed by the other individuals present. I have every legal right to leave this place. You're holding me against my will and against the law. I am your hostage. Sirius was about to try another argument against the teen, but was silenced when the headmaster raised his hand. The old wizard had never looked so weary to Harry, not even on the night of Voldemort's resurrection. Headmaster Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed dull and gray to Harry. You are correct, Harry. We will be holding you against your will. And against the law. We can try to disguise our actions with good intentions, but those attempts are mere obfuscation. You've grown into a very keen young man. You are not quite the brash boy I remember. The boy who always jumped in without thinking has been replaced. While I am happy to see how you have grown, I am saddened to see that you have lost all empathy and sense of connection to your own world. This was never my world, Harry said as he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he fixed a glare at his former headmaster. I'm 17. I've spent less a third of my life in the magical community. About a year after I was born and 4 years of schooling, minus the summer holidays. Even considering your limited involvement with our world, I do not believe that you can remain so resistant to the idea of helping us when you realize what we are up against. Remus Lupin took over at this point. Things are not going well, Harry. The ministry spent over a year dragging its heels. It didn't acknowledge Voldemort's return until after Madame Bones and many others who could have rallied the opposition to the Death Eaters were murdered. And they only admitted the truth then because Voldemort committed several of the murders himself and then cast the dark mark into the sky above the scenes. Harry really didn't want to get S.Ked into this, but he needed to buy more time to figure out how to escape. It was becoming increasingly apparent that whatever had caused his husband to call his phone, it was not an attack. He likely realized that he was unable to get through the house's magical defenses and thought to warn Harry of that fact. He decided that he needed to keep Remus Lupin talking. Why not go ahead and take out Fudge with these other potential leaders, Professor? I haven't been your professor for many years, Harry. Please call me Remus. And in answer to your question, it was because Fudge was so inept that they wanted to keep him in power for as long as possible. And they did. Even after Voldemort's public return, his forces within the Ministry managed to keep Fudge in power for an extended period of time. And Fudge was not a man suited for wartime governing. If Lucius Malfoy hadn't died in attempt to murder the headmaster, Fudge would likely still be in power. Now that last part just sounds plain stupid. Why would Voldemort send one of his best lieutenants on a doomed mission that would cost him direct control of the Ministry? Mr. Weasley answered that question. We think that Malfoy failed you-know-who somehow and that he was sent on a suicide mission as punishment. You-know-who had already damaged the Ministry as much as he could have without actually putting Malfoy into the Minister's office. Malfoy had outlived his usefulness then, Harry concluded. Precisely, Remus Lupin confirmed. Fudge was sacked, but the Ministry was in tatters. It has been forced to rely on very draconian methods to remain intact since that time. If the headmaster wasn't here, the werewolf trailed off. The Ministry has all but fallen. The major figures, other than the headmaster, who could have rallied the opposition are all dead. And you think a reluctant 17-year-old with a fourth-year education is going to sweep in and turn the tide, Harry said whimsically with a flourish of his hands. I'm not heartless, I'm realistic. Unless I happen to be standing in front of a mirror when Voldemort tries to curse me and I trip at the appropriate moment so that he gets hit with his own spell, I'm not going to be any help. If anything, your people will get themselves killed because there's a civilian on the battlefield. Harry could see the headmaster's frustration in the way that his posture became rigid. It wasn't the sort of straightening that accompanied a man raising himself up to redouble his efforts, but rather the action of a weary man desperately trying to keep himself upright. As he watched the old man, he could see some sort of conflict on his face. The old man was wrestling with something terrible and Harry greatly feared that, in the face of the younger wizard's resolve, he would resort to Professor Snape's plan. Time was running out and Harry still hadn't figured out how to escape the burrow. He turned himself back towards the window and tried to look into the stormy night beyond. Just as the last time he'd looked out, he couldn't see anything but his own reflection. The entire room was silent. The various wizards and witches around the room, Harry realized, were hoping that his resolve was cracking. That he was thinking the headmaster's words over and would soon decide to stay and fight their fight. A flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the scene beyond the window and Harry could see his husband just a few feet away from him. The vampire was soaking wet from the rain and looking at Harry in desperation. A plan began to form in Harry's mind. Like most of his plans, it was ludicrous. Then again, ludicrous seemed to work for him. The boy turned from the window and strolled across the room and around the couch. He made like he was going to the headmaster, but then turned on his heel and sprinted back towards his former place by the window. At the last possible second, he leapt at the window in an attempt to break through it. He used his arms to shield his head from the impact and any shards of glass. His plan was a very simple one. Leap through the window and then rely on Edward to get him to safety. He knew that jumping through the glass would cut his arms and cause him to bleed, but he had faith in the vampire's self-control. Edward had been with Harry while he was bleeding before and had resisted the urge to feed. And their recent activities demonstrated that the vampire's self-control was growing by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, Harry's plan didn't take into account the spells and enchantments that had been placed on the window to prevent it from breaking. He hit the window and rebounded hard to the floor. There was shouting and a fair bit of shrieking when Harry fell to the floor. He was pretty sure he'd broken his left wrist upon impacting with the window, but managed to keep himself from crying out in pain. Charlie was the first of the other occupants of the room to reach Harry's side. He took hold of the younger wizard by the shoulders and tried to help him sit up. As Charlie hovered over him, the boy saw a new opportunity to escape. When Charlie moved in close to Harry, his wand became visible as it stuck out his pants pocket. With his right hand, the younger wizard reached out, grasped the wand, and pointed it back at the wall in front of him. Charlie didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. Although the window and the wall in which it was embedded in were strong enough to withstand a teenage boy crashing into them, they weren't strong enough to resist a blasting charm. The wand wasn't his and he was very much out of practice, but the spell worked well enough to blast away a relatively small chunk of the wall. A hole of a few square feet now exposed the living room and its occupants to the storm outside. Several of the other occupants of the room reacted with shouts of alarm and anger at Harry's actions, but they quickly faded into cries of fear when Edward made his presence known. The vampire dove through the little hole that had been blasted into the side of the house. Spells began to fly in Harry's general direction as Edward landed at his side. The vampire swatted Charlie Weasley away from Harry as if he was a red-headed rag doll. Edward made several attempts to pick Harry up and remove him from the house, but he was forced back by the magic being cast in his direction. None of the spells actually hit the immortal, but the act of dodging the spells caused him to alternatively gain and lose ground. Harry tried to defend his husband with a shielding spell, but found himself quickly disarmed. By whom? He wasn't sure. Although the spellcasters were fast, the vampire was faster. He dodged the spells with the ease and grace of a dancer. But Harry knew that he couldn't keep it up forever. Although the vampire would not fatigue, the wizards would eventually get over their shock at his sudden appearance and start working together rather than just tossing spells in their current desperate manner. They'd eventually be able to box Edward in. The spells slowly destroyed more and more of the wall to the point that the small opening that Edward had just barely been able to squeeze through was expanded into a gaping hole that even Vernon Dursley could have fit through. Harry had another moment of inspiration. He did the only thing he could think of doing to help Edward. He stood up. The wizards were perfectly willing to hurl spells at an even attempt to kill Edward, but they weren't willing to risk hurting Harry. They had made it abundantly clear that they needed him, after all. The boy's body provided Edward the cover he needed. Not only did Harry's body shield Edward from the spells, but it ensured that the wizards could only throw stunning spells at Edward for fear of accidentally hitting Harry. And, because vampires were incapable of sleeping or otherwise being unconscious, such spells shattered harmlessly against Edward's crystalline skin. It was like casting a tickling charm on a rock. The only real danger of the wizard's spells having been neutralized, Edward was able to safely grab hold of his husband and move backwards out of the house. The entire fiasco only took about a minute. Less than 60 seconds passed between when Harry dove at the window and when Edward began to sprint away from the burrow and towards the rented car. The scenery passed by so quickly that Harry could barely make any of it out. Cradled in the protective embrace of his vampiric husband, he was rushed through the pouring rain away from the burrow and towards where the rental car was parked. Just as Edward cradled Harry against his chest, Harry cradled his broken wrist against his own. The pain was severe, but nothing he couldn't handle. He'd suffered far worse, after all. The human struggled to look at his surroundings as it raced by. He could tell that they were passing by trees, but everything blurred by so quickly that he couldn't really see any of the distinct silhouettes of the foliage. The rain stopped falling on the wizard's head as he was gently placed into the passenger seat of the car. It wasn't even a heartbeat later that Edward was in the driver's seat and turning the key in the ignition. The vampire was excellent at masking his anxieties when the situation demanded it, but his young husband could see through such pretenses. Edward was worried, and with good reason. The wizards had made it abundantly clear that they had no intention of letting Harry go. The pair had fled from the home of the Weasley family only moments before. It would take a few minutes for the wizards to move beyond the magical protections of the burrow and pursue them by apparition and broomstick, so their escape must be a quick one. Apparition, fortunately, would be an ineffective means of pursuit. Attempting to apparate into a moving vehicle could have disastrous results. Even if the wizards were desperate enough to risk ending up stuck inside part of the car's frame, it was unlikely that they would risk appearing out of thin air within an arm's reach of a very angry vampire. It was far more likely that the pursuit would be by broomstick. Harry opted to not bother Edward while he was driving. It seemed to be a far better course of action to simply let the vampire multitask. Edward needed all of his senses free in order to drive the car and watch for any sign of the wizard's pursuit. To the human's great relief, no attack came. He strongly suspected that any attempt by the wizards to catch them by broomstick was being hampered by the storm. The weather, coupled with the fact that Edward had the headlights turned off, made the car almost invisible on the dark country roads the car was speeding down. It was several long minutes before Edward calmed down enough to be able to thoroughly check on his husband without risking a serious car wreck. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Other than the fact that the people I came to visit decided to try and hold me hostage." "Yeah, I'm great," Harry muttered darkly as he stared out the window. A cold sensation enveloped his broken wrist as the vampire reached over and wrapped a frigid hand around it. The pain that Harry had been feeling since throwing himself at the window subsided slightly. It wasn't the first time that Edward's cold body had served as an ice pack for the human, but the effect always seemed to catch him by surprise. Harry looked over at his husband and gave him a grateful yet sad smile. "Really, I'll be okay. I'm just a little shaken is all. Of all the things I'd expected, that wasn't it. I mean, I knew there was a good chance that Voldemort was still around, but I never thought that they'd resort to that." He stumbled towards the end of his statement when he almost referred to the group of wizards as his friends. He'd doubted beforehand whether he'd still be their friend, but now he was certain that they were not his. Edward hesitated for only a second before deciding to go ahead and tell his husband what had been eating away at him for some time. "They planned to call in the headmaster as soon as they saw you. They were resolved the moment you made your appearance to hold you captive and make you fight this war for them. I could hear it in their minds, over and over again. It's got to be him. He has to do it. He has to kill Voldemort for us." It was almost like a mantra. "You could hear them?" Harry asked in surprise. "Most of them. I couldn't hear the thoughts of either the headmaster or Snape. The rest of them, though. Their thoughts were being broadcast loud and clear." Did any of their thoughts ever tell you why? Why what? Why I couldn't hear the headmaster and Snape, or why they planned to make you fight? Either, I guess. There was no reason for the first to come up. It was strange, though. It wasn't like your inner voice. I can always hear strange chattering when I'm near you, as if two people are trying to talk over one another. The end result is that everything is too muddled and distorted to make out. By comparison, the thoughts of both the headmaster and Snape were just absent. As though they had no minds at all. As to the second issue, I didn't get the whole story. Edward paused a moment as something in the rearview mirror caught his attention. After he was certain it was nothing of consequence, he continued his explanation. "All I got was that the headmaster said that it had to be you and no one else. While several of them did miss and were concerned for you, most of them spent the last 2 years searching for you because the headmaster told them that the only way they could defeat Voldemort was to find you." "Great. Just great," Harry muttered as he leaned back against the cold leather of his seat. A sudden involuntary shiver reminded Edward of the fact that Harry was soaking wet, sitting in a leather seat, and was in the grip of a walking block of ice. The vampire reached forward and turned the heater on in order to give the human some relief. "So that's all I am to them." The way Harry spoke broke Edward's heart. The only time the immortal had ever heard the human sound so heartbroken was when Edward had broken up with him in the awful, misguided, and ultimately doomed attempt to give Harry a chance at a safe and normal life. As awful as it made him feel, there was a part of Edward that was satisfied with this turn of events. He didn't want to be, particularly with how depressed it made his husband. The idea that Harry was now willing to cut all of his ties to his former life was darkly satisfying. But as alluring as the idea was, Edward could never bring himself to allow his lover to suffer so. They weren't all thinking like that. Your godfather, for instance, was far more interested in the fact that you were alive and well. As was Ronald Weasley, Edward saw it in an attempt to ease Harry's pain. "Yeah, but they both seem to like the idea of me being a prisoner. They're scared. They're scared that there may be nothing they can do to stop Voldemort," Edward explained. And that suddenly gives them the right to kidnap people? Harry asked hotly. Of course not, the bronze-haired vampire replied placatingly. I'm in no way defending what just transpired, but I would like for you to understand why it happened the way it did. Desperate people often do things that they would never do or even condone under normal circumstances. Harry blew an angry breath out of his mouth and let his eyes slip shut. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. No matter what they want, this was never going to be anything more than a short visit. I would have preferred to leave things on better terms, but an end is an end. You should rest, Edward Said softly. I'll wake you at the first sign of trouble. Harry wanted to refuse. He wanted to stay awake and be ready to fight and kick and scream if the situation demanded it. But he just felt so drained and disappointed. The team didn't wake up until the very early hours of the next morning. He was surprised for two reasons. First, he now had a small brace on his left wrist. It wasn't anything fancy or precise, but it was sufficient to keep him from moving his broken wrist. The second thing that surprised him was that he wasn't in the same hotel room he'd been in the previous morning. In fact, he wasn't in the same hotel at all. The current hotel had much more in common with the roadside motels Harry had seen in the States than the palatial accommodations the Cullen family preferred to stay in. The style of the room didn't bother him, but the change in venue did leave the human with a cold feeling of dread. Edward was on the phone when the human woke up. Thank you, Alice. I appreciate it. But please hurry. What's going on? Harry asked groggily as he sat up. The wizards work quickly. They weren't able to track us in the storm, so they've opted for a media blitz, the vampire said as he tossed a newspaper down on Harry's lap. On the front page was a pair of artist sketches. One was of Harry and the other was of Edward. The images were remarkably accurate. I was able to return the rental car and check us out of the old hotel before we were discovered, but only just barely. A newscast announcing your abduction began playing only a few minutes after I left the lobby. There is a good chance that the hotel staff has contacted the authorities. The wizards probably know my name and your alias by now, the vampire explained grimly. Harry cursed softly as he brought his legs up to his chest. Things were going from bad to worse. I've been keeping a close eye on the staff at this establishment and none of them suspect anything yet. It helps that I've made damn sure none of them have seen you. But we can't stay here for long. Alice is working on our travel arrangements. A private jet will be taking us from a nearby countryside airfield to Italy. We'll be able to fly back to the States from there, Edward explained. But how? There's no way we can use our passports without setting off red flags. Actually, we won't have any difficulty once we reach Italy, Edward assured his husband. Why not? The Volturi are going to help us. What? Harry was barely able to keep himself from shouting at the mention of the infamous Italian coven. Carlisle has been in contact with them. They have a great deal of pull in Italy. They are old friends of Carlisle and owe us a favor for taking care of Victoria, so they have agreed to help us return to the States. Besides, they want to see the latest addition to our coven. Oh goody, the human mumbled. I get to meet the largest, most powerful coven of vampires. A coven that will think of me as a walking appetizer. It's our best option, Edward replied in a frustrated tone. Harry realized that the uncomfortable experience of meeting the Volturi was a small price to pay when measured against the massive problems that he had once again created for Edward. Sorry. This whole situation is. I know, the vampire said quietly as he crossed the room to join Harry on the bed. Edward stretched himself out next to Harry. The human mimicked the action a moment later. They remained next to one another in silence waiting for Alice to call. Harry was so used to the quiet that he jerked a little when the call finally came. Good news, I hope, Edward Said as soon as he answered the call. Harry couldn't hear what Alice was saying on the other end of the line, so he had no choice but to wait until the conversation was over to find out what the call entailed. The flight is all set up, Edward Said as he put the phone away. We leave here in 1 hour. When they finally left their room and began the short walk to the airstrip, which really did appear to be in the middle of nowhere, Harry couldn't help but notice that there didn't appear to be any place for Edward to have dropped off the rental car. Edward, where did you return the car? Back in London, the vampire replied as he began to haul their luggage towards the strip. So then how did we get here? I carried you. You carried me, Harry asked incredulously. And the luggage? It was an easy task. You underestimate the strength of vampires. Or else you greatly overestimate your own weight, Edward said blandly before turning to smile at his husband. I'm joking. We took a cab. While I could have carried you and the luggage, I wouldn't risk your health by doing such a thing in the pouring rain. So you must be my passengers, a thickly accented French voice called out and interrupted. Harry looked up to see an elderly-looking man in a dark turtleneck waiting for them by what appeared to be the only plane at the field. The man looked very stern and stood rigidly next to a small white jet. Yes, we are, Edward called back. He turned to Harry and softly instructed the human to go ahead and board the plane. Harry did as Edward told him to and walked swiftly over to the plane. The hatch had been opened to create a short set of steps into the passenger cabin. The human spared a look over his shoulder as he boarded the plane. He looked back just in time to see Edward hand the man a wad of cash. The money was likely for keeping his mouth shut about the identities of his passengers, Harry realized. The flight to Italy was nerve-wracking for the newlyweds. Although they were leaving one set of troubles behind, there was at least a decent chance that they were walking into a whole new set of them. It was a whole, out of the frying pan and into the fire, scenario. Edward had been assured by his father that the Volturi had given their word not to harm Harry, but that didn't make him feel any better about parading the human in front of the oldest and most powerful of his kind. The biggest unknown factor of the situation was how the Volturi would react to a wizard being brought into their presence. When Harry had first told Edward and his family about magic, it was the first time that any member of the Cullen Coven had come face to face with a wizard. They had all heard of such beings' existence, but none had never actually met one. Although the Volturi knew that wizards existed, how would they react to one being brought into their midst? How would the Volturi take the news that Edward had married and intended to turn a wizard? Harry's instincts had originally told him that they should lie to the Volturi, but Edward informed him that that wasn't an option. Arrow, one of the 3 leaders of the coven, possessed the power to read every thought an individual had ever had just by touching him or her. There was no way that Arrow would not use that power on either Edward and Harry. He'd likely use it on both. Or at least he would likely attempt to. The plane landed in a small, out-of-the-way landing strip much like the one that it had taken off from. Neither Edward nor Harry spoke to the pilot as they gathered up their luggage and exited the plane. The pilot, likewise, made no move to interact with the pair. A black car with tinted windows was waiting for them at the end of the runway. A man was leaning against the hood of the car. As Harry approached, he was able to take in the man's appearance and confirm his suspicion. The man was a vampire. He was tall and built very much like Emmett. His dark hair was cropped short and he had an olive-colored complexion that was poorly suited to being a vampire. Harry wondered what the man's skin would look like if the sun were to come out from behind the clouds. Felix, stiffly Edward greeted the vampire as he and his human husband came within a few meters of the car. Although Edward seemed at ease, his discomfort with the situation was broadcast by the way he kept himself between Harry and the Italian vampire. Edward, the Felix greeted in response. The vampire then turned away from Edward and gave the human a once-over look. So, this is the mortal that did what so many before him failed to do, capture the interest of Edward Cullen. Harry, this is Felix. Felix, Harry, Edward introduced. The vampire reached out his hand to shake the human's. Not wanting to be rude, Harry reached his own hand forward to accept Felix's offered hand. He was surprised when, rather than shaking his hand, Felix key. Edit. Harry was used to such acts of affection from Edward, but the soft key that the other vampire placed on his hand left him more than a little bit unnerved. Harry pulled his hand away quickly. Felix gave him a confident smile. The human didn't know what the smile was meant to convey, but he was fairly certain that vampire enjoyed making him uncomfortable. He was making fun of him, perhaps. My masters are awaiting your arrival, Felix said as he returned his attention to Edward. Then let's not keep them waiting any longer, Edward replied in an arctic tone. Felix shot Harry another smile as he slid himself into the driver's seat of the car. Edward placed their luggage in the trunk before sitting in the back of the car with his husband. Harry was able to enjoy the look of the Italian countryside for a few minutes. He had expected Felix to drive them directly into the village of Volterra, but he didn't. Instead, the immortal drove them to an outcropping of rocks a good half-kilometer from the city. Harry could see the large wall that surrounded the ancient buildings of Volterra from where Felix parked the car. The wizard wondered if they were to hike the rest of the barren road that led to the city. The human watched Felix carefully for any sign of what they were to do next. As Felix moved towards one of the larger rocks near the car, Harry was able to make out the outline of a metal door. It was painted a tan color to match the rock in which it was embedded and so blended into the scenery quite well. The technique made for excellent camouflage. Just through here, Felix said as he pulled the thick door open. Edward took hold of his husband's right hand and led him into the dark passageway beyond the metal door. It was a great relief to Harry to have Edward leading him by the hand because the tunnel was almost totally dark. There was no way he would have been able to navigate the underground passageway on his own. The trio walked the dark passageway for quite a while. The trek was so long, in fact, that Harry was certain they'd gone right under the massive walls that enclosed Volterra from the outside world and were now under the city proper. At the end of the passageway was a small, rectangular room. Unlike the rest of tunnel, this room was lit up with two bright lights that were positioned on either side of the doors to an elevator. Felix reached out and began to hit buttons on a small pad next to the doors. Harry was curious about the number combination, but not nearly curious enough to actually spy on the vampire's actions. The doors of the elevator opened as soon as Felix finished entering the code. After the short trip in the elevator, the trio emerged in what appeared to be a reception area. The walls were paneled with dark wood and were lined with paintings of the countryside. The paintings were so realistic that an unobservant person might mistake them for windows. The floor was covered with a thick, dark green carpet that made Harry self-conscious about whether he'd gotten anything on his shoes during the travel through the dark tunnel. The most impressive sight in the room, however, was a set of large, ornate doors that were coated in what appeared to be gold leaf. In the middle of the room was a tall, polished counter. To Harry's surprise, a tall human woman sat behind the counter. The receptionist looked up momentarily and her green eyes met Harry's. If she noticed his surprise at seeing a human in the stronghold of the self-proclaimed vampire royal family, she didn't show it, she just returned to whatever work she was doing as if she hadn't seen Harry at all. The mortal boy sent a momentary questioning look to Edward. His husband gave Harry a tight smile that promised he'd explain the woman's presence later. The human had expected that the leaders of the Volturi would be behind the golden doors. Instead, Felix led Harry and Edward down a hall in the opposite direction. The Italian vampire stopped at what Harry believed to be a totally random spot in the hallway and removed a piece of the wood paneling to reveal another dark passage. This passage was only a few meters in length. It opened almost immediately into a perfectly circular stone room. The room was 2 stories high and had large window slits cut into the top few feet of the walls. The room was dark and fairly plain. Other than the window slits in the top of the walls, the only things noticeable in the room were 3 massive throne-like chairs pushed against the wall opposite of the entrance and a large drain in the center of the floor. The circular room suddenly struck Harry as a perverse version of the round meadow in which Harry and Edward were married only a few weeks before. The room was not empty. There were about a dozen or so vampires milling about. They were all dressed inconspicuously. The men wore white shirts and dark pants while the women wore summer dresses. The vampires that were walking the floor and interacting with one another were not the ones that caught Harry's attention, however. His eyes were fixed on the 3 vampires that sat upon the thrones. Carlyle had a number of paintings in his home office. Edward and his father had shown them to Harry once and used them to tell the story of Carlyle's life. One of those paintings related to the vampire patriarch's time in Volterra. In the painting, there were 4 figures that he identified as Arrow, Marcus, Keyes, and himself. Based on the identifications Carlyle had made at that time and a few other tidbits of information about the 3 leaders of the Volturi he had picked up over the last 2 years, Harry was able to deduce who was whom among the 3 vampires on the thrones. All 3 of the Volturi leaders had skin that was so ancient that it had become almost translucent, like the skin of an onion, and red eyes that were covered in a milky film. The crimson of their eyes revealed that they, unlike the Cullen and Denali covens, ate a diet of human blood. They also all three wore dark robes that reminded Harry of the robes worn by the Death Eaters who had answered Lord Voldemort's call on the night of his resurrection. Keyes was off to the left of the room and was identifiable because of his long, almost white hair. Marcus was off to the right of room and had long, jet black hair and a very bored expression. Arrow, the unofficial leader of the trio, sat in the center. Much like Marcus, Arrow had long, jet black hair. Despite this physical similarity, Harry was able to deduce that the vampire in the center was Arrow because Edward had once told him that he always kept a young female vampire at his side. Because the vampire in the center was the only one sitting upon a throne that had any other vampire within an arm's reach of himself, Harry determined that he must be Arrow. "Ah, Edward," Arrow called as soon as the group entered the room. "What a delight it is to see you." The common vampires, as Harry was sure Arrow thought of them, didn't acknowledge the arrival of the newcomers until after Arrow called out. This struck the human as a bit pretentious considering the fact that there was no way in hell the vampires hadn't noticed his arrival beforehand. "And this," Arrow said with a flourish of his right hand, "must be the new Mr. Cullen. Harry, is it not?" It took a moment for Harry to find his voice after seeing the ancient creature speaking. "Yes, sir." Arrow gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. "Such manners from a mortal. And oh dear, it seems you've been damaged." "Mortals are such fragile creatures," he said, motioning towards Harry's broken wrist. "Just an accident on our way out of Britain," Edward Said. "Yes, your father mentioned a bit of trouble with wizards," Arrow said. The other vampires in the room began trading nervous expressions at the mention of wizards. "I wonder, Harry, could show me a bit of magic?" the ancient immortal asked. "I don't have a wand," Harry replied nervously. He truly did not want to offend the vampire, but had no way of fulfilling his request. "Oh, that's quite all right, my boy. There is still a way for me to see you do a few spells. All you have to do is take my hand." Harry shot a worried glance to his husband. They both knew it was a distinct possibility that Arrow would insist on touching Harry and thereby learning every thought the boy had ever had. Their anxiety about this possibility was twofold. First, there was the general worry about Arrow prying into Harry's life in such a way. The second concern related to how the vampire would react if he, like Edward, could not discern Harry's thoughts. "Come now, there is no need to be nervous. If you'd like, I can demonstrate with someone else first." Felix. Dutifully, Felix moved from his place next to Edward and crossed the room to his master. The younger vampire extended his hand and allowed Arrow to take hold. The older vampire closed his eyes as every thought that Felix had ever had became an open book to him. When he was finished, Arrow gave Felix a playful glare before shifting his attention to Harry. To Harry's great relief, he did not have to cross the room full of vampires by himself. Edward walked with him every step of the way. Not wanting to risk offending the vampire, the human managed to keep himself from dwelling on the Arrow's frightening visage. Plucking up his courage, he reached his hand out and let the vampire take hold. Arrow closed his eyes while he held onto Harry's hand with his cold hand. Several times Harry thought he could the vampire muttering to himself. A smile slowly spread across the ancient vampire's face and he released Harry. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating. I am amazed at the power such delicate creatures as yourself can possess. And the self-control you possess to have gone so long without wielding it," Arrow said after he released the human. "You could read my thoughts?" Harry asked in surprise. "Yes, it would appear that whatever interference prevents Edward from reading your thoughts only blocks what you are thinking at the moment. Or perhaps Edward's gift just isn't as piercing as my own. Either way, your memories are an open book to me. After looking at your memories, I must say that I understand your relationship with Edward much better. I had originally thought you were just some greedy wizard coveting immortality. But the sheer reverence and adoration you have for your relationship with him. The love you have for Edward. Well, it surprises me. Truly, reading your mind has been a priceless experience." Harry couldn't help himself from looking over at Edward to see his reaction to Arrow's words. There was a look on his husband's face that spoke of deep satisfaction and contentment. Now, Arrow said as he clapped his hands together. On to business. Carlyle tells me that you've had a little trouble in Britain with the local wizards. They want you to fight for them, but you'd much rather leave all of that messiness behind you. You are much more concerned with the future than with their present. That's correct, Edward answered. We are trying to get back home so that we can make the final arrangements for Harry's transformation. Yes, a very important step in your relationship, to be sure. There is just one little catch, however. A catch? Edward asked. Arrow reached into his black robe and pulled out a heavy piece of parchment. I have recently received a letter from Lord Voldemort. Harry didn't have long to agonize over the contents of the letter because Arrow continued to speak without missing a beat. He is offering an alliance. In return for our assistance in his war against his enemies, he will offer us. The vampire trailed for a moment to open the folded parchment so that he could read Lord Voldemort's exact words aloud. Where is it? Ah, here. He is offering us the rights and privileges that have been long denied vampires by the ministries of magic. The smile and seemingly carefree attitude that Arrow had maintained throughout the meeting quickly transformed into a sneer. The change was so quick that Harry thought the vampire's face would tear like an aged and delicate piece of paper being crumpled haphazardly. The arrogance of that wizard, the vampire elder spat in disgust. To write to me as if he were my kinsman or equal. To dare think that he could possibly offer us something that we do not already possess or cannot command. Arrow crumpled the thick parchment up and tossed it onto the floor by Harry's feet. A wave of relief filled the boy at the knowledge that the Volturi had no intention of allying themselves with his old enemy. His relief, however, was short-lived. Still, this correspondence raises several issues. Ones which you will address, Harry. And what issue would that be? Harry asked nervously. This, Lord Voldemort, poses no significant threat to this coven. His magic and supporters are ill-suited for a war with the masters of this world, the dark-haired vampire began. Harry wondered if Arrow truly believed that, or if this bravado was for the mortal's benefit. But, this wizard can cause us some mild discomfort. He is not a threat to the Volturi, but he is a threat to Volterra. And we do not take threats to our city very lightly, young one. This wizard must be dealt with. And it is you who will deal with him. You want me to defeat Voldemort? The human asked. Yes, Arrow said. Harry swallowed thickly before daring to ask another question. And if I can't do it? You will. Keyes spoke up for the first time. You will kill Voldemort or we will smash your new coven and the Cullen name into oblivion. You promised Carlyle that no harm would come to Harry, Edward protested. Throwing him at a murderous wizard constitutes harm by just about anyone's definition. Do not, Arrow began dangerously, think to lecture me about the promises of maid, boy. I promised my old friend that no harm would come to your husband at the hands of the Volturi and that I would help the two of you to return to your home. And I shall. You will be back in America in few hours. I'll do what you want, but please leave the family out of this. This is my fight, not theirs, Harry said in a desperate attempt to diminish Arrow's ire. The apparent leader of the Volturi returned his attention to the human. No. From what I've seen of your life, you are the self-sacrificing type. The fear of your own death is insufficient to motivate you to kill this wizard. You will try hard, but not hard enough. By imperiling your family, I have ensured that there is no limitation on what lengths you will go to in order to succeed. If you fail to kill Voldemort, you will be made to watch as your husband and his family die. But it's an impossible task. I haven't done magic in years. There is no way that I can defeat Voldemort in just a few hours' time, Harry pointed out. I never said that you would have to destroy this so-called Lord, before I will return you to your family. I have seen you memories, after all. Sending you to face the wizard as you are would only result in your death. It would gain my coven nothing. Therefore, I will give you until the first day of the new year to kill your prey. In the time between now and then, you may train in your mystical ways or you may become an immortal yourself and use the advantages that the transformation will give you in order to succeed in your mission. But we will come for you as soon as the deadline has passed and I will read your memories. Do not think to hide, because we will find you. And if you have not succeeded, then your family will pay the price. The room was silent after that. Harry looked around the room and met the gazes of the dozen or so immortals that were watching the exchange. They all looked very pleased at the way Harry and Edward were made to squirm. Except for Marcus, who just looked bored. If there is nothing else, Edward sighed coolly, Harry and I will take our leave. Are you sure you won't stay for dinner? Arrow asked in his once again cheerful tone. No, I suppose you won't. Your preferences would be ill met here. And I'm sure you're anxious to return home. Felix, please escort our guests back to the airfield. Although it had been phrased as a request, Harry had no doubt that Arrow had actually issued a command. Felix bowed his head reverently to his master before motioning for Edward and Harry to follow him back out through the small stone antechamber that they had entered through. The human was just about to cross the threshold when he heard Arrow call to him once again. Oh, and Harry, the vampire began, I've taken the liberty of having a few wedding presents added to your luggage. Just small tokens, really, but I hope you enjoy them. Harry clenched his jaw tightly in order to prevent himself from replying to the vampire with an insult. It was only the concern for how the Volturi would retaliate against his love that forced Harry to turn, smile at the monster, for Arrow truly was a monster in Harry's eyes, and say a word of thanks. Although no one spoke during the walk back through the dark labyrinth beneath Volterra, the trip seemed to be very short. Harry's mind was racing as he fixated on the command he'd been given. It was ludicrous. This wasn't a situation of kill or be killed, it was a kill or have everything he'd cared about killed situation. Edward and Harry were silent through the entire trip back to the airfield. The silence unnerved the human. In the pit of his stomach he feared what Edward was thinking. Did he blame Harry for bringing yet another bout of misfortune on his family? Did he realize, at last, what a curse Harry was and desire to be rid of him? After arriving at the airfield, Edward and Harry silently collected their luggage from the trunk of the car and boarded the plane. They didn't even bother to give Felix any thanks or goodbyes before they departed. After boarding the plane, Harry took a moment to examine his surroundings before taking a seat. The plane that he'd traveled to Italy on was small and its interior had gone many years without sufficient upkeep. The second plane, by comparison, was roomy and elegant. It was everything that one would expect the royal family of the vampire world to travel in. Despite the upscale nature of the plane, Harry still felt the need to make sure that nothing was about to jump out at him. What are you looking for? Edward asked as his husband continued to look around the cabin. Just making sure that they didn't leave any in-flight snacks. I'd really hate to wake up somewhere over the Atlantic because a bound and gagged human came falling out of an overhead compartment or something. Edward chuckled at Harry's statement as he took a seat. First of all, there aren't any overhead compartments. Second, if there was a human other than the pilot present, I'd let you know. Satisfied, Harry took the seat next to Edward's. The human sighed heavily before laying his head back against the padded cushion that covered the seat's head. He waited until after the plane had taken off to begin his apologies. I'm so sorry. For what? Edward asked. Don't pretend that this isn't my fault, because it is. You didn't want me to go back to Britain, but I insisted. And now, as a result of that stubbornness, I've put you and your family in great danger. Our family, Edward corrected gently. You are a Cullen now, remember. Harry turned his head to look at his husband. I've put our family in danger then. No, you didn't. Voldemort did. The human shook his head. You can't argue away my blame in this, Edward. It was my decision to go to Britain that led to all of this. If I hadn't gone, then we wouldn't have been forced to rely on the Volturi to get home. They wouldn't have been able to force me into doing this. They were going to anyway. Our predicament was just a convenient way to bring the matter up. Arrow has intended to force you to fight Voldemort since the letter from Voldemort was delivered. How do you know that? Harry asked. Despite their power, the members of the Volturi are just as susceptible to my power as any other vampire. I read what they were thinking the entire time we were meeting with them. That letter was hand-delivered to them a few weeks ago by one of Voldemort's servants. Evidently, the Death Eater hadn't done his homework because he allowed Arrow to come into physical contact with him when he received the letter. So Arrow knows everything that the Death Eater knew, Harry realized. Precisely. Voldemort wants the support of the vampires in order to make sure that he doesn't just beat Dumbledore. He wants to completely crush any opposition. The Death Eater knew that if the Volturi refused Voldemort's offer, that the next step would be a magical assault on Volterra and its human population. But that doesn't make any sense. Arrow made it sound like they were extremely protective of their city. If the Death Eaters attacked, they'd be making themselves targets. The plan would be to make Dumbledore's people, the Order of the Phoenix, and the Ministry of Magic the targets. The Death Eaters planned on framing their enemies so that the Volturi would attack them in revenge. And because the Volturi would have no other interest in wizarding affairs, they'd leave once they were finished. If the Volturi refused an outright alliance with Voldemort, then he planned on tricking them into doing his dirty work for him, Edward explained. Great, Harry said dejectedly. So the Volturi decided that they need to destroy Voldemort because he's a threat to Volterra. And a wizard has just married into a family of vampires, so they've got the perfect person to send after him. It's a bit more than that, I'm afraid. I could hear Arrow thinking about some of the memories he'd read from the Death Eater. They related to a conversation the Death Eater had had that indicated that you were the only one who could defeat Voldemort and how important it was, therefore, that you not re-enter the war. Harry looked at Edward in shock. This is weird. Both Dumbledore's people and the Death Eaters are convinced that I'm the only one that can defeat Voldemort. Yeah, we've got our history and I managed to beat him back a couple of times, but what threat could I possibly pose? Dumbledore is supposed to be the only person that Voldemort has ever feared. Either Arrow doesn't know the answer or he didn't think about it while I was nearby. Either way, there is a piece to this puzzle that we're missing. I'm certain that there is one crucial bit of information that would explain everything. If only I'd been able to read Dumbledore's thoughts, the Immortal lamented. We've got 4 months to figure it out, Harry said. The question is, how do we go about this? Edward watched his husband very carefully as he tried to deduce what dark places his mind was taking him to. You're considering asking Dumbledore for help, he concluded. Yes, I am. After everything he's put us through. What choice do I have? Harry asked in desperation. I know next to nothing about what Voldemort is doing, where he is, or what he's capable of. And like you pointed out, we're missing something here. Something big. And I'd be willing to bet all of the gold in Gringotts that Dumbledore knows the answer. He has too. Why else would he be so hell-bent on making me fight? I don't disagree that he's a potential resource, but we have to be careful about this. Dumbledore's not working on the same timeline we are. He said that it would take you until after the Christmas holidays just to catch up to your former classmates. Even if he can prepare you to fight Voldemort in time, he has no real reason to, Edward argued. And you can't risk telling him why you need to face Voldemort before the new year. If you do, he'll be able to use it against you. Every time you try to do anything he doesn't approve of, he'll just threaten to slow down your training to make sure you're too late to meet the Volturi's deadline. You could turn yourself into his South Dot Avenue. Damn it, Harry shouted as he smacked his hands on the armrest of his chair. He knew Edward was right. We need Dumbledore, but we can't risk him knowing about the deadline. And I have no way of knowing what he'll do if I become a vampire before going to see him. Yeah, he's pretty tolerant of most non-humans, but I've never actually heard him say anything about vampires. Whatever you decide on, it's a gamble, Edward said solemnly. You mean whatever we decide on, Harry countered. Like you said, I'm part of the Cullen family now. And however we go about this, it will affect the entire family. Glad to see the message is finally sinking in. Harry and Edward discussed their options for several hours before the human fell asleep. Although Harry woke up for brief periods of time after the plane touched down in New York to refuel, he was sound asleep again in no time. It wasn't until after they arrived in Seattle that he woke up and remained awake for any appreciable length of time. The wizard kept expecting to have a run-in with security, but no such confrontation ever came. They showed their passports at the appropriate time, but there was no problem at all. The far-reaching influence of Volturi, it appeared, did the trick to keep Harry and Edward safe from their magically inclined pursuers. The rest of the Cullen family was waiting for the newlyweds just beyond the security checkpoint. Alice was the first to reach Harry and engulfed the boy in a strong hug. Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie followed closely behind the seer. Esme and Carlisle waited until after their children had finished harassing Harry to welcome their new son home. At Edward's insistence, the issue of Arrow's command was left alone for the time being. There would be plenty of time to discuss the matter, but he felt that there was no need to ruin the reunion. Harry agreed. As a result, the car ride back to Forks was instead filled with lengthy discussions about Isle Esme. Although the conversation was appropriately limited to the non-say-dual aspects of the honeymoon, Emmett managed to get in a fair amount teasing about the wedding night. After arriving back at the Cullen household, Harry revealed the contents of his encounter with Arrow in a very blunt manner. After allowing Carlisle to express his shock and dismay that his old friend would threaten his family, the group began to discuss the problem like rational adults. "I say we kill Arrow," Emmett suggested. "Emmett, this is no time for joking," Esme chastised. "Who's joking? Even if we killed Arrow, the rest of the Volturi would come after us," Jasper pointed out. "And there is no way we can withstand an assault by the entire coven." "Can't we run?" Rosalie suggested. She, better than anyone else present, knew the toll it could take on Harry's soul to be forced to take Voldemort's life. "If we can hide ourselves away until after the Wizarding War is over, maybe the Volturi won't care anymore. They hold grudges for a very long time," Alice countered. "And besides that, where could we possibly run to? Dimitri would find us." Dimitri, Harry knew, was a member of the Volturi Guard. He possessed the supernatural ability to track anyone he had ever been in the presence of. Edward had once described Dimitri's ability to track individuals as him being drawn to the tenor of one's mind. In other words, he got a feel for an individual's mind just by being near them. Once he'd been exposed to that mind, he could track it anywhere in the world. Edward confirmed that Dimitri was one of the vampires that had been present in Volterra. Therefore, the vampire had already gotten the feel for both Harry and Edward's minds. If they ran, he would find them. "Edward and I discussed this for hours," Harry said. "I have to kill Voldemort. There is no other way out of this but to just go through it." "Do you have any sort of plan?" Esme asked him in a worried tone. "We're going ahead with part of what we intended to do anyway. We're going to complete the move to Alaska and turn Harry. He'll stand a better chance against Voldemort with the enhanced abilities of a vampire than he would with a few final months of training as a wizard," Edward answered for his husband. "That makes sense," Jasper noted. "Harry will be stronger, faster, and more durable. Based on your account of the incident in the home of the Weasley family, Harry should also be far more resilient to certain spells. And he'll be a natural predator," Rosalie pointed out somewhat reluctantly. "But it doesn't solve all of the problems associated with this situation," Jasper continued after Rosalie's interruption. "You still have no idea where Voldemort is. Tracking a wizard down will be difficult." "We've been talking about that as well," the human said. "We have two different ideas on how to handle it. One is that we try and find a tracker vampire to do the finding for us. The other idea is that we ally ourselves with Dumbledore." "Have you lost your friggin' mind?" Emmett demanded. "You want to team up with the guy that put some serious thought into wiping your memory." "It's not about what I want, Emmett. It's about what has to be done." "But wizards hate vampires," the curly-headed vampire argued. "What makes you think he'll work with you after you've been changed?" Edward let out a frustrated growl before responding to his brother. "Trying to work with Dumbledore before Harry has been changed isn't an option. Dumbledore will just stick to his strategy of training Harry as a wizard. He won't be ready in time. The old wizard might find out the deadline and hold that over Harry's head in order to compel him to do things he doesn't want to, like agreeing to something that will force him to stay even after Voldemort is defeated. Something like what compelled him to compete in that tournament. After the transformation, Dumbledore will have to work with Harry on Harry's terms," Carlisle said as he followed Edward's reasoning to its logical extension. "Harry will likely be too strong, too fast, and too aware for Dumbledore to bewitch. No human has reflexes faster than a vampire, after all. Without the ability to force Harry to do things his way, Dumbledore will be forced to negotiate. As long as he does not know of our deadline, Harry can use the threat of disappearing forever to force Dumbledore to do things his way," the doctor said calmly. It was the first time he'd spoken since learning that his old friends had threatened his family. "But what of their prejudices? Emmett steered the conversation back to his earlier point. Dumbledore has always been pretty tolerant. I don't know how he feels about vampires specifically, but he doesn't have a problem with werewolves. I mean, he hired one to teach in a school full of kids during my 3rd year at Hogwarts. Besides, in the end, it won't really matter if he hates vampires or not. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort seem to be convinced that I'm the only one that can bring Voldemort down. His options will be to either work with me or lose the war. His personal feelings are irrelevant. Emmett didn't look convinced, but Harry knew he'd go along with the plan. And the other practical elements of all of this? Esme asked. The headmaster is at Hogwarts and you've no idea where that is. The plan is still a work in progress, Edward confessed to his adoptive mother. But Harry and I will cross that bridge when we come to it. What is that supposed to mean? Alice asked as she narrowed her eyes. It means that this is my fight, Harry answered. I will kill Voldemort before the deadline, don't you worry about that. But I'm not going to risk the rest of you in the meantime. After Harry's transformation and a few weeks of getting him acclimated to the change, he and I are leaving for Britain together. Without the rest of you, Edward finished. Not a chance in hell, Emmett protested. I have to agree with Emmett. We cannot possibly allow you to do this without us, Jasper concurred. I'm not going to let you fight another war for me, Harry argued back. Tough, darling. You're one of the family now. We stick together, no matter what, Rosalie said as she placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Damn straight, Alice said as she stood up from his seat and pumped her fist in the air in a very Emmett-like way. Harry looked pleadingly at Esme and Carlisle, desperately hoping that they would put a stop to this nonsense. You know what they say, Harry. You don't just get a husband, you get a whole circus. Esme joked as Carlisle nodded his head in agreement. For most of the Cullen family, the rest of the evening was filled with scheming. The family needed to figure out how to make contact with the Order of Phoenix. A major snag in the entire affair was that it would be extremely difficult for Harry to be near any allied wizards in the first few months after his transformation. There was a strong possibility that he would succumb to his vampiric urges and attempt to rip Dumbledore's throat out the moment he got within a few dozen meters of the old wizard. Harry didn't stick around for long after he had resigned himself to the fact that the entire family considered this to be their fight. After Jasper took over as the chief strategist of things, Edward drove the human back to the house that had been his home for the past 2 years so that he could pack up the few belongings that he wanted to take with him. Most of the small rental house was filled with items that the human would neither need nor want after he became a vampire. Items like dishes and eating utensils would go unused in a household of vampires. Such things weren't even needed as props to help maintain the illusion of being human because the Cullen family already had everything they could possibly need. So most of what he collected was pictures and other mementos of his time in Forks. The entire process of packing up his mortal life could have been accomplished in a half hour, but it took Harry all night. Every time he picked up an item, he insisted on discussing its importance with Edward. Every memory was relived. The vampire learned more about the depths of Harry's friendship with the Lapush shapeshifters in that night than he had in all of the days and nights of their relationship combined. Once everything was packed up in Edward's car, the vampire drove away with the items so that they could be added to the pile at the Cullen home that the movers were to collect. Harry thought it was odd that Edward left him alone at his old house, particularly given the fact that he had no way of going anywhere except on foot. But he wasn't left wondering for very long. Leah and Jacob arrived only a few short minutes later. Edward had obviously smelled the shapeshifters waiting for the chance to see their friend. So this is what someone who is married to a vampire looks like, Leah said as she walked through the door. She gave Harry a one-armed hug as she moved to stand next to him. Can you imagine having to deal with that smell all the time? Jacob joked with his packmate as he too gave Harry a friendly hug. It's not so bad. I was able to handle your smell for God knows how long, Harry joked back. Wow, look at that. Sleeping with a vampire for less than a month and he's already siding with them in this little feud of ours, the male shapeshifter retorted. Oh, I don't think your smell has anything to do being a werewolf, Jake, Harry retorted. Leah got a pretty big kick out of that joke and so had a hearty laugh at her alpha's expense. So, When are the movers coming for all of this stuff? Jacob asked once Leah's laughter had subsided. Oh, I've already sent my stuff along with Edward. The rest of this stuff is up for grabs. Up for grabs? Leah questioned. Yeah, I'm not going to need any of it anymore, so it's free for whoever wants it. Whatever's left at the end of the week becomes the property of the landlord. The three friends stood in quiet little house for a few minutes. Harry walked around trying to make sure he hadn't missed anything while Leah and Jacob checked to see if there was anything they wanted to take. Leah didn't find anything she wanted, but Jacob called dibs on the television from Harry's bedroom. It's really hard for me to believe I won't be living here anymore, the human said quietly as he placed a hand on the overstuffed recliner in the living room. The chair was a source of many mixed feelings for Harry. He had spent countless days and nights in the chair when he was ill. Although it reminded him of his cancer, it also reminded him of how safe and warm he'd felt in the house. It's really hard for me to believe you won't be living at all anymore, Jacob muttered. Harry turned to Jacob. It'll still be me. I'll just be able to hold my own against you the next time we arm wrestle. Neither of the shapeshifters found Harry's joke to be the least bit amusing. The two shapeshifters looked morose, both at the thought of Harry moving away and at the thought that he was about to end his mortal life. You're the best friend I've ever had, Leah confessed. Her voice was choked and Harry strongly suspected that she was crying, but he couldn't tell for sure. She'd turned her head away from him and was looking out the front window of the house. I didn't expect this town to change my life as much as it did, Harry said, his eyes beginning to burn. It was destiny, though. I've thought that for a long time, but I know it now for sure. It was a 1 in a million chance that I would leave my aunt and uncle's house when I did. If I had been a few seconds later, none of this would have happened. I would have stayed there and gone back to school in the fall. But I didn't. I left at the perfect moment and then I came here, to this seemingly inconsequential town that the owls avoided. And I found the love of my life, a new family, and some of the greatest people I could have ever hoped to meet. I don't have any regrets about what I'm gonna do. But at the same time, I don't know what I'm gonna do without you. Leah turned back around before closing the few steps between herself and Harry. She gave the boy the fiercest hug that she could. Jacob joined in a few seconds later. The alpha, by comparison to Leah, was quiet in his sorrow. The trio stood together in the house that had been Harry's refuge from his past for 2 years. It had been his quiet little sanctuary away from dark lords and sorcery. He'd lived in the little home during some of the best and worst times of his life. He'd seen mornings when he didn't want to get out of bed and nights that he was certain would be his last. He'd seen heartache and love and a million other extremes there, and he was going to miss it. More than the house, though, he was going to miss his friends. He knew that they would remain his friends despite the move and his transformation. And he also knew that they would never lose touch as long the two shapeshifters were alive. But Harry had no delusions about the fact that things between them were about to change radically. The friends allowed themselves to hold on to one another for a good long while as they mourned the ending of one stage in their lives. But eventually, they let go and moved forward to face whatever came next. The decision to leave Jacob and Leah in the dark about the command issued by the Volturi wasn't a difficult one for Harry to make. He didn't like the idea that the rest of his family was being targeted, so he'd be damned if he was going to allow Jacob and his pack to be dragged into the mess as well. Still, the human's thoughts lingered on his two shapeshifter friends all throughout the trip to Alaska. After arriving in Denali, Edward insisted on blindfolding Harry so that he could surprise his husband with the new house. Harry thought that it was a bit silly considering he had already seen pictures of the house as well as its floor plans. Regardless, the dark-haired teen went along with it anyway, if only to make his husband happy. "We there yet?" Harry asked no fewer than a dozen times as Edward's newest car, a large sports utility vehicle that was far better suited to the icier road conditions of their new hometown than his old Volvo was, traveled through Denali. "Just a bit further," Edward replied every time. The trek through Denali took longer than Harry would have expected. The length of the car ride meant that the new house must be outside of the town, he reasoned. It made sense considering how much difficulty Harry would have being around humans for the foreseeable future. Almost 20 minutes after the vampire put the blindfold over Harry's eyes, the car was parked. Edward carefully helped Harry out of the passenger seat and then positioned him in the exact spot he wanted him to be in when he got his first look at their new home. "Ready?" Edward asked. The level of excitement in his voice thrilled Harry and reminded him of Jacob on the shapeshifter's birthday. Yes. The immortal removed the blindfold and allowed Harry to get a look at his new home. It took several seconds for the human's eyes to adjust to the change in light, but when they did, he was left momentarily speechless. Harry wasn't sure if it was because the house actually looked different than it had in the pictures or if it was just the experience of seeing it in real life and knowing that it was his home, but either way, the house seemed so much more spectacular than he'd anticipated. The house was 2 stories tall and of a far more traditional design than the Cullen home that was located outside of Forks. Where the Forks home had been a combination of a stately old manor and sleek, modern remodeling, the Denali home was a perfect country home nestled back into a forest of evergreen. "Our home," Harry said quietly after a bit. He turned and found Edward smiling broadly at him. "You going to give me the grand tour?" "Of course," Edward replied in a very suave manner. The vampire took his human husband's hand and led him up the 2 wooden steps that led to the front porch and, after unlocking the front door, escorted him inside. The house had high ceilings and large, open spaces. It was already furnished in a combination of both Edward and Harry's styles. The vampire's influence could be seen in the black leather couch that was positioned across from a plasma screen television in the living room, while the human's tastes were visible in the overstuffed armchairs in the sitting room just off of the bedroom. It was while being shown the bedroom, a room that took up the vast majority of the second floor, that something occurred to Harry. "There's only one bedroom," the human pointed out. "Yes," Edward sighed. He was looking at Harry as if he had no idea where his husband's concern was coming from. "Well, how will the whole family make do with only one bedroom? I mean, I know vampires don't need to sleep, but are we going to have to, do things in shifts?" Edward looked blankly at Harry for a moment before he burst out laughing at the question. "What?" Harry asked indignantly. "I'm sorry, my love, but I thought you knew. This is our house. Yours and mine. The rest of the family is living in the old Cullen house a few miles down the road." "Wait, you mean that there's a second Cullen house here?" "Of course," Edward replied with a smile. He bent down and gave Harry a quick key, before continuing. "The old house is where my family resided when we were here about a half-century ago. It is at the halfway point between this house and the house in which Tanya and her family live." "Oh," Harry said as he watched Edward move to the window and begin pointing off into the distance. "So, we don't have to worry about our privacy here." "No," Edward responded. One of the reasons he wanted to live with Harry away from the rest of the family was so that his husband could acclimate himself to the idea of such intimacy no longer being as private an affair because of the enhanced senses of those around him. The vampire continued to look out the window. "The trees are obstructing my view of the house, but I believe that the others should have arrived there by now." Harry moved forward to join his husband in looking out the window. "It's wonderful, Edward. Perfect, in fact. I'm glad you like it. It is, after all, a bit of a belated birthday present. I would be most disappointed if it didn't meet with your approval. So, when should we expect the others to show up here? Unless you want them to come over, you won't see them until after your change. Carlisle plans to arrive at 10 o'clock to help me get the transformation started. Because I will need to bite you, he is the only one with the willpower to be present. Tomorrow," Harry said softly. "It's weird. This is the last night I'm going to be a human. Tomorrow and every day after are all going to stretch on into a great eternity for me, aren't they?" "They will," Edward confirmed. "You won't think of it the way you do now, though. As a human, you grow tired from remaining awake too long, and that affects the way in which you perceive the passage of time. You won't tire like that as a vampire. Never sleeping again is a much different concept. It's hard for me to imagine. It is just as hard for me to think about needing to sleep. I look back and I think of those hours as wasted time because I don't remember what it is like to be tired. Or to sleep or dream. Except for the occasion daydream, of course. Oh, what can I say? I spent a great deal of time fantasizing about you during our classes together. Harry leaned against his husband's side as they continued to watch the scenery from the bedroom window. Speaking of fantasies and not sleeping, the human practically purred as he entwined his fingers with Edward's. The vampire allowed himself to be led to the bed by his human mate. Any special requests? Edward saw-eyed casually as Harry pushed him down onto the mattress. Requests? Harry asked with a chuckle. It is the last time we'll be doing this with you as a human, Edward pointed out. I thought there might be something in particular you wanted to do. Harry shot his husband a mischievous smile before draping his warm, human body over the cold form of the vampire. Just make love to me, that's all I want. It was some time before either spoke coherent words again. They drew things out for far longer than they ever had before. Their lovemaking was prolonged to the point that Harry thought there could be no greater agony in the world than the continued delay of his release. But the bone-deep satisfaction that accompanied the completion of their activities made everything worth it. Harry dozed off for a short while afterwards and woke some hours later to total darkness. He could feel the cold that radiated from his husband's body, but the sensation was oddly muted. It took several moments for the human's fuzzy mortal mind to comprehend that Edward had wrapped a thick blanket around him, presumably so that the vampire's cool skin would not disturb his sleep. His coordination was poor in his sleepy state, but Harry managed to pull the blanket away so that he was flush against Edward's skin. Harry, the vampire asked quietly. Yes. What are you doing? I much prefer to be touching my husband to being mummified in a blanket. The feeling of your skin is very relaxing, Harry explained. You'll get cold. I don't mind the cold, Harry replied. Before Edward could protest further, Harry changed the subject. What were you thinking about while I was asleep? Edward was quiet for a long moment before answering. Your scent, he finally said. Harry raised his head up and looked at where he was certain his husband's head was in the darkness. My scent. Yes. I love your scent. It is perfect. No two humans have exactly the same scent. And once a human turns into a vampire, their scent changes. So you're getting your fill of it while you can? Harry asked with a playful smirk. Yes, I am. I denied myself the pleasure of your scent for quite a while, you know. First because I was stupid. And then because of the wolves. Harry was amused at Edward's statement. He knew that the vampires had all had difficult coming near him after they'd returned to Forks. Harry hadn't understood at first, but he eventually discovered that the shapeshifters smell horrible to vampires. Every time Edward came close enough to Harry to smell him, he had held his breath. According to Rosalie, the entire family did the same thing. Not breathing in any of Harry's scent was a step taken by the vampires so that they could be closer to Harry. Ironically, it had also helped prevent them from discovering that Harry was undergoing chemotherapy treatment. The human settled his head back down on Edward's chest. So what do I smell like? He asked curiously. Edward craned his neck towards Harry's head and inhaled deeply. Like a mixture of citrus and cinnamon. Harry couldn't stop himself from laughing at that. You make me sound like a candle. Or a pie. Well, you are good enough to eat. That, Harry said forcefully. That right there is the corniest thing I've ever heard you say. I know. I apologize. Damn straight you apologize. I won't have my husband being some big lame-o. I think you should have to apologize for using the term, lame-o. Edward joked. So, how will my scent change? It will become sweeter, Edward answered. You will still smell like you do now, but with a twist. The pair enjoyed one another's silent company for another long stretch of time before Edward asked a question of his own. Are you scared? Yes, Harry answered truthfully. Carlisle will do everything he can to limit the pain involved, Edward assured. I know that. I'm just afraid of what I'll lose. What you'll lose. I didn't think you were overly upset about not sleeping or eating human food. I'm not, Harry said. But there are other things I'm going to lose. You told me that I would lose some of my memories. That many of the things would become a blur. Not a blur, exactly, the immortal clarified. Many of your memories will be less sharp, but they'll still be there. I believe that it is due to a change in perception. Vampire senses are so much more precise than human senses, that the old memories just seem dull. It is like comparing old television footage to real life. Your memories will be different, but they'll still be there. Unless I'm like Alice and I forget everything. She has no memories before waking up as a vampire. You won't lose everything, Edward assured his husband. You don't know that, Harry muttered. You know as well as I do that I could wake up after the transformation and have no idea who you are. If that happens, then I will gladly spend as much time as it takes helping you to remember. You better. Because you promised me forever, Harry pointed out almost childishly. And forever you shall have, my Harry. He'd been prepared as much as any human could possibly be prepared for what was to come. Harry had dreamed his last dream, eaten his last meal, and taken the time to explore the many splendors of his human senses with his husband. He was ready. He understood that there would be pain involved. And he also understood that it would only be a temporary thing, he would survive the pain. Still, Harry had a very large knot in his stomach as the time for Carlisle's arrival approached. The human was dressed in a dark blue dress shirt and black slacks. He'd liked the outfit from the moment he'd seen it on a mannequin in a Port Angeles storefront, but he'd had rarely gotten the chance to wear it. He skipped most dances and other school functions at Forks High, and he had always preferred a quiet evening with Edward in the woods or at his house over a trip to anywhere that such an outfit would have appropriate to wear to. But he wore the outfit on his last morning as a human because it felt right to dress up a little when faced with such a monumental moment in one's life. When Carlisle finally entered the home, Harry had a moment of panic. He was about to die, he realized. But that panic and fear melted away when he felt his husband place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He remembered why he was doing this, and that knowledge made everything all right. Are you ready? Carlisle asked without preamble as he walked into the home. Yes, Harry said. He desperately hoped that neither of the vampires could hear the trepidation in his voice. Where would you like to do this? We were thinking that it would be best if he was changed in our bedroom, Edward answered. Someplace familiar, so that he won't be frightened when he regains his awareness. Carlisle nodded his head and followed as Edward and Harry led him up the stairs to the home's second floor. It occurred to Harry as they walked that this was Carlisle's first chance to see the house. He momentarily thought about using the excuse of giving the doctor the 5-cent tour to delay things, but he quickly squashed the idea. The large bed had been made by Edward during the time Harry had spent in the shower that morning. The cream-colored bedspread was pulled out so taut that Harry couldn't see a single wrinkle on its surface. It looked like it had when Harry had first seen it, except for the fact that the pillows were now piled up by the center of the headboard rather than spread out. The human allowed himself to be led to the bed by his husband. It was a role reversal from the previous night when he'd been the one leading Edward to bed. Harry was positioned in the middle of the bed with his torso and head propped up by the small mountain of pillows. Once Harry was comfortable, Edward laid himself down on his side to his husband's right. Ready? Edward asked quietly in Harry's ear. Rather than answering Edward aloud, Harry turned to face his vampire, leaned over, and gave him a brief key. It was another one of the myriad of lasts that Harry took pleasure in doing as a human. Carlisle was quick to unbutton and then roll up the wizard's left sleeve. He felt for a good vein. It didn't take long. Harry had had so many injections into his left arm when he'd been ill that his veins were all very easy to locate. Harry silently wondered if the act of searching for the vein was necessary for Carlisle, or if the vampire was just going through the well-memorized motions. As Carlisle prepared Harry's arm, Edward took the time to reach over and remove Harry's wrist brace. There was no longer a need for it. The morphine that was about to be injected into his veins would kill any pain he might feel, and the vampire venom would heal the broken bone over the course of the next 3 days, just as it would any other injuries that Harry had. It might even correct his vision, but he didn't know for sure. Once the vampiric physician had found the vein, he reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a large bottle of clear fluid and a syringe. This will help you to relax. We know that the effects of the venom are quite painful, but we hope that this will eliminate or at least lessen your discomfort. But you should know, we have no way to be certain if it will work until we try it out. To our knowledge, it has never been tried before. I know, Harry said. And thank you. Carlisle nodded in recognition of Harry's gratitude and then filled the syringe with the clear fluid, tapped its side, and then held the small device needle up and pushed the air bubbles out. He placed the end of the needle a few millimeters away from Harry's arm before asking, "Ready?" Harry shook with momentary laughter. If you people don't stop asking me that question, I'll die of old age before we get this thing started. Carlyle smiled softly. I'll take that to be a yes. The human was quick to turn his head away so as to not watch the injection. Despite all of his experience with being poked and prodded at, he was still very averse to needles. He kept his green eyes locked onto the amber ones of his husband as Carlyle injected the painkillers into his system. There was a momentary pinch and then a slight burning sensation as the medication entered Harry's system. As the concoction pumped its way through his veins, Harry found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes focused on his husband. Everything felt warm and comfortable and his eyelids were becoming so damn heavy. He was vaguely aware of someone removing his glasses. Then there were people talking above him, but he couldn't tell who it was. If he'd been able to think clearly, he'd have known that Edward and Carlyle were the only other people in the room, but it was just so hard to think about such things. Or anything for that matter. Cold fingers gently caressed Harry's neck as his head was tilted to the side. Those fingers were soon replaced by a pair of lips. The sensation tickled the human and he let out an involuntary sigh at the contact. Edward gave his human husband several gentle kisses on the neck. He relished the feeling of the blood pumping through the veins just underneath Harry's skin. When he was certain that Harry was thoroughly anesthetized, he allowed his teeth to break the smooth, white skin. Then, all Harry knew was pain. The world returned to Harry's senses with frightening clarity as red-hot electricity sprung forth from that spot on his neck and filtered its way through the rest of his body. He wanted to scream out. He wanted to open his eyes. He wanted to do something, anything to stop the pain. But he couldn't. The morphine worked, just not in the way Carlyle had either anticipated or hoped. Instead of suppressing the pain, it just suppressed Harry's ability to move or react. He was left paralyzed to suffer the agony of the venom. As the fire raged throughout the boy's body, he slowly adjusted to the pain. That in no way meant that he was able to completely ignore the pain, but he was eventually able to focus on something else. He could hear Edward breathing to his right. And he could feel the vampire's hand holding on to his own. At random intervals, the vampire would gently squeeze the human's hand. Harry knew that those intervals were random because he eventually started to count the seconds between the squeezes. He had nothing else to do, after all. The effects of the morphine slowly faded from his system. He knew that he could move if he wanted, but he decided not to because, at some point during his torture, he'd become grateful for the paralyzing effects of the drugs. He would never want to hurt Edward by allowing him to know of the pain and agony that his bite had caused. After a few hours had passed, Edward began to speak to him. The vampire's soft, baritone voice provided Harry with a very much needed distraction from the pain. Have I ever told you about the moment I realized I was in love with you? Edward asked quietly. He knew that Harry wouldn't answer him, but started the one-sided conversation with a question anyway. It was October the 15th. You had only been in Forks for a few months and, although we were friends and I was actively pursuing you, we weren't together yet. I saw you walking out of the market. It was raining and some woman left the store at the same time you did, but she'd forgotten her umbrella. You gave her your umbrella so that she wouldn't get wet, and then began to walk home in the rain. I enjoyed seeing your generosity, but wasn't surprised in the least by it. As I drove towards you to offer you a ride home, it sprung up in my mind out of nowhere. I just love him so much. Everything in my life just crystallized in that moment. I realized that I wasn't just interested in you. Or attracted to you. Don't get me wrong, I was both those things. But I was in love with you in the way Carlyle and Esme are in love with one another. I suddenly didn't feel like such an outsider in my family. I knew in that moment that I wanted to spend all eternity with you, even if I stubbornly refused to admit it. Edward chuckled softly before continuing. By Halloween, we were dating and, less than a week later, I'd confessed that I loved you. After I heard myself say those 3 words, I was certain you'd run away. It was all too quick. After all of the weeks you'd spent shooting down my clumsy attempts at asking you out, it was ridiculous for me to move so quickly. And then you surprised me by saying that you were falling in love with me. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. Perhaps only overshadowed by when you agreed to marry me and when we were actually married. And the first time I saw you after my absence from Forks. That last one seems odd to you, I suspect. You barely spared me more than a single, angry glance before you turned away and hid your eyes from mine. You were angry, but I was just so happy to see you. I'd spent months thinking about you, imagining what you were doing while I was away. Daydreaming about your laugh and your smile. Edward continued to talk to Harry for hours in the same manner. It was wonderful for the dark-haired boy to have something to think about. One by one, every spectacular moment of their relationship was recounted. And with every anecdote that Edward told, Harry allowed himself to relive the moment. He remembered blushing furiously when their hands accidentally touched across the lunch table when Edward handed him a book. A contact that was only accidental on Harry's part, it turned out. Then he remembered being taken by surprise the first time Edward had Ed him. Edward joked quietly to Harry that the human's eyes had widened comically when the vampire captured his lips with his own. Finally, after what Harry knew to be days, the fire began to recede. Starting in his fingers and toes, a cool feeling began to flood his body. It was like water was being pumped into his system to extinguish the fire that had ravaged him for so long. Harry was enraptured with the sudden relief. Sadly, his relief didn't last for long as he was soon assaulted with a new and terrible pain. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Harry's heartbeat began to pick up its pace at an alarming rate. In a matter of seconds, his chest went from feeling like he was resting comfortably to feeling like he was on the last leg of a marathon. But once it reached that heightened speed where it felt like he could tolerate it no more, it didn't level off or slow down. The beating just continued to accelerate. The human once again lost all track of time. It felt as though all of the burning sensation he'd endured was concentrated in his heart, like the pain was a piece of paper that had been crumpled up into a tight ball and forced into the muscle. The pain was terrible and it took all of Harry's resolve not to arch his back and cry out in desperation for someone to help him. Then, just as quickly as the new pain had arrived, it vanished. The pain was gone, as was Harry's mortality. He knew that fact beyond the shadow of any doubt. Because, how else could he still be thinking when his heart was no longer beating? He was a vampire just like the rest of his family. It's okay, Harry, Edward's voice came softly from the darkness. It's over. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. But take your time, I'll be right here waiting for you. Harry waited a few minutes with his eyes closed. As he lay upon the bed, he explored with his newly enhanced senses. The bed was just as soft as before, but now he could feel the individual threads that had been woven into the bedspread beneath his back. And he could hear everything in the house, from Edward's soft breathing to the ticking of the clock on the downstairs mantel. Beyond what was in the house, he could hear things in the outdoors. An animal, a cat, perhaps, was softly padding across the backyard and there were birds chirping on one of the power lines that paralleled the main road that they had taken to get to the new house. It took the new vampire a moment to realize that he wasn't breathing. Although he knew he didn't actually need to breathe anymore, he decided to give it a shot. He inhaled deeply and savored the scent of the air. Everything in the room from the carpet fibers to the little particles of dust floating in the air had their own distinct smells that Harry was able to distinguish. The vampire could also smell his husband's spicy cologne. Harry zeroed in on his husband and searched underneath the cologne for his husband's unique scent. He'd never been able to detect it before, but Edward had his own fragrance. It smelled like warm honey with a light tinge of something else that the young immortal couldn't identify. Something floral. Lilac perhaps. Whatever the additional element was, it didn't stand out nearly as much as the sweet smell of honey. Edward chuckled lightly next to Harry. The sound of his voice was so much sharper than before. It was as if the newborn had had cotton in his ears throughout his mortal life and was hearing his husband without obstruction for the first time. Harry had wanted to give it a little bit more time so that he could completely explore the extent of his non-visual senses, but he just couldn't be that patient. He wanted to see his husband's face more than he'd ever wanted to see anything in his life. With more than a flicker of excitement, the vampire opened his eyes. In many ways, Edward looked the same. He had the same high cheekbones and angular features that Harry had long since memorized. His lips were still just as full and his eyes just as topaz. The changes lay in the fact that every detail was much clearer to Harry's new eyes. The newly transformed boy was able to take in every bit of Edward's magnificent face in a way that made him momentarily question whether he'd ever actually looked upon the vampire before that moment. As Harry marveled in the increased acuity with which he was seeing his husband, he reached forward with a carefully controlled hand and touched Edward's face. The older vampire's skin no longer felt cold and hard like marble, but was instead perfectly smooth, soft as silk, and as warm to Harry's touch as any human he'd touched when he was alive. Edward smiled at Harry's gentle touch and squeezed the newborn's other hand, which was still had at his side. "How do you feel?" he asked his husband. "I feel perfect," Edward completed excitedly. "That is what you were going to say, wasn't it?" Harry tilted his head to the side as best he could and analyzed his husband's expression. "Yes," he answered slowly. Edward's smile grew larger. "I can hear you. Hear me. Whatever it was that kept me from hearing your thoughts is gone now." Harry moved his hand up and away from Edward's face to rest in his messy locks of his bronze hair. "Then what am I thinking right now?" Edward moved quickly forward and connected his lips to Harry's. The motion, which would have been so fast that Harry wouldn't have had time to react at all when he was a human, now played out at a speed he was able to comprehend. The dark-haired vampire saw the muscles in Edward's neck begin to move as soon as he began to crane towards him and was able to move his own neck in concert in order to allow his husband easier access. The key was a new experience as well. Before, between Edward and Harry had always been a cold yet passionate experience limited by the human's necessity for oxygen. Now that their body temperatures were evenly matched and Harry was as much a statue as Edward, the key felt warm and soft. And now that neither Edward nor Harry was bound by the mortal requirement to breathe, the key lasted for several long minutes. When they finally broke apart, Harry was laughing hard. He sat up and examined the bedroom he shared with Edward. As with everything else, the room made him feel like he'd spent his mortal life blind. "You can hear my thoughts," Harry mused aloud. He began to absorb the implications of that concept. Whatever mental barrier had existed when he was immortal had collapsed when his heart stopped beating. He had originally believed that his immunity to Edward's power had to do with his status as a wizard, much like his immunity to Alice's foresight. But that theory had been shot down when his husband proved capable of reading the thoughts of other wizards. Was there another reason he had been immune while he was mortal that no longer applied? Or was it something unique to his magic, like the ability to speak Parseltongue? Had he lost that mystic defense and the rest of his magic, or had he retained his wizarding abilities? "I wonder what other changes there are." Edward stood up next to the bed and extended a hand to Harry. "Let me show you." Harry accepted the offered hand and allowed himself to be pulled towards the bathroom. His husband pulled him into the room so that he could examine himself in the mirror. Superficially, he still looked like Harry Potter. He retained the same basic physical features that he'd had in life. There were significant changes, however. For starters, he was paler, his features were more angular, and his entire body was more toned. His hair was both darker and longer. The color was a darker brown than it had been after it had grown back, but it was still lighter than the pitch-black shade it had been before he was sick. His hair had grown longer as a result of his transformation so that the dark strands fell haphazardly around his face. It was now about as long as Jasper's hair, but was significantly straighter. Upon turning his head to examine the length in back, he decided he'd need a trim to balance things out. Alice, he was certain, would be happy to help him out. The most startling change of all was his eyes. They were now blood red. As he looked into the mirror, he felt a pang of sorrow at the loss of his mother's green eyes. He knew that this was going to happen. Edward, after all, had had green eyes like Harry's when he was alive. Still, the change caught him off guard. "It's the human blood in your system. As your old blood dissipates over the next year, your eyes will take on a color to match your diet," Edward answered the concerns that he could hear rattling around inside his husband's head. "Red for humans, amber for animals," Harry said. Edward didn't say anything, but Harry did see him nod his confirmation in the mirror. The younger vampire knew that there was a high probability that he'd slip up during one of his early years as a vampire and feed off of a human, so his eyes might remain red far longer than he'd like to think about. Harry went back to messing with his hair. He parted it just off of center as Alice had done on the night of his wedding. The added length allowed him to tuck some of the longer strands behind his ears. He shot a disgruntled look at the overly long strands in back and made another mental note to ask Alice to help him with that later. It was while after changing the part in his hair that he noticed another major change in his appearance. His scar was gone. The lightning bolt scar that had adorned his forehead since he was 15 months old was absent. It must have healed in the same way his broken wrist had, he realized. In fact, all of the various scars that Harry had gained over his mortal lifetime, though it seemed a bit odd to think of a little over 17 years as a lifetime, were gone. Only 2 scars remained on his entire body, and they were brand new. A pair of crescent-shaped scars was now visible on Harry's neck. The new scars, he knew, matched Edward's mouth perfectly because they had been given to him when Edward had injected his venom into Harry's bloodstream just 3 days prior. Edward gently reached out and wrapped his arms around his husband's waist and pulled the smaller vampire flush with his chest. Harry relished the sensation of being held by Edward. He'd always enjoyed such embraces, but his heightened senses made this seem like a totally novel experience. The taller vampire bent his neck downwards and placed a key directly on the scars on Harry's neck. The feeling of Edward's lips on that particular part of his body sent vibrant chills on a downward course through his body. Harry let out an involuntary gasp at the thrill, and that sound caused Edward to laugh softly against his skin. An added bonus, Edward began between key is that I can now hear exactly how you feel about every little thing I do. I know how to drive you absolutely wild. Harry was helpless against the overwhelming onslaught of each and every new sensation. Even the slightest caress felt like it was 1,000 times more magnificent and sensual than even the heights of their previous passionate exploits. While immortal, the youngest of the Cullen Coven might have lost track of time, but his immortal mind knew that he was putty in Edward's hands for exactly 90 minutes. An hour and a half had never passed so quickly to Harry. His newfound awareness of the passage of time astounded the newborn. Edward placed his mouth very close to Harry's right ear and, in his rich, velvety voice, asked, "Are you hungry, my love?" At the mention of being hungry, Harry felt a tickle in his throat. It wasn't the raging fire that his family had described the thirsty sensation to be, but he still identified it. He wanted to hunt. Yes. The older vampire released his hold on Harry and proceeded to lead him down the stairs and out of the house. Once out the back door, the newborn had to stop and take in all of the wonders around him before he could go any farther. After waiting for Harry to adjust to his new perception of the outside world, Edward began to instruct him. "You're stronger and faster now. Faster than me, stronger than Emmett. You will be until all of the human blood has left your system and you are no longer a newborn. A whole year of being the strongest in the family. You know there is no way I can resist rubbing that in Emmett's face, right?" Edward smirked at Harry's joke. The speed with which Harry was adapting to all of his changes was remarkable. He believed that it had something to do with the amount of time Harry had spent around vampires and the way he'd done everything imaginable to prepare himself for his transformation. "Leap into the woods," he instructed. Harry looked towards the trees that abutted the property. He was a good 10 meters from the closest tree. The logical part of his brain that knew a vampire would have no difficulty jumping such a distance was at war with the parts of his brain that still thought of himself as being constrained by human limitations. "Don't think about it, Harry. Just do it," Edward encouraged. In an instant, Harry sprung forward and found himself propelled a good 15 meters into the forest. Although he hadn't been focused on any but the closest handful of trees, the more distant ones had remained within his field of vision, and every minor detail, from their location to their scent, had been taken into account as he jumped. A smile spread across the vampire's face as he began to run and jump through the woods at speeds that no human could match. He knew that even a wizard on a firebolt would have had difficulty keeping sight of him. Edward called for him to slow down, but he was just having too much fun. The dark-haired vampire continued to race through the trees. The house faded into the distance behind him until it was beyond even his enhanced senses to notice. Edward too was beginning to fade away. Then, very abruptly, something caught his attention. Harry could smell something in the forest. The smell was unique and oddly familiar to him. He immediately changed course to investigate. As the scent grew stronger, he began to hear noises. Although indistinct at first, he soon recognized that he was hearing voices talking to one another. With sudden terror, Harry realized what the familiar smell was: humans. He had changed course and started to head towards humans. The new vampire forced his legs to lock up so that he would go no closer. Because he hadn't taken the time to slow down when he commanded his legs to stop moving, he continued to fly forward and went tumbling through rocks and bushes. Edward was upon him a moment later. The older vampire examined his frightened husband very closely. Harry was wide-eyed and shaken. His shirt had been torn to ribbons by his fall, and Edward could see the younger vampire's chest moving up and down in quick succession. If he were still a human, Edward would think that Harry Cullen was hyperventilating. "Harry?" Edward asked quietly as he moved down by Harry's position on the forest floor. "People," Harry whispered. "There are people. What do I do?" The bronze-haired vampire reached out and took hold of Harry's shoulders and pulled him into a strong embrace. "It's okay, Harry. You stopped yourself. You did everything just right." Harry wrapped his arms around Edward's waist and buried his head in his shoulder. "I started to head their direction because I could smell them. I stopped as soon as I heard their voices and realized what it was I was smelling." "You did great, Harry. More than I could have at your age." But Harry could still smell the humans in the distance, and the thought that something could break loose inside of himself at any moment and compel him to hunt them down and feed from their bodies terrified him to the very core of his being. Those thoughts caused Harry to hold on to his husband even tighter and pray that the humans would begin to move in the other direction soon. Edward continued to hold Harry for quite some time. His husband slowly calmed down, but maintained a vice-like grip on Edward's midsection. He was amazed at Harry's ability to resist the urge to track down the humans in the forest and slaughter them. Edward silently cursed himself for allowing the dark-haired vampire to escape him so easily. He knew that there was no way he could have protected the humans from his husband. Harry would have beaten Edward to his prey by several seconds, and Edward would have been unable to restrain his husband without causing him severe harm. And Edward simply would not allow that kind of injury to befall Harry. Harry's breathing eventually slowed down such that the compressions of his chest complemented Edward's. When Edward breathed in, Harry breathed out, and when Edward breathed out, Harry breathed in. When Harry calmed enough that Edward didn't have to worry about him racing off to commit horrendous acts of slaughter, the more experienced vampire was able to focus on the still frenzied thoughts of the newborn. The bronze-haired vampire was quite curious as to what Harry thought about the scent of humans. The level of self-control he showed was spectacular. Except for Carlisle and Rosalie, every member of Cullen family had had to spend years practicing to develop that level of control over their urges. But Harry's thoughts didn't make sense to Edward. "Harry?" he asked quietly. The newborn waited several seconds before giving any indication that he'd even heard his husband speak. Harry turned his head slightly so that his mouth was no longer flush with the cloth covering Edward's shoulder. "Yes, Edward. When you smelled the humans, what did it smell like to you?" Harry tightened his grip almost painfully on Edward. "It's hard to describe. It smelled like people, though. There are more than one of them, but they all smelled kinda the same. I knew it was familiar when I caught my first whiff, but I couldn't place it. Then when I heard the voices, I knew exactly what it was. That's all," Edward pressed. "It didn't smell savory or anything like that." "Not savory, exactly. It smelled good. Appetizing, even. But they didn't smell like something I just couldn't live without." "Curious," the older vampire commented. Harry pulled back slightly to get a good look at his husband's face. Edward appeared to be deep in thought. "Is something wrong?" "No," Edward answered immediately. "I think something might be very right, actually. But I don't know for sure. Carlisle would know better. Should we go talk to him?" Later, Edward saw Ed as he rose to his feet and then helped Harry to stand. "First, we need to get you something to eat." "Something not human," the newborn stressed. Edward knew he shouldn't laugh at Harry's statement, but he chuckled anyway. The bronze-haired telepath wasted no time in leading Harry in the opposite direction from the humans. After getting what Edward considered to be a safe distance from them, the amber-eyed vampire led his young mate into the treetops. Harry loved the speed at which he could travel as a vampire. He could run so fast that he thought several times that it would take only a little effort to go airborne. And once Edward pulled him upward so that they were leaping from one giant tree top to another, he felt like he was flying. It was incredible. Without any forewarning, Edward clamped his claw-like fingers into the body of one of the ancient trees. Although he'd given his husband no indication that he was preparing to stop, Harry's enhanced reflexes allowed him to mimic his husband's action and so take hold of the same tree. What? Harry asked. Bear, was Edward's simple explanation. The younger vampire began to sniff the air in an attempt to find the animal that Edward was sensing. It took him a moment, but he could smell it as well. He found a musky scent that was just as appetizing as the humans had been. Once he found the scent, he was able to zero in on the animals and listen to its slow movements through the woods. Harry was a bit peeved that Edward sensed the bear before he had. The younger vampire was the newborn, after all. He was supposed to more powerful than Edward for several months. It just takes practice, Edward said in response to Harry's thoughts. Harry sent his husband an mocking glare. I don't know how Alice has been able to stand you doing that all these years. Alice has the patience of a saint, Edward replied with one of his patented crooked smiles. We both know that's a lie. You must be bribing her or something, Harry quipped. So, there's a bear. Yes, there is. Emmett has always highly recommended bear. Harry's face scrunched up for a moment before he continued. How do I do this? Do I sneak up on it? Or do I just charge in there? Let your instincts guide you. Rosalie was right the other day. Vampires are natural predators. Everything about us is designed for the hunt. Just start moving that direction and follow your instincts. Harry nodded his head before leaping to the next tree. He didn't like the slight rustling sound that the tree made when he landed on it. He was trying to be stealthy, after all, so he carefully moved himself down to the forest floor. With unnatural grace, Harry moved along in the direction of the bear. The newborn followed the scent. With every step, the sound of the bear's movements became louder. And then he was able to hear something else coming from the animal. It was a low, repetitive sound. Harry focused on that noise, which he soon realized was the bear's heartbeat. That knowledge excited Harry and caused his throat to burn. Finally, the bear come into view. Harry was standing the better part of a kilometer away, but he could see the bear move through a small gap in the distant trees. As soon as the bear came into sight, the vampire froze. He waited until the bear had moved just beyond his range of vision before he began to move once more. Harry traveled swiftly and silently amongst the trees. He knew where the bear was now, so he was able to always keep himself hidden by a wall of foliage. The newborn vampire moved around the bear until he was standing in the path that the bear had been traveling through. In other words, he put himself at the bear's back. The dark-haired teen remained perfectly still in that one spot for several seconds as he watched the path that the bear had taken. He sniffed the air again and found that he could discern the bear's exact path through the woods. Once he'd found that path, he struck. Moving at speeds far beyond what any other predator in the forest could manage, Harry hurtled down the path after the bear. Despite the speed at which he was running, the vampire maintained his supernatural grace and so made virtually no sound at all. The term, virtually, best describes it because while he did make sound, it was far too soft for any but the most precise of senses to detect. Another vampire, for instance, would have had no difficulty in hearing his approach. The bear didn't stand a chance. By the time it realized that anything was going on, Harry had clamped his strong jaws down on the creature's neck and began to feast hungrily on its blood. The large, dark-furred bear did its best to fight back, but it was a futile effort. Its claws could do no damage to Harry's marble-like skin and his usually powerful paw could have been a feather for all the good it did against Harry. The only damage that the bear managed to inflict was to further ruin Harry's already tattered shirt. When he was finished with his first kill, Edward joined him in a second hunt and then a third. After 3 kills, Harry had eaten his fill and was ready to return home. With the same excitement that he had felt for his first jumps through the trees of the forest, Harry followed Edward as the older vampire led him back to their home. Harry was surprised when he realized that that was where they were heading, but the surprise didn't last long. He'd left the house barefoot and had since torn his favorite blue shirt into ruined rags. There was simply no way that Harry could go see Alice Cullen of all people looking like that. The female vampire would have a conniption. After the brief stop at home in which Harry put on shoes, socks, and a gray sweater, the pair began to race towards the old Cullen house. It was the first time Harry had been able to see the house, and it matched what he imagined almost perfectly. The old Cullen house was situated on the side of a hill. Much of its exterior looked like a log cabin except for one entire side of the house that was made of glass. The large panels of glass reminded Harry very much of the Cullens' home in Forks, Washington. The Alaskan home's roofline jutted upward to form a very sharp point, and a large balcony wrapped around at least two of the non-glass sides of the third floor. As soon as the house came into view, so did Alice Cullen. She was standing out front with a giddy smile on her face. Harry could hear her call to her family members as Harry and Edward neared the house. The entire coven came out to greet the newlyweds when they arrived. Harry slowed his pace once he was about a dozen meters from the assembled family. Edward took his left hand in his right one and proceeded to escort his husband the rest of the way. The younger vampire casually brushed a stray strand of his dark hair out of his face in order to show off the fact that the scar on his forehead had disappeared. "Oh, Harry, you look wonderful," Esme said as she moved forward to embrace both Edward and Harry. Once Esme had finished hugging the two children that she tended to think of as her youngest, Harry always found it ironic that Edward had to pretend to be younger than his siblings when he was, in fact, older than all of them except for Jasper. Everyone else took a turn to congratulate Harry on his successful transformation. "I also believe we need to congratulate you on resisting the humans," Alice said cheerily as she locked her left arm with Harry's right one and began to lead him and, by extension, Edward towards the house. "Humans?" Carlyle asked sharply. Harry caught wind of some humans when he started his hunt. He began to head their direction with Edward hot on his trail, the short female vampire explained in a tone that one might use when discussing the weather. Immediately, several members of the coven voiced their reaction to the news. Rosalie's shout was the loudest as she called Edward a dolt, and berated him for not stopping Harry as soon as he realized what Harry was doing. But, Alice interrupted in a shout so as to be heard over the crowd. Harry stopped himself as soon as he realized what it was that he was smelling. "You stopped yourself?" Carlyle was quick to ask. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Well, that's wonderful news," Esme said in a delighted tone. "Unless you're Emmett or Jasper," Alice said slyly to Harry. "They've been betting on how many humans you'll kill. Wizards excluded, of course." "How did you know all of that?" the newborn asked his sister. "I heard them making the bet earlier." "No, I mean about me smelling the humans." "Well, I believe that my theory about only being able to see things I can relate to, that is, normal humans and vampires, was right," the spiky-haired vampire explained. "As soon as you became a vampire, I could see your future. One moment all I could see of you was a blurry haze, and in the next moment everything just snapped into focus. There's more to the story than what you could see, Alice," Edward sighed. Harry's thoughts about the humans were a bit odd. "You heard his thoughts?" Jasper asked. "Yes. As soon as his heart stopped beating, I could hear everything he was thinking loud and clear. And when he was thinking about the humans, he definitely wasn't thinking what I had expected him to. He was thinking a lot like Carlyle, actually." "What do you mean?" Rosalie asked as she looked back and forth between the pair. By this time, the group had reached the living room of the Cullen house. It was furnished in much the same way as the living room in the Forks house had been. The spacious room was lined with pale, comfortable furniture positioned around a massive plasma television. He recognized the scent as being that of, well, food, the telepath began. "But I couldn't hear any of the usual thoughts about how wonderful and inviting it smelled. It was as if he recognized the humans as one option for his meal, but just decided to have something else. Like picking one candy bar over another." "Is that how you feel about it, Harry?" Carlyle asked. Harry relived the moment in his mind before answering. "Yes, that is exactly what it was like. I knew that I was smelling, as Edward put it, food. And I knew that whatever it was would satisfy my hunger. But once I realized that I was smelling humans, I just forced myself to stop. I was so scared of killing innocent people that I just froze and didn't move until Edward came for me. You weren't tempted by them at all? Emmett asked. Well, they smelled like food. But it wasn't like what any of you described to me before. You used to say that the smell of human blood made your throats burn and that you felt like the only thing that could put the fire out was the blood. I didn't feel like that. I had a little tickle in my throat, but I felt the same way when I saw Hunting the Bear. Emmett gave a smirk and a nod at the mention of the bear. That's exactly how it is for me, Carlyle said in amazement. Well, Edward said to Harry, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. Carlyle has always said that he believes it was his compassion that he carried over from his mortal life that has given him such excellent self-control. Maybe it's the same with you. I seem to remember hearing Jacob Black thinking quite a bit about how I was trying to take advantage of your compassionate nature when I first returned to Forks. Usually, any mention of the time when Edward and Harry were broken up brought up awful memories of being left alone in the snowy forest outside of Forks. Instead, the mention of him being compassionate brought up a totally different memory. Harry remembered the argument he'd had with Headmaster Dumbledore. He was confident in his decision. Harry knew that he'd done the right thing at the time. But there was still a nagging voice in the back of his head that wondered if he could really be considered compassionate when he'd turned a deaf ear on his old friends and opted to remain blissfully ignorant of all of the innocent people caught between the headmaster and the Dark Lord. Especially if he really was the only one that could stop Lord Voldemort. His intention to lend a hand was, after all, based on his interest in protecting his family, not on any desire to help the British wizarding community at large. Harry spent a whole week indulging in his new senses. Everything he did was like a first-time experience. Every action which, prior to his becoming a vampire, was mundane or casual was now capable of evoking a million different emotions. The first time the newborn stood in the light of the sun was breathtaking. The beams of light reflected off of his skin and bathed his surroundings in every color of the rainbow. The moment was made even more spectacular when Edward joined him. Edward also took the time to expose his young husband to humans to test the limitations of Harry's self-control. They discovered that Harry did indeed have incredible restraint when it came to the humans. The dark-haired vampire's ability to control his thirst wasn't as perfect as his new father's and was apparently affected by two factors: the number of humans in close proximity to himself and how long it had been since he'd last fed. In the days immediately following a feeding, Harry could walk the streets of Denali without any fear of losing control. But as he became hungrier, the human's blood became more and more appealing. The Coven theorized that if he went more than a week or so without feeding, then a crowd of humans might prove to be far too tempting. It would be like parading a starving man in front of a buffet. He'd need an alternate food source right then and there in order to keep himself from killing a human or two to sat his hunger. Perhaps, with years of practice, his restraint would be on par with Rosalie and Carlyle. The week wasn't devoted entirely to Harry's hedonistic passions and testing the limits of his control, however. He also took time to call Jacob and Leah to touch base. Leah didn't ask any questions and answered all of Harry's with short, clipped responses. Jacob, by comparison, was very interested in finding out all of the details about Harry's new abilities. The Alpha also assured Harry that Leah just needed time to adjust to her friend's change. She'd warm back up to him eventually. The other major focus of the week was planning. It was mid-September. There was less than 4 months before Arrow would make good on his threat to destroy the Cullen Coven. If Harry was going to end a war that had been going on in one form or another for decades, he'd need to get started as soon as possible. The biggest catch was the same one as he and Edward had faced before. They had no idea how to get in touch with Dumbledore. An owl was out the question. They had no idea how to get to Hogwarts, and they couldn't access Diagon Alley without a wand. Not that it would have been safe for a group of vampires to take a stroll in there even if they took the time to put Harry's broken wand back together. It appeared that the only viable option was to go back to the Burrow. After procuring new travel papers for Harry and Edward, a step necessitated by Headmaster Dumbledore's decision to report Harry as the victim of a kidnapping, the group was off. It wasn't just Edward and Harry who traveled to Brishan this time, the entire family went. The 4 stunningly attractive couples certainly made for a sight at the airport. I guess the next step is to figure out who all is going to the Weasley home, Carlisle said as he strolled into one of the 2 hotel suites the group had booked for their stay in London. I thought all of us were going to go, came Emmett's disgruntled response. We need to work with these people, not scare them to death, the vampire patriarch replied. I wouldn't be opposed to scaring 1 or 2 of them to death, Harry joked. Carlisle gave Harry and Emmett a mock glare. Now boys, you know better than to play with your food, Rosalie said in a distracted voice as she passed the trio to get a good look at the room. She didn't even register it when Carlisle turned his glare in her direction. I like the bedroom on the left. It has a nice southern exposure. I guess that means she's calling dibs, Alice said as she entered the room with Jasper and Edward in tow. Harry and I will take the room on the right, Edward said before anyone else could stake their claim. He turned to his dark-haired sister and smirked. I guess that means you and Jasper get to share the other suite with Mom and Dad. He's only claiming that room because he knows you're still squeamish about people hearing you two going at it. It's easier if it's other teens, as opposed to the parents, Emmett whispered to his new little brother. Harry pulled his arm back and smacked the curly-headed vampire on the back of the head. Sadly, he still hadn't quite gotten the hang of his enhanced strength and so sent Emmett flying across the room. He was lucky the large vampire didn't break any of the room's expensive furniture before he skidded to a stop by the far wall. Sorry, Harry apologized sheepishly. Emmett righted himself while the other members of the coven laughed at Harry's display of brute strength. Try to remember that you're a good deal stronger than the rest of us at the moment, the burly vampire said. Maybe you should try to remember not to tease him about his life until after the human blood has dissipated, Rosalie said as she disappeared into the bedroom she'd claimed. Getting back to the topic at hand, Jasper sighed. I think it should be Harry, Carlisle, and myself. Why not me? Emmett and Edward demanded at the same time. Harry must go, but he cannot go alone. Carlisle is a logical choice for a companion because he is the most level-headed of all of us and will be in the best position to restrain him if something happens that breaks his control over his hunger. I believe that I am also a logical choice because there is a chance that my power will work on Dumbledore. There's no way to know for sure that it will work, Esme pointed out. True, but we know for certain that Edward will not be privy to the wizard's thoughts and Alice's foresight does not permit her to see anything that includes wizards. Mine is the only ability that has a chance of working on the headmaster, Jasper explained. That still doesn't explain why you don't want anyone else going with us, Harry said as he pulled Edward against his side. As Carlisle said, we don't wish to scare them too badly. From what you have told us, wizards hate vampires. The more of us that attend, the more threatened the wizards will feel. Also, given that we are splitting into 2 groups, I feel that it is important that the group that remains behind have sufficiently good fighters that they can protect themselves. Alice and Esme are our least experienced combatants. Rosalie, Edward, and Emmett should remain behind to assist them in the event that the wizards learn of our location and decide to try something. What he actually means is that he's confident in his ability to keep Harry safe, so he wants as many of the rest of us as possible to protect Alice in his stead, Edward interjected. The frown that formed on Jasper's usually impassive face told Harry that Edward was right. The bronze-haired vampire had pulled Jasper's rationale directly out of his mind. I agree with Jasper, Carlisle said. We need to keep the group small for this first encounter. Edward attempted to protest but Carlisle didn't give him the chance. The wizards have seen you once before, Edward. You broke into the burrow to save Harry and, in the process, hit one of the Weasley sons pretty hard. His thoughts towards a married man were inappropriate, Edward bit out, much to Harry's shock. Nevertheless, your presence may serve only to agitate them. I am less than confident in your ability to keep your tempter in check a second time. And it would be wise to keep the group small so that, should the need arise, it can escape with greater ease. Edward continued to glare at his adoptive father defiantly for several seconds, an eternity for an immortal, but he eventually gave in. The logic was sound. His presence would only complicate matters. And if things did turn ugly, there was a decreased chance that anyone in a smaller group would be captured. Carlisle, Jasper, and Harry set out for Ottery Street. Catchpole shortly after sunset. They wanted to arrive a while after dinner in the hopes of there being as few visitors as possible. Rosalie had had the foresight to purchase a number of cloaks from an online store so that Harry may approach the wizards without his vampiric traits being easily noticeable. Given Edward's rescue of Harry during his previous visit, the wizards would expect him to be accompanied by vampires but would not necessarily expect him to be a vampire himself. When they arrived at the burrow, Harry took the lead. He was nervous about facing round 2 of this nonsense. Jasper was kind enough to send calming emotions to Harry via the blonde's empathic powers. The youngest of the trio of vampires went up to the door and knocked. Remembering what happened with Emmett earlier that day, Harry was careful to control the amount of force he put behind each knock. After about a minute, the front door opened just a crack and a wand emerged. The little piece of wood looked quite delicate to Harry's immortal eyes. When he was a human, a wand seemed like a very sturdy piece of wood. Now he was certain he could break it with only a hard jab of a finger. "Who are you?" a voice asked. Harry recognized the voice as that of Arthur Weasley. "It's Harry, Mr. Weasley. I need to talk to the headmaster." "What was your Patronus?" The question surprised the vampire for a moment, but he quickly realized that the wizard was trying to confirm his identity. It seemed a bit odd that Charlie hadn't bothered to do so on his first visit. "A stag," Harry answered. "Why?" "Because that was my father's animagus form." The man was silent for a minute before he said anything else. "Who is with you?" "My father. My new father and one of my brothers," Harry answered. "Look, after what happened last time, I don't expect you to just open the door for us. So why don't you go and flow Hogwarts and tell Professor Dumbledore that I'm here?" Arthur Weasley considered the thought as he continued to hide behind the door. "Okay. Just wait out there." "We'll wait in the woods," Jasper said sharply. "Just in case you or one of your compatriots decides to do something astoundingly stupid." Again. Mr. Weasley slammed the door in a huff at that statement. Clearly, he believed that it was Harry that had done something stupid during their previous encounter. The dark-haired immortal shook his head in exasperation before running off into the woods with Carlisle and Jasper. The 3 vampires didn't have to wait in the woods for very long. Not 3 minutes passed after Mr. Weasley shut the door before Albus Dumbledore emerged from the house in robes of red and gold, Gryffindor colors. He was flanked by Professor Snape and a tall black man that Harry didn't recognize. The 3 wizards exited the house, but traveled no farther than the front stoop before stopping. "I guess we should go say hello," Carlisle said before he began to approach the house once more. Harry was relieved that Carlisle was taking the lead this time. "Greetings. My name is Carlisle," the vampire said as he came near the house. Harry was impressed that none of the 3 wizards raised their wands at the cloaked figures heading their way. "Greetings, Carlisle. I am Albus Dumbledore. This is Professor Snape and Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt," the old wizard introduced. "This is my son, Jasper. And you know Harry, of course," Carlisle said as he motioned to the 2 cloaked figures that accompanied him. Harry was careful to keep his face obscured by the hood of his cloak. The headmaster regarded Jasper for a long, scrutinizing moment. "And would you be Mr. Potter's husband?" "No," Jasper said. "As we told the other wizard, I am his brother. And he isn't a Potter anymore." "I see," the headmaster said quietly. "I wonder if Mr. P." He stopped himself before making the same mistake a second time. "I wonder, Harry, if you would be willing to talk to me in private for a bit. I swear that I shall do no magic on you. There will be no need for your vampire companions to join us," the headmaster said as he motioned away from the house. Harry wasn't the least bit surprised that the headmaster had figured out that Carlisle and Jasper were vampires. He wondered if the wizard had reached the same conclusion about him. With his enhanced senses, Harry turned his attention to Jasper. In a voice both too quick and too quiet for anyone but the vampires to hear, Jasper spoke to his younger brother. "I sense no deception, he's telling the truth." Satisfied with Jasper's assessment of the situation and quietly pleased that Jasper's abilities seemed to work on the headmaster, Harry decided that he would go and talk with the headmaster. "All right." Headmaster Dumbledore led Harry away from the burrow and into the large open area where the Weasley children often practiced Quidditch. Once there, the headmaster settled himself down on a large fallen tree that lay at the edge of the tree line that hid the field from prying Muggle eyes. I must admit, Harry, that I am surprised to see you again. After our last conversation and the, shall we say, abominable way I disregarded your wishes, I rather thought that you'd flown the coop for good. You weren't afraid that I'd just been kidnapped by a vampire. The headmaster chuckled. No, Harry. You'd already mentioned the fact that you were married and the vampire's actions were clearly meant for your benefit, not your detriment. If that vampire had been a servant of Tom, then he never would have been willing to shield you from the stunning spells with his own body. If you knew I wasn't in danger, then why tell the police that I was kidnapped? Alas, Harry, that was a mistake on my part. I had hoped that your vampire companion would not risk the exposure of his kind. I believed that the police would eventually catch up to you too, and, when that happened, he would have been forced to surrender to the Muggle authorities rather than use his enhanced abilities to escape. Once you were apprehended, we would have been able to have a more rational conversation about the situation. The plan, I soon realized, was ridiculous. How could I hope to have a rational conversation with you after all of that? We threw hexes at you and your husband. We turned you into a fugitive. They were grave mistakes on my part, and I hope you will forgive me for them in time. Harry was silent at the headmaster's apology. Part of him wanted to forgive the wizard, but another part of him wanted to punch a hole straight through his chest. He settled to simply watch the headmaster like a stone gargoyle. The headmaster's shoulders sagged as he let out a weary sigh. I am very pleased you have returned, Harry. But I am afraid I have many more apologies to give to you. It is time that you and I had a conversation that I should have had with you when you were 11 years old. And what, pray tell, should you have told me during my first year at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Before you were born, a prophecy was made. By whom? The vampire interrupted. Sybil Trelawney. As you may recall, she predicted Peter Pettigrew's return to Voldemort's service at the end of your third year. At the time, I told you that it was the second real prophecy she had made. The first of her real prophecies was made before you were born, and it also concerns Voldemort. Harry tried to remember Professor Trelawney's prophecy about Pettigrew, but it was so hard to remember much before his transformation. Everything from his mortal life was obscured, like trying to watch a movie with a sheet of black satin covering the screen. He could vaguely remember the woman's basic appearance and some of her eccentricities, but the specifics were hard to make out. And you should have told me this prophecy during my first year. Yes, Harry, I should have. After your encounter with the possessed Professor Quirrell, you asked me why Voldemort went after you as a baby. I avoided answering the question in my determination to keep you a child as long as possible. I had hoped that by not telling you why Voldemort murdered your parents and attempted to murder you, that I would leave you free to enjoy your younger years without a dark cloud shading your every step. It was wrong of me, and I apologize for that mistake. And this prophecy is the reason why Voldemort attacked me, Harry concluded. He heard the professor's apology, but he couldn't bring himself to care at the moment. Yes, Harry, it is. The prophecy made by Sybil was, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Silence reigned throughout the darkened field as Harry allowed the words to sink into his brain. And, it means me. That's what you're saying. That's why you were trying to force me to stay and fight. According to this prophecy, I'm the only one with the ability to kill him. Yes, Harry, you are. How do you know it refers to me? There are bound to be dozens of kids born at the end of July, Harry pointed out. But there were only 2 children that met the other criteria. A child born at the end of July whose parents had defied Voldemort 3 times, the aged wizard said. Me, and who else? Neville Longbottom. Neville? Harry asked in surprise. Yes. Both of you met the requirements of the prophecy before Voldemort picked you. But he did pick you. And he marked you by leaving the lightning bolt scar on your forehead, the souvenir of his attempt to kill you. He marked you as his equal. So it is me, Harry said. Yes, Harry. I'm afraid that there is no doubt that it is you. Harry thought about the matter for several long moments. How did Voldemort find out? I beg you pardon. The prophecy was made, and then what? If Voldemort went after me because of the prophecy, he'd either had to have been there when it was made or someone else who was there would have told him about it. Very astute, Harry, the headmaster said. Sybil made the prophecy to me. Another person was present and he overheard a portion of it. The eavesdropper reported the portion of the prophecy that he had overheard to Voldemort. And that's why Voldemort picked me. That's why he believes I'm the only one that can defeat him. How do you know what Voldemort believes, Harry? The headmaster asked in surprise. I'll tell you if you tell me something, Harry offered darkly. An exchange of information, then. Precisely. I will tell you how I know that Voldemort believes I'm the only person who can defeat him, if you tell me who told him the prophecy. Harry could see the color drain from the headmaster's face and could hear the old man's heart begin to race. I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Harry. Can't or won't. What would you do if I told you, Harry? Would hunt the eavesdropper down. Sink you teeth into his throat. The wizard's voice wasn't threatening or accusatory. If anything, it was merely curious. The immortal laughed out loud. I was wondering if you'd figured it out. It wasn't very hard, Harry. You were married to a vampire. You move about with a grace that you didn't have the last time I saw you. And there is a certain spell that I am quite fond of that allows me to detect the presence of humans. I used it earlier and it did not detect you. So you know that I'm a vampire. How do you feel about that? If you are happy with your life and your husband, who am I to judge? Given the color of your brother's eyes, I can assume that you do not indulge in human blood, so I have no objections. Oh, Harry said quietly. I hadn't expected that reaction. Harry hadn't expected the headmaster to be familiar enough with vampire physiology to know about the link between diet and eye color. There are other wizards who will be less accepting of it, so I think it best to keep this close to the chest, as the saying goes. Yeah, was all Harry could say. He honestly thought that the headmaster would be very angry to learn that he'd become a vampire. That doesn't change the fact that I want to know who it was that told Voldemort about the prophecy. That man is just as responsible for my parents' deaths as Pettigrew. He should be in Azkaban, at least. Unless the eavesdropper simply made a mistake. A mistake? Harry demanded hotly. How is listening to the prophecy and then reporting it back to Voldemort a mistake? I will not tell you anything, Harry, except to say that it was a tragic mistake by a hurt and desperate man. He greatly regrets it and has done all that he can to make amends. It is important that you not focus on revenge. You're so full of it. Harry shouted. You want me to do nothing but focus on revenge. You just want to dictate who it is I get my revenge on. The headmaster sighed wearily. I won't tell you. Fine, Harry bit out. But don't think I won't be using my own resources to uncover the bastard's identity. There was a part of Harry that wanted to ransom his help for the name, but he couldn't risk the headmaster calling his bluff. So, what now, Harry? Now we try and figure out how we can work together. We both want Voldemort defeated once and for all. Yes, we do, Albus Dumbledore agreed. We need to figure out how to kill Voldemort. He was hit with a reflected killing curse once before, so we probably need something a bit more potent. I mean, if he survived that, what are the chances that me putting my hand through his chest will kill him for good? I believe that I have already deduced the answer to that particular conundrum, Harry. Well, don't leave me dying of suspense, Harry said wryly. I spent a number of years trying to uncover the secret of how Voldemort was able to survive that night. Every possibility that I came across fell short. And then you came across a very important clue during your second year, the diary. The diary? Harry asked. He racked his brain for the fuzzy details of the events of his second year. Do you mean Tom Riddle's diary? Yes, Harry. The shade of his former self that he placed within that diary was a fragment of his soul. It was a Horcrux. A what? A Horcrux, Harry. It is sort of a dark reliquary. A Horcrux is an object that houses and protects a fragment of a wizard's soul. As long as the object is intact, the wizard is anchored to this world. So while the diary was in one piece, Voldemort couldn't die. When he was hit with the reflected killing curse, the diary kept him anchored to this world and he couldn't cross over. Harry used air quotes around the phrase, crossover. Yes, Harry, but I'm afraid that it is a bit more complicated than that. In my efforts to confirm whether the diary actually was a Horcrux, I began to investigate Tom's history in order to determine when, if ever, he came across information about Horcruxes. The headmaster hesitated for a minute. I found a second Horcrux, Harry. A ring. With dawning horror, Harry said, he made more than one. Yes. How many? I'm not entirely sure. During my investigation, I was able to obtain the memory of a very reluctant former Hogwarts professor. That professor revealed what he knew about Horcruxes to a young Tom Riddle. During their conversation, Tom suggested the creation of multiple Horcruxes. He suggested breaking a soul into 7 pieces. Why 7? As a student of arithmancy could tell you, Harry, 7 is the most powerful number in all magic. So Voldemort made 7 Horcruxes, the vampire concluded. I believe that he intentionally split his soul 7 ways, but I do not know for sure. And we may not know for sure until we actually face him. The way that the headmaster stressed the word, intentionally, really caught Harry's attention. And unintentionally. I believe that when he attempted to kill you, a piece of his soul was blasted off and attached itself to you, the elderly wizard said in a rushed voice. And attached itself to me. Harry repeated in a deliberately slow manner. Yes. Do you remember when I told you in your second year that Voldemort unintentionally passed some of his powers onto you? Upon later reflection and given the way your scar hurt in your 4th year, I theorized that it was actually a part of his soul that he passed to you. However, I believe that that piece no longer resides with you. And what has led you to form that particular belief? From my research, I found that Horcruxes are extremely difficult to destroy. It takes a nasty bit of work to destroy one. I have found a few methods, such as the killing curse. Another method is through exposure to vampire venom. The venom is extremely potent, so much so that it can actually melt glass. The mention of the potency of vampire venom brought up awful memories of Harry's transformation. He remembered every moment of the process in excruciating detail. So you believe that my transformation into a vampire has destroyed whatever bit of Voldemort's soul that managed to attach to me, Harry summarized. Yes. I believe that we can test the theory rather easily. How? A simple snake conjuring spell should suffice. If you are still capable of speaking Parseltongue to the snake, then the fragment remains. If not, the wizard trailed off. Harry nodded his assent. The headmaster pulled his wand from his robes. Harry could hear Carlisle and Jasper tense at the wizard's movement, even at the great distance he was from them. Serpensortia, the headmaster cast calmly. A small green snake appeared on the ground in front of Harry. The vampire bent down and spoke to the serpent in quiet tones. Hello, little snake. After a few other attempts at communicating with the snake, the headmaster banished the creature to wherever it was summoned from. At least that's one problem solved, Harry said as he straightened back up. I have to wonder though, did I retain my ability to do any other magic? That, Harry, is a very good question. One that I cannot answer. There are no recorded instances of a wizard being turned into a vampire. At least, not any instances in which the ministry didn't eradicate the vampire immediately after being turned. The headmaster's statement alarmed Harry greatly. So if other wizards find out that I've been turned, vampires are afforded certain rights and liberties under the law, but are forbidden from feeding on wizards. Any infraction of that rule results in immediate destruction. In the situations I just referenced, the vampires attacked one or more wizards immediately after returning to their senses following the transformation. So long as you do not attack a wizard or witch, your life should not be in danger from the ministry. Nevertheless, I will extract an unbreakable vow from both Kingsley and Severus and all other members of the Order of the Phoenix that will prevent them from revealing your status to anyone. I will make the same vow to you to not reveal it. Harry breathed an unnecessary sigh of relief at the headmaster's promise. Thank you. Now, what about the rest of the Horcruxes? Of the 7 pieces that Voldemort intended to break his own soul into, 1 piece resides within his body, 1 piece was in the ring, and 1 piece was in the diary. That leaves 4 pieces unaccounted for, though I believe that I've discovered the location of one of them. Well, let's go back to the ring for a moment. You said Horcruxes are very hard to destroy. How did you manage to destroy it? The headmaster gave a light chuckle. I owe you doubly for the ring's destruction. The ring wasn't just any old ring. It was something that I sought for a very long time. I would have put it on my finger as soon as I'd seen it if I wasn't being overly cautious. You owe me for being overly cautious? Harry asked incredulously. Yes, my boy. Knowing that you were gone and that it may be some time before I had a chance to pass on what I've learned about Tom, if I ever got the chance at all, I was extraordinarily carefully when searching for the Horcruxes. I was able to restrain myself from putting the ring on long enough to detect the protections that Tom had placed upon it. Had I simply put the ring on, I would most certainly have been killed. So I very likely owe my life to your absence. I also owe the destruction to you because it was you who made the means of the ring's destruction. The sword of Gryffindor is composed of goblin metal. It absorbs the properties of many of the substances that it comes in contact with. When you battled the basilisk in your second year, the sword absorbed the properties of the great snake's venom. And like vampire venom, the basilisk venom is powerful enough to destroy a Horcrux, Harry concluded. Once again, Harry, you are correct. So then, what about the next Horcrux? I have found a cave that Tom Riddle terrorized some Muggle children in during his youth. I believe that it may be where a Horcrux is hidden. That's it. You think he might have used a cave because he terrorized some children there? Harry pressed. The cave was where Tom first tortured Muggles and is, therefore, of significant importance to his history. Also, as you will see, reaching the cave would have required the use of a magic, and so he would have felt it to be a very secure hiding place for one of his sacred objects. Reaching the cave would have to be the deliberate act of a witch of wizard. And third, and perhaps most importantly, there is the fact that it is one of the few obscure locales that I know for a fact he visited. What do you mean by that? Harry pressed. Tom Riddle's childhood, not unlike your own, was very constrained. He grew up in an orphanage and, other than his time spent at Hogwarts, he was rarely able to pass beyond the gates of that orphanage before his graduation. I have already searched most of the other locations that I know he visited before he departed my school. This cave is one of the last places to search before I must begin to investigate the places he traveled to abroad. All right then. When do we go? Tomorrow night, if you are amiable. I would like the opportunity to exact those vows before anything else, the old wizard said with a soft smile. Sounds like a plan. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.